rashes and fever. They could be signs of lupus. Listen to the body. Take care of yourself. We're here to help you take control of your health. Learn how at BeFierceTakeControl.org. Brought to you by the Lupus Foundation of America and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. This is Karen Moscow. And I'm Ethan Hager. Join us today at 5 a.m. on Bloomberg Daybreak. Breakout Bloomberg's earnings advantage saying of Bloomberg Intelligence. U.S. China trade continuing to drive the markets. We'll speak with Simon French and your voice. Bloomberg Daybreak. Weekday mornings at 5, followed by Bloomberg Journalism at 7 on Bloomberg 1130. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Leaders reshoot settlements as companies see true ideas you have to work hard and use it as a dashboard rather than a method to improve stakeholders. Today's advancing ways to work with the Senate and TBLI Group founding father and Chen. Tell us what impacting investing is for us. It's trying to achieve a market rate return as well as this measurable social and environmental added value. So, to which takes place, which actually just change things in society here as well. How much evidence is there that you get more bang for your buck seeking returns from this type of investing? Well, I think if you look at, we've been doing educating us whoever is the language about the impact investing in 25 years, and over those 25 years, there's been hundreds, literally thousands of reports showing that at worst their organization are underperformance and investors are outperformance. But the issue is more about not about proof, it's about belief. And people believe that it's not going to work, then they will believe that. So that's been more of the challenge, more the education side, because the proof is clearly there, but if you don't want to believe it, then it's not going to happen. Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings. Markets, headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day. And Raincoat says this is a Bloomberg Business Flash. From Bloomberg European headquarters in London, I'm Sam for Mark-Time Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. Now over to the first word breaking news desk in Berlin. Today's morning call is Richard Jones. Good morning, Sam. Another day of strong gains across equity markets in Asia. Again, we're encouraging most on China-U.S. trade, with a particularly strong showing in Japan's markets there playing catch-up after the Japanese public holiday yesterday. U.S. equity futures also went higher, with even S&Ps and NASDAQ both trading at 0.2%. European equities had a cautious open, with the Eurostoxx 50, the DAX, and other European bourses mostly trading broadly steady. Looking at the sector breakdown in Europe, gains are being led by basic resources and oil and gas, the telecoms and healthcare leading the underperforming sectors. Turning to bond markets, the 10-year Treasury yield is 4 basis points higher at no spot 82%, with the 10-year German gilt yield trading 3 basis points higher at 90 spot 32%. In the FX space, the euro dollar index is trading more by 1/10%. GTN gains being led by the Aussie dollar and the Japanese yen lagging today. In terms of data, the high European services and corporate came out news from the UK, in addition to Riksbank publishing news from the meeting last month. Also keep an eye out for a speech from Riksbank Governor Ingves, in addition to these bill bond and fiscal speak. That's it for me. For more macro breaking news, it's SQUA Will on the Bloomberg Terminal. Sandra? Thanks, Richard. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. And here's getting guaranteed more than more around the world. Sandra, thank you. Anti-government protests are continuing in the Chilean capital, Santiago. Police using water cannon and tear gas to disperse large crowds. At least 20 people have died in the protests, which started last month after the government announced that the speedway said. The movement quickly expanded to protest frustration over education, health services, and growing economic inequality. Air pollution in New Delhi remains near record levels. With commitment to close schools and advised people to stay indoors, the air quality index spiked as high as 858 at some parts of the capital, after rising above 1,000 over the weekend. Readings of 50 of considered safe, and anything over 300 is hazardous to health. And finally, work less, just get more. The dream come true at Microsoft Japan, which allows staff a 4-day work week in office, after which it saw sales per employee increase 40% compared to a year earlier. In addition to skiing Fridays, the company shortened meetings to use a maximum of 30 minutes and encourage online chats over fixed-to-fixed ones. Global hits 20 brands a day on air and at TikTok on Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg Canada. Thank you so much, Leanne. Cutting the time that you have to have meetings in US credit and increases efficiency in my view. Definitely, I couldn't agree more. Nice quick meeting, good few points, we all walk away feeling energized. But actually love it. Thank you so much for the world news. Well, let's see if we can feel energized with this story. Trade optimism is fueling the market rally. White House officials are reportedly weighing a decision to remove some tariffs on Chinese imports. Meanwhile, China is reviewing relocations in the United States to sign that first phase of a trade deal, according to Bloomberg sources. During a rally in Kentucky, President Trump said they are close to signing.
We're so close. China wants to make a deal so big. I think they'd love to see another president. I think, they would like to see another president.
Meanwhile, Bloomberg has learned that Beijing wants the United States to first roll back US tariffs on as much as $360 billion of Chinese imports before signing that interim trade deal that they've photo on.
Well, for more on that, let's join Bloomberg reporter Selena Wayne online from Shanghai. So, Selena, well, let's pick up on that. This seems now to be put out as a good pro quo. If Donald Trump wants his phase one signing, there is a price tag of $360 billion of Chinese imports tariffs. Now, is that something that Beijing is putting out there front and center?
Very for quite some time that is similar to any other deal, whether it's a mini deal or comprehensive deal, China does not want to go under maximum pressure, and that is contingent upon the the rollback of some of those tariffs. So you are seeing some opportunity because, as one of the report, it looks like the U.S. is actually considering coming back some of those tariffs, but a lot of questions and risks and uncertainty still remain. It has been a long time argument from the trade representatives like Kaiser and other officials who consistently argue that tariffs on hundreds of billions of dollars are still all the way and making sure that China lives to its commitments and that they should get in place for the long term. So there's disagreement on how that may look out. At least we're seeing some discussion range or something that is in consideration to go back.
Okay, so they're thinking about the rollback. What about the Xi Jinping speech? Obviously, in Shanghai, it was a kind of big tense event, wasn't it? Highly visible last year when it was so critical of the United States. This time around, he's sort of avoided naming the US President Donald Trump.
So here in Shanghai for the country's second annual China International Olympic Fest, and he doesn't specifically name the U.S. or President Donald Trump. I mean, he does emphasize how important it is to exchange through respect and model trading institutions, and that American censorship of their own be allowed in the I understand that kind of referring to one of the core tenets of Donald Trump's actions in international sports. We also spoke about Canada rolling back reducing transaction costs, imports. We spoke about pilot programs, we adopted a great trade zone. We also mentioned that China is working to get legal framework to strengthen intellectual property protection. So very broad stage, nothing on the ground, but we does reiterate that for the trying to tell that China is actually trying to reform its own economy, and that's all sort of rhetoric.
And Selena, this deal that's out there, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, India's pulled out, 15 other countries have signed this China-backed deal. You know, that's a big advance, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, even though the U.S. has argued favorite influence change in the future, it's still a very big deal for China that they are going to leave a lot of these Southeast Asian countries, that they are including a new trading order. She did recently have that people want to sign pretty early next year. She also said that China is open to more free trade agreements with other countries around the world. So this is really a platform opportunity for Xi to make the case that the country should be more power despite the continuing attention to the United States.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Bloomberg reporter Selena Wayne live from Shanghai.
And straight ahead on Bloomberg Day right Europe, we'll be talking cybersecurity with the CEO of the world's biggest raiser of consumer antivirus software. I'm Trish Check. Chief Executive of Abbas, for joining us next. This is
Taxes are one of the certainties of life. What would work for corporate taxpayers in the past may not work today. Eisner-Amper can help. Visit EisnerAmper.com/tax certainty. That's EisnerAmper.com/tax certainty.
Emergency election in the UK is set for December 12th.
Plus successfully adopting the Brexit extension until January.
What are the next steps?
Running sides to the election will break the deadlock over Brexit.
And what does it mean for markets?
And we can say a little bit of currency today.
Local coverage of much regulation will be free trade. That has to be signed today.
Bloomberg 1130 on the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg is listening.
Attention investors, tentative stock market tolerance, non-earning cash flow of 18 to 21% targeted consistently, on a plan around future recessions by being the landlord. National Realty's Class A Buildings Fund is made up of private income-producing real estate. You are secured on large apartment buildings, backed by $750 million of high-quality new construction. You receive monthly electronic cash flow payments. You're diversified with 15 large buildings supporting your money. These private building locations back you with hard money-making assets. Remember, no matter what type of market, it's always a landlord's market. Call now for your free guide to secure realty investment wealth. Just call now for cash flow or IRA retirement asset investment. Our 13-year track record and 900 repeat investors. Call 201-210-2727. That's 201-210-2727. And over other sale any securities only made by our private listed memorandum. Person invest place. As performances no guarantee of future results. National is a real estate development firm. See us at NRIA.net.
Join us in New York City on November 21st as Bloomberg Pursuits Indians' second annual Year Ahead Luxury. Speakers include Jennifer Hyman, CEO of Red the Runway, Harsha Chandra, founder of Cyber Hospitality, and renowned architect Robert A.M. Stern. Supporting sponsor, Diamond Producers Association. Participating sponsor, St. Regis. For more information, go to BloombergLive.com/TYA Luxury. Invitation code PREVIEW. No company wants to be involved in an international dispute. But when disagreements arise, you need expertise in your song. Take a closer look at ICDR, the International Center for Dispute Resolution, backed by the longevity and strength of the American Arbitration Association. The ICDR is the world's leading provider of cross-border dispute resolution services, handling more cases than any other institution. Find out why global expertise matters. Visit ICDR.org.
Today on Balance of Power with David Weston, former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Martin Andick.
We heard in this lecture on who's stepping in as the U.S. withdraws from Syria.
Former Policy Director from Mitt Romney, Bobby Jens.
If Glossy says she's not a fan of Medicare for all, what is a better alternative?
Balance of Power with David Weston. Today at noon on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Sherry Ann.
U.S. stocks climbed to all-time highs on Monday, following reports the U.S. and China are closing in on a partial trade deal. Joining us now is Kramer Capital Research CIO Hillary Kramer. Hillary, great to have you back. So, of course, it doesn't surprise that about 80% of S&P 500 companies that have reported have made EPS estimates. So I have to wonder how much of the rally has to do with the good news on trade and how much because of earnings.
Generally, there's optimism around the trade deal, solving all the problems, being the be-all and end-all. Earnings were good, they were decently strong. But once it took off after the first week, we had some good news from JP Morgan, the banks, and then the industrials reported. Everything was already baked in once we got all of that, and then it's all just been like, okay, great, we're going to have a signed phase one deal by month end. Let's just boringly, but let's take the indexing to the next highest level.
Now, the wages keep moving higher, so what will it take to sustain this rally?
Well, the Fed would have to keep cutting, and the Fed isn't going to keep cutting. I mean, there is dovishness, but we're not going to have a cut in December. And so the reason we have this technology rally, it all just has to do with pure valuation.
Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your professional listings. Broadcasting live to London on CNBC Digital Radio, New York, Cleveland, and Washington. Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston, 561 to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960 around the globe, Bloomberg Business App on BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak.
And it's 6:30, sorry, it's 8:30 a.m. here in London, 9:30 a.m. in Paris and Carolina.
I'm Roger Herring, you're listening to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Okay, so let's have a look at the markets then this morning. We are down 10.1% on the US stock 600, quite surprising given the positivity and the record highs that we saw overall on Wall Street for all three of the main equity benchmarks over there. And also the positive sessions we had in Asia, the top is up by 1.6%, for example, in gains for Shanghai, Shenzhen, Comps, and the MSCI Asia Pacific up 0.8%. All of that really based on the optimism around the fatal trade deal getting done between the US and China. But that sort of bullish sentiment seems to be taking something of a breather here in Europe, certainly when it comes to the equity markets. For US markets, futures were higher this morning. They've slightly come off those highs. But we're still at high times of 1% S&P 500 futures and close to 0.2% up the Dow Jones futures. In the bond market, we trade 1.81% for the US benchmark yields are up 4 basis points, and yields high across Europe, negative 32 basis points for German yield. China also significantly moved this morning, down 5 basis points, trading at 3.24. This BDOC intervening in China, 10-year yield dropping because the BDOC basically cut the rate of 1-year funding, so that was kind of trying to ease the liquidity concerns over China. Also, yields we're watching out there for UK services PMI data that comes out later. And just in other markets, the gold, which has been having such a strong year, slightly weaker this morning, down 0.2%, 1506, 1,506 from the first story ounce. And the WTI Brent crude gain, the WTI trades $56.73 a barrel, so stronger 0.3% right now.
Let me pick up with you from oil. There's a large amount of OPEC's world oil report coming out, and that top headline is the forecast demand for its oil will fall by 7% by 2023. That's 13.7 million barrels per day by 2023. It sees its market share shrinking for years. Shale triumphs other lines with the outlook previously received daily supply will fall by 1.6 million barrels per day by 2025. It's a market outlook. And they increased their 2025 with a share of oil production forecast by 3.1 million barrels per day. So a shrinking outlook for OPEC this high oil results.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's very much in line with the expectations we've seen through both speculation from energy commodities to crude oil, such as earlier this morning, OPEC being squeezed on both sides by slow demand and also that surging supply out of the United States. There's some interesting lines in terms of output from the OPEC news. Let's just take you to the top story.
Yeah, China's willing to sign an interim trade deal with the US, it seems, but there is a price. Bloomberg's learned Beijing wants the US to roll back first US tariffs on as much as $260 billion of China's imports. In return, China tariffs on US goods with armed products. Two sides are pretty this month.
Meanwhile, there has been a pretty big report out of Uber Technologies when it comes to earnings. Here's the report now from Uber's Charlie Pett.
Uber improved its loss forecast for the year, but disappointed investors on some closely watched financial measures. Gross bookings, food delivery, and monthly active users were all below analyst estimates for the third quarter. The results come as the San Francisco-based company seeks to reassure investors it can evolve from a simple ride-hailing service to a global, all-in-one transportation platform. In New York, Charlie Pett, Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Slated for news with Dominion Resources Executive David Fernandez, the company's top human resources manager at the company, and been with the show for 15 years. The departure comes a day after its star CEO, Steve retired. HR moves in regards to Wall Street will allow big corporations because it seems they're going down the issues.
So those are top stories this morning now. Another great interview for you today. The cybersecurity software maker Avast recently reaffirmed its full year 2019 outlook for adjusted revenue. The cloud-based company is the world's biggest producer of consumer antivirus software at a time, of course, when cybersecurity and privacy are increasingly important. So I'm very pleased to say that joining us in the London studio, we have with us this morning Avast CEO, who is Andrea Gilberto. Very good morning. Thank you for joining us. So, look, a general conversation about this business that is, increasingly important. You've only just taken over as CEO, although you've been at Avast for a long time, I think, since you were an intern, in fact, so some inspiration for our listeners. Major changes to the company. Any?
Well, so as you can imagine, I've been part of the team for many, many years, and so frankly, I'm just doing that. I have been a big part of the strategy creation. So no rough changes in strategy for the time being. The goal of all is smart people, of course.
And what about any?
Well, so we are always looking. This company has a track record of doing a lot of deals. So especially smaller deals, technology decades, product decades. So we continue looking, but there's nothing in the track record.
So most of your money, if I'm right, is made from products aimed at sort of Microsoft customers, and you've got new products coming out for other computers, Apple, Google, Android, mobile operating systems. So just tell us about the strategy in terms of trying to increase revenue, trying to get more products out.
Absolutely. So when we started, the business model was all about providing a high quality free and high-value product that we distribute massively across various channels, and then having a paid version or premium version of the same product and upselling those users to the paid version. Now that strategy had worked great. There was some limits to it, mainly because if you make the free product too good, almost too good, or the delta between the free product and the paid product, the premium product is limited. And so the rationale for upgrading is smaller. So we decided to extend the portfolio by providing more products and services, not just for Windows, but also for other platforms, including mobile, Mac, and Solution. And so now we have about 6 or 7 products that we actually can cross promote across the entire user base, free user base, and then of course allows us to grow the business.
There are a very central problem, which is that you're selling to consumers that often will prefer maybe the proprietary products they get from Microsoft or whatever you can do here. Actually, they don't need your additional security. They get that for free.
Yeah, well, what is really powerful is that what we provide spans across all platforms. That is, you don't need to worry about using iPhone, Windows, PC, or IoT devices. You can get a sort of unified protection service from us that basically spans across all their platforms. You don't need to worry about what happens.
Okay, there's a lot of talk of breaking up, increasing regulation of big tech companies, Facebook, Google, just as privacy and cybersecurity become sort of topmost in the public mind. What effect would that have on Avast? Do you think that would actually boost interest in products?
Well, I think first and foremost, we see increased interest in consumer privacy, that is data privacy after some years. Then I think most consumers were sort of ignorant of the problem. Now we see more and more people actually starting asking questions about their data and about their privacy, which I think is a good thing. Not just because I believe that fundamentally something has to change, but also for our business in providing tools, security and privacy tools that of course helps. But at the same time, to the regulation point, in Europe we've had GDPR, which is now starting to get full implemented. People are getting comfortable with it. On the US side, there's going to be an equivalent of GDPR, slightly different. We see some sort of indications of progress also in Asia. So I actually believe that all these things are helping and attract more awareness.
Thanks so much for being with us. I'm going to check the CEO of Avast to slide here in the latest.
No, great to speak to you this morning. Let's get to the latest now. Global news headlines for leaders from Brazil. Gary, good morning. Caroline, good morning. Suman Foreign Chinese president is backing the leadership of Chief Executive Carrie Lam. That's despite 5 months of pro-democracy protests that have boiled the city. President Xi says ending violence and restoring order remain the most important tasks in the city. Lam remains in the job after that denial reports that Beijing plans to remove her. The EU is closing in on a court that would allow the U.S. government and American companies to participate in joint defense projects. Bloomberg Nicholas Ross says it could remove a source of friction on transatlantic ties.
The accord was due to be discussed by EU ambassadors in Brussels on Wednesday, also paves the way for closer military cooperation between the EU and the UK was placed, while at the same time it closes the door to countries with more democratic systems, such as China, to such cooperation. Brussels considerarás Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
In the US, President Trump is formally begun the process of withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord. The move was announced back in 2017 and will take another year to complete. Global News 24 hours a day on air and on Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg.
Drive this in. Come to Bloomberg Trios and Vice Chair Richard Florida on jobs.
Here's the company of their result, and these have been numbers.
House Speaker Nancy Glossy on the economy.
Just had to be thinking that's trickle down.
Under Secretary Wilbur Ross on U.S.-China trade. Decision makers marking moves every day on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Thank you for this great honor. As CEO of this company, I couldn't be happier with our accomplishments this year. We achieved double-digit growth. We lost key personnel, but we didn't miss a step. I want to take a moment to thank one of our key partners, Sirius Executives. When I first heard of Sirius, I was a little skeptical. When they told me an executive could help us get over our biggest challenges and only working part-time, I was shocked. I didn't even know that was possible. The executive certainly was worth what we paid them. And here we are 12 months later, and Sirius will continue to be one of our key partners for years to come. Because regardless of the problems that show up in our business, they always have an executive solution ready for us. So Sirius, thank you for a wonderful year.
Our executives actually employ an hourly, daily, weekly, part-time, interim, or temporary basis. Sirius Executives, your total talent management partner. Learn more at SiriusExecutives.com. CERIUS Executives.com.
The lead advisory firms rely on BNY Mellon's version to meet the needs of their most complex clients. Karen Novak, Chief Operating Officer at Pershing Advisor Solutions, explains how. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, we bring customized insights and strategies to help you grow your advisory business and stay on the leading edge. We can support the needs of your most sophisticated clients with a full range of investment and wealth management solutions, from access to private banking to consolidated bank brokerage custody. Why are so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength and high-touch service that BNY Mellon's Pershing can provide? Are you well positioned to stand out from your competition? Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Brokerage custody provided by Pershing LLC and other services provided by Pershing Advisor Solutions LLC. Both members of FINRA and SIGNA. Private banking and bank custody provided by BNY Mellon NA and member FDIC.
Investors have put their money in a fund to help build U.S. infrastructure deserve to be protected. That's what we do at BAC. Our unconditional guarantee means investors receive every payment vendors and principal when they period. BAC bonds have a high quality statement from S&P, and their credit profiles provide complete transparency on each and every transaction. BAC bonds help build America's essential public functions. BAC with TFS Mutual.
Hey y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Oh, yeah, it prevents wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know, because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires. Which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trims. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the ad council. I'm sure he's leaving this morning on Bloomberg surveillance.
Negative all-time highs going into the final stretch of 2019. Raincoat showing up Jacob HCM weighs in, and the Federal Reserve's ability to engineer a soft landing in 2020. We speak to Jacob.
Bloomberg surveillance starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg 1130, Bloomberg Business app, and Bloomberg Radio.com.
Bloomberg Business Network.
Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Taylor Ray.
As Steve reached up at the top of McDonald's as investors wondering how it will affect the company's strategy, which was poised to rely heavily on technology. From Uber Eats to kiosks and stores, the Austin CEO, Steve Jobs, had a distinct vision for a fast food giant, and he dedicated a good chunk of investment to innovation. Now, it will be up to Chris Kapinski to keep tabs on modernization efforts at the chain's 30,000 restaurants. With more importance to our consumer equity strategist, RJ, given that we're at a technology show, really focus on the key innovations that McDonald's really has made. How much of the growth in the last few years and the outperformance of the stock really hinge on those investments in technology?
I'd say it was a major driver of it. I wouldn't say it's completely dependent on technology, but it certainly was a major part of the company's growth the last couple of years. I think you have to factor in things like menu simplification and refranchising, so putting company-owned stores in the hands of franchisees. But if you take a look at kind of the velocity drivers, the things that really sped up growth, things like the kiosks within the stores, delivery, mobile order, those were very important. So I'd say it's probably the top contributor, but certainly played a part of a broader mosaic.
Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Business App, and Raincoat on Twitter. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg European headquarters in London, I'm Sandra Woodward with this Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. Now, European stocks are feeling a slightly more muted open following a risk-on rally in Asian equities this morning. The stock 600 and the CAC 40, those fairly flat, with DAX higher by just 1/10 of a percent. The FTSE meanwhile gaining 2/10 of a percent here in London. The Hang Seng is still trading and currently up 0.5% after reports that the US is considering rolling back levies on Chinese imports. Now, in stock specifics, I'm keeping a close eye on Pandora. It is one of the biggest losers on the stock 600, falling more than 11% in Copenhagen after the jewelry maker issued a profit warning. Associated British Foods, meanwhile, rallying more than 4% here in London after better than expected sales on its Primark High Street store. Now, that positive trade sentiment is pushing Haven assets like the yen lower today, going down 0.3% at 108.9. The Bloomberg Bond Spot Index also weakening. On the other hand, the yuan is gaining 0.5%. We also see the Aussie dollar strengthening quite a bit after the RBA kept rates at a record low, saying the easing has boosted employment and income growth in Australia. Here in Europe, sterling currently holding at 1.289 after slipping 0.5% yesterday. There's amid some concern that the conservative lead may be narrowing following some weekend polling. Now, bond prices are falling across the board today. We're seeing 10-year Treasury yields gaining 5 basis points, currently at 1.82%. 10-year bond yields up 4 basis points at -32, and 10-year gilt yields also gaining, currently at 73 basis points. Tiny oil is steady. WTI well above $56 a barrel. Gold meanwhile slightly lower, down 0.3%. $1,505 a troy ounce. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Ian Garris with more on what's going on around the world. Sandra, thank you. Anti-government protests are continuing in the Chilean capital, Santiago. Police using water cannon and tear gas to disperse large crowds. At least 20 people have died in the protests, which started last month after the government demanded to hike the subway fares. The movement quickly expanded to protest frustration with the education, health services, and growing economic inequality. For the first time in 5 years, the UK's terror threat level has been lowered from severe to substantial. Only it's a chance of an attack has gone from highly likely to likely. Home Secretary Priti Patel says the public should remain vigilant and report any concerns to the police. And finally, remember the 5th of November. On this day in history, a plan to blow up London's Houses of Parliament was foiled in 1605. A group of Catholics had planted 36 barrels of gunpowder at the building, hoping to kill the Protestant king. are guarding those explosives and are later executed. People still burn effigies of forts and set off fireworks to remember the gunpowder treason and plot today. Global News 24 hours a day on air and at TikTok on Twitter, found by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Jan Gerrans. This is Bloomberg the Roger. I remember, let's talk about one of the big interviews that we got for you this morning. A wide-ranging, fascinating look at Europe, critical of negative interest rates and much more. Matt Miller spoke exclusively to Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon, who began by asking Solomon Brexit to Berlin.
Germany has always been an important market for us. We've got an enormous client base here. One of my jobs, something I spend a lot of time on, is getting around the world, spending time with our clients, spending time with our people. We have a significant office here in Frankfurt. So I'm here for a few days to see clients, spend time with our people. And as you mentioned, this year has been our 150th anniversary. And so one of the things we've done during the course of the year is we've made our way around to a variety of cities that are very important in our network. And held events with our clients to commemorate that very special occasion. 150 years doesn't come along every day. Aren't a lot of companies that make it for that period of time. And so we're excited to celebrate and mark that event with our clients. And we'll be doing that tonight in Frankfurt. And so that's part of why we scheduled this trip around this few days.
At the same time, you're really trying to change the culture. I know you're going to announce your vision for Goldman Sachs in January, but you're already making moves. One just hit the wire yesterday. You're going to give equal parental leave for men and women. How important is that push for diversity at Goldman Sachs?
Well, we're very focused on diversity and inclusion. I think to be a world-class organization and to attract tremendous talent, which is very important to us, I think you have to be competitive in the context of the way you can treat your employees. We felt this was something that was very, very important that we wanted to be best in class in. And so that was a change that we made adding to these parental leave benefits. With respect to change broadly, I would temper it a little compared to some of the words you used. We've got very, very good businesses that we're very proud of, and we're evolving the business a little bit. We'd like to grow a little bit more, and so we're adding some products and services when we think we can expand with our clients. And in this investor day that we're focused on in January, we're going to be to provide more information to the market on a number of the narratives, a number of the specific investments that we've already talked to the market about. So I wouldn't expect any big reveal. Just more information on what we're doing around growing our consumer business, what we're doing on expanding our alternative investment platforms, and what we're doing around transaction banking, and what we're doing in our core businesses.
I wonder what you're doing in consumer business here. I know that Marcus is going to be introduced in Germany. I know that the Apple Card is coming here at some point. These are huge parts of your consumer business. How important is that to Goldman Sachs? How important is that expansion?
Well, the consumer business, we're building a digital consumer platform that at the moment is predominantly focused in the U.S. We have started taking deposits in the U.K. We've made no official announcement about taking deposits, here or anywhere else. Over time, we certainly will consider expanding our platform, but there's no commitment to that. We want to build a differentiated platform where we can provide a variety of digital services to consumers in a way that really helps them with the pain points, with the financial education, with a bunch of the friction that currently exists in traditional banking services. We think we're up to a good start. We're making a significant investment, and we're going to do it slowly, methodically, and make sure we really have a differentiated product before we really think about expanding it around the globe.
It seems like an interesting time to get into consumer banking. Are we seeing rates being cut in the U.S.? Here we're deep in negative territory. Really around the world, rates are negative. What do you think about negative rates in that business?
Well, first with the consumer business, we're getting into it because we're going to build a business for Goldman Sachs for the long term. So I go back and I think about the fact that we now have one of the largest, most successful global active asset management platforms. We started building that business in the mid-1980s, and we built it over a number of decades. And so when we think about building a business, we think about building a digital consumer platform. We're building a business for decades for Goldman Sachs, but we think we really enhance our ability to serve our clients. So when you look at what's going on with rates today, and you look at short-term market characteristics, that's not driving our decision to make the investments and build this platform.
What about when you look at the economy. And Mario Draghi, I was at his final ECB press conference. He said, we're very happy with our negative ratings experience. Christine Lagarde, of course, taking over and expected to go the same line. Are negative rates, do you think, helping the economy in general, helping to boost inflation and bring growth back?
I think when we look back at negative rates, I think when the book's written, it's not going to look like a great experiment. I don't think negative rates bring the benefit that we'd like to see. There's no question that growth in this part of the world has been lagging, and negative rates are not allowing acceleration of that growth, in my opinion. I don't think negative rates are really constructive. We'll have to wait and see how some of those out over years, but I'm worried that when we look back on this experiment, negative rates are not going to like what we see. It's all over, it's all about.
And one of the things that central bankers say is that fiscal stimulus is needed to mitigate the unwanted side effects. And I know you're talking to companies around Germany. Surely they'll have something to say about negative rates. They probably want to also talk about infrastructure spending that they think is needed. Do you feel like fiscal spending is needed? Does Berlin need to spend more? Do governments need to chip in more?
Well, if you talk to people here in Germany, there's a significant amount of fiscal stimulus that's being spent. If you look at some of the ambitions around sustainability of the economy and some of the capital that's being spent to move Germany toward a more green economy, there's no question. That's a relatively significant fiscal stimulus. I think it's a balance in all of this. There's a balance between monetary policy, there's a balance between stimulus, and sometimes in the cycle, there are a variety of other factors that can slow down economic growth. Certainly with the trade tensions we have all over the world, Germany is a significant export economy, is feeling some of that. And I think if we did get some news overnight, if we did get some progress on some of the trade talks, I think that also could be a positive for growth.
Are you optimistic? I mean, speaking of that, you're right. We heard from Xi Jinping. We've heard positive comments from Glossy yesterday on the possibility of phase one trade deal. Are you optimistic for the trade situation?
I agree. I think if you listen to, and I'm not watching information, on this, but if you're watching what's coming out of the administration in Washington, if you're listening to what's coming out of China, I think it feels like both are incentivized to have some sort of a phase one deal. So it looks like there's some progress and some moving forward. I think the issues are complicated, and there'll be a lot more to talk about, but I'm relatively optimistic based on the data points I'm watching just as you are. It feels like we're going to have something as constructive happen.
And how much damage do you think has been done, though? Can that be any reverse in the economy, any salvage?
Well, first of all, the global economy is still growing and it's shutting along. I think the trajectory of growth has slowed over the course of the last 12 months. But what the trade tension has done is the trade tension has acted as a headwind to growth. So if you remove that headwind, that should be positive for the momentum of growth in the economy in the short term.
So, Goldman CEO David Coleman speaking exclusively to Bloomberg. Matt Miller, and Matt is up next, along with Anna Editor on the Daybreak Europe. So stay tuned. This is Bloomberg Daybreak. It's 58 minutes past the hour. Time for a check of sports from around the world. It's Raincoat.
Monday Night Football headlines. The Giants grabbed the lead early and put it into the second quarter. But from there, Dallas started creeping their way back into it. Then a 21-point fourth quarter to get them a comfortable 37-18 win. Dak Prescott running for 257 and 3 touchdowns. More confident team, a team that people were fighting first, even though we're getting our own way and struggling a little bit. We got confidence, we got faith in what we're going to do, we know what we're able to do, and that was another example of that. Pat Shermer after the loss.
It's funny because that we can improve on. We weren't very good in the red zone. We did not create enough running football, and what happened was, they got back to a point, but listen, we're at that point at halftime because we missed the extra point. Come out, keep playing, we keep playing the game. All the things you can't do in a ball game happen, and hurt us the most.
Coming out on the NBA scoreboard, the Warriors, their first home win at the new Chase Center, 127-118 over the Trailblazers. Eric Pascal with 36-13. Wizards, their second win, 115-99 over the Pistons in DC. Troy Brown Jr., 14-10. The Nets got 39-9. Kyrie as they cruise past the Pelicans, 135-125. I'm 5 Dutch Bloomberg, NBC, World Sports Update.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and TikTok on Twitter. And this is WERU, the Bloomberg 1130.
Bloomberg, big red hero.
Also now seeing for the first time is this facade of vaccine unity beginning to break down. So you expect that there will be some type of slowdown in testing of the all recognize
Covering hasn't recovered, and there are areas of volatility. We've seen this before. Trade talks go nowhere, and the tariffs are just swing from one to the other, and markets get put to the middle. Bloomberg, big red hero. And Edwards and Mather on Bloomberg Radio. Good morning from London. I'm Anna Edwards.
And from German capital Berlin, I'm Matt Miller. You're listening to Dave Radio Europe from London, DAB Digital Radio.
Yes, and that we should just reflect on the optimism that we've seen in markets in the last 24 hours. Followed really interesting lines of trade elsewhere. We've seen reports that maybe there's talk of tariffs being rolled back in the US. So the FT playing that going. Colleagues at Bloomberg talking about how the search is on for a signing venue for a phase one trade deal. So all of that helped to ignite US equity markets yesterday. The Dow hit all-time high, following on from similar moves by other US benchmarks. Of course, global stocks up by 19%. Yesterday. So there's a lot of positives. US futures point higher, Asian stocks went higher, and yet Europe, it's kind of flat.
Yeah, kind of flat, and as you point out, we haven't hit those all-time highs here. You know, in the U.S., from the blue chips to the growth stocks, everybody's hitting all-time highs again. The Dow, the S&P, and the Nasdaq. But we don't see those records yet reflected in European equity indexes, although it has been a great year for growth. We're DAX up 25%. The FTSE only up less than 10%. And I guess a lot of that has to do with the pound, right? But also the uncertainty of Brexit is really not helping even those big, giant cap companies trading on the FTSE.
Yeah, and I'm really thinking about where trade narrative goes next and what you can do to shore up the European economy and elsewhere in the face of trade tension. And then, of course, maybe rates comes to mind, which reminds me that we're going to hear later on, we're going to play later on in the programme some of the audience interview with David Solomon, of course, the man in charge of Goldman Sachs. A really fascinating conversation, and he is critical of the negative rates environment here in Europe. So we'll hear more about that and from him later on in this hour. Just a moment, though, let's check the markets and do very briefly see this on the radio. We have, as you've just been suggesting, European equity markets not really participating in this global rally in risk assets over the last 24 hours or so. So US futures point higher, but European stocks pretty flat. The FTSE 100 is up by 0.3%. As is often the case, there is often an index level to that. There's seems to be today. So we do see some of those oil and basic resource stocks doing quite well in London and elsewhere that is lacking. Just checking in on a few other assets. We had a report out from the oil industry this morning. Oil prices a little firmer, up 2.3% WTI and Brent. US Treasury yields go higher, so we do see that sort of ties in with the risk-on route in Asia, doesn't it? So money coming out of Treasuries and yields going higher at 1.82% on the US 10-year yield. And the currency markets is really evident that flight to risk assets in FX markets. We saw the dollar was flat, but a lot of money coming out of the yen. The yen was weaker by around a quarter of 1%, which is a fairly substantial move for that currency, and to run into the Aussie dollar, for example, up around 6 cents of 1%. Let's quick check on the markets.
All right, so with that in mind, let's get a little bit of reaction from Shweta Singh. She joins us in the studio right now. And Shweta, let me first get, we had Wilbur Ross saying we're almost there. Donald Trump, his hyperbole is always pretty, either incredibly optimistic or damning. But Xi Jinping in Singapore overnight, Shanghai overnight, also saying that he wants to move closer to a first world trade, a first world trade profile. Are you optimistic that we're in your deal?
So yes, obviously analysts do think that the phase one trade deal is quite likely. We don't know exactly when this announcement will be, but somewhere between before 15th of December. What does this entail, basically? So we're looking for some sort of concessions, smaller concessions from the Chinese side in terms of promises to open up the market a bit more and reducing the trade deficit. At the same time, the US side will likely offer concessions in terms of doing away with the escalation in tariffs that were to come through on of December. But we're not really looking for a wholesale rollback in these tariffs. Depending on the mood, there might be some concessions on previous tariffs, but not a whole lot. The important point, however, is that while a trade truce seems likely in the immediate term, it's still not a certainty. And in the past, we have seen, when we raised our expectations that there will be a trade agreement, we have been disappointed on the negative side. Having said that, the intentions from both the sides, or the motives from both the sides, are quite aligned because China has accepted weaker growth, but even to sustain that level of weaker growth, it does need some respite on the trade front. Meanwhile, the US is getting closer and closer to the presidential side. So this time, the Trump administration would not like to see a weaker equity market because it has a huge impact on household income.
So this is certainly part of what's rightly forefront of investors' minds right now. And so it was interesting to hear what Goldman Sachs CEO James Goldman had to say about negative rates. Because negative rates have been something that's returned to the European narrative, I suppose, in part of this prolonged period of uncertainty around global trade. And he was very critical of negative rates policy. Shweta, you as Managing Director of Global Macro and EU Economics at CS, what do you make of the negative rates story that we have fully entrenched in the European markets?
Right. So, I guess the main issue with negative interest rates is that, okay, that we don't really have a counterfactual, right? So we don't really know what the situation would happen if there were no negative interest rates. But what we do know is that if interest rates stay negative for longer, the side effects will get more and more entrenched. And even at these levels, we are seeing side effects becoming increasingly visible and in some extent backfiring. For instance, the biggest example that stands out is the German household savings rate, which is now at its highest level since the global financial crisis. And it's not so, and this just goes against what the ECB is trying to do, which is to stimulate consumption. But here we are with households saving increasingly large amounts of their income. And why is this happening is because German households have a large portion of their financial assets in cash-like instruments, in deposits, for instance. And if those deposits are returning less and less, they are inclined to save more and more so as to get a certain set of return in the energy counterproductive. Absolutely. What's happening?
By the way, so I mean, well, I'm not German. I've lived here for years, and I still can't figure out the mindset. But if you're getting paid less, why would you then save more? What everybody's trying to do is push them out on the risk spectrum, right? Or at least that's what they hope will happen. And you also hope that people, since they can borrow for less, are going to do that more and invest in businesses. And none of this is really happening, right?
But it has happened to some extent. Okay, the idea behind negative interest rates, I guess, is just to limit spending, as you rightly pointed out. So, banks will be forced to lend out more, and you would not really want to save a lot more because you're not really earning much. But I guess the distribution of savings is really important, or the distribution of wealth is really important. QE, in combination with negative interest rates, has boosted wealth. But for German households, they really are not, the household ownership is quite limited in Germany compared to the rest of developed markets. So Germans do not really feel rich when, QE and negative interest rates inflate asset bubbles. At the same time, they are quite conservative investors, so they have a certain proportion of their income into their pension funds, and they expect it to return annual returns. But if that annual return is slower and slower, and they have to meet a certain target in terms of how much they want to earn from their savings, they think the only way to compensate for the lower returns is to increase the base. You see?
Really fascinating, and when you implement a policy as experimental as negative interest rates, it does have to be shaped and informed by all of the different cultural environments that we're operating in, doesn't it, Shweta? And when you see the negative interest rates still going there, given what you said about the headwinds and difficulties and counterproductive outcomes that it can produce.
Yeah. So I guess what the ECB is trying to do is minimize as the same in German case. There are other side effects to negative interest rates. For instance, the pressure is going more by the core countries, as in the Netherlands, Germany, and France, where banks have huge amount of excess reserves. At the same time, you've got Italian and Spanish banks, which are actually benefiting from negative interest rates. So what the ECB did recently was announce steering so as to absorb the pressure from the core country banks. But so that policy can, the ECB can tweak that policy a bit more. But I guess the more important point here is that negative interest rates have sort of worked more in combination with QE because it helped push the euro down by making European portfolio, making European debt securities less attractive. But at this point in time, that sort of channel will not really work because the bar for the euro to move lower is quite high. So we do not really expect negative interest rates to boost the currency and hence boost European competitiveness. So the side effects are increasing in spite of the effects of ECB measures such as TLTROs and its tiering. Why do we have negative interest rates? It's because other measures are lacking. So unless and until we see progress on fiscal stimulus or more concessions on QE in terms of productivity constraints, the central bank's hands are tied.
Exactly. I was talking, I asked Richard Jones, he's private from the ACB councilman, but he says, they have no other choice because there's no help coming from the fiscal side, or not enough help coming from the fiscal side. But it's been great having, it's always great having you, so I really appreciate you coming in for radio, as well as Bloomberg Television earlier. Trying to sing is managing director for global macro and EU economics at the US.
Thanks very much for that. Now, I just enjoyed the news with us from here.
Thanks, Anna. China's President Xi Jinping has placed Hong Kong's embattled leader Carrie Lam after 5 months of protest. There's major problems in the city. Bloomberg's Jason Scott has the details.
During a face-to-face meeting in Shanghai, Xi told Mayor that she had led the Hong Kong government to stabilize the situation and worked hard to quell the unrest, according to reports from China's official Xinhua news agency. Xi told Lam that he demanded efforts to stop and punish violent activities in accordance with the law to safeguard the well-being of the general public in Hong Kong. In Canberra, Jason Scott, Bloomberg Daily Radio.
Here in the UK, Lindsay Hoyle says he's going to bring a new speaker to the House of Commons after being elected as new speaker. He's deputy Speaker in the Shelter Act. The Labour MP won the fourth round of voting by lawmakers last night. He takes over immediately and says it's time we'll see a change for the better. And living through something on hierarchy, and my voice will also feel I will make a chance for the future. Because I realise it's no difficult times on the couch. I want to make sure that the public have better policy again, and I think that will come. In the US, President Trump's formally begun the process of withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord. The move was announced back in 2017 will take another year to complete. This sets the stage for the US departure from the deal on November 4th next year, the day after the 2020 presidential election. Further news 24 hours a day on air, TikTok, on Twitter, and our more than 2,700 journalists, analysts, and 20 countries. I'm Roger here. This is me, Matt.
Roger, thank you very much. Still ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak here for the shows. Fiat deal is great news for some investors. We'll speak to opinion columnist Marcus Ashworth as he makes the case. Now is not that time. This is me.
Huge developments in the trade war. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross expressing some optimism about U.S.-China trade developments next.
President Trump saying that the deal will be signed somewhere in the U.S. And optimism on trade. Tell me about which systems in Asia today.
Around the globe, Ross and U.S. have held deep conversations with leaders in the European Union today. The world is listening.
Barron's ranked Interactive Broker's #1 best online broker in 2019. The ninth year IBKR was ranked the top online broker. IBKR was rated the low-cost online broker for the 18th consecutive year. If you are a sophisticated investor who desires low and transparent commissions, low margin rates, access to stocks, options, futures, forex, and fixed income on over 125 market centers in 31 countries and powerful trading platforms, try Interactive Brokers today at ibkr.com/YIB.
changes in behaviors such as multiple and stomach sockets should continue taking tomatoes immediately. Now doctors can recommend prescriptions for fruits and vegetables and whatever tomatoes are to help fight the onset of type 2 diabetes. Go to wholesome.org to learn more and ask for tomatoes or tomatoes by name. Across the globe on Bloomberg Daybreak.
This is Karen Moscow.
And Ethan Hager. Join us today at 5 a.m. on Bloomberg Daybreak.
Check out Bloomberg's earnings with Mandy Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence.
And the U.S.-China trade continue to drive the markets with some traction in reports.
Bloomberg Daybreak.
Weekly morning supply, followed by Bloomberg surveillance at 7
On Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television.
Here's Rishad Salon. As companies seek true ideas, you look at the economy using as a dashboard rather than a method to inform stakeholders. Turning platforms and voice and Robert Rubin Simon of TBL, Albert Founding Father, and Chen. Tell us what impacting investing is, first of all. Trying to achieve a market rate return as well as its measurable social and environmental added value. So, investing to which takes place, which actually just changed things in society here as well. And how much evidence is there that you get more bang for your buck as a shareholder seeking returns from this type of investing? Well, I mean, if you look at we've been doing educating House of Representatives and lobbyers about ESG impact investing for 25 years, and over those 25 years, there's been hundreds, literally thousands of reports showing that at worst there or at worst there's no underperformance and investors are outperformance. But the issue is more about not about proof, it's about belief. If people believe that it's not going to work, then they will believe that. So that's been more the challenge, more the education side, because the proof is clearly there, but if people want to believe it, then it's not going to happen.
Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day. Go to Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg is there and you can follow on Twitter. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg European headquarters here in London, I'm Caroline Heckman with this Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. So European equities are flat to slightly negative this morning. That's despite the bullish market we saw yesterday. Dow Jones climbing to first all-time highs in July, and the S&P 500 and Nasdaq indexes also reaching records yesterday. That positivity certainly was felt in Asia, with gains for the Nikkei, for example, up by 1.7% this morning, gains for the Shanghai Shenzhen by 300 in China, and the MSCI Asia Pacific all together up 0.9%. But as I say, here in Europe, that doesn't seem to have translated in terms of the sectors. The worst performing telecoms, real estate, and construction at the bottom of the heap right now. As for the US futures, and ahead to the market open, we're up 0.2% for S&P 500 and Dow Jones futures. And as for the fixed income space, 1.82%. So a gain in US yields continuing to rise, 4.6 basis points higher, in fact, and gain in terms of European yields, maybe 31 basis points, up 3.5 basis points for benchmark German yields. This also, as we have the RBA, they kept their cash rate unchanged overnight. We had some comments from Harry Kuroda talking about government needing to intervene, particularly the Japanese government needing to basically stimulus and spend more money. So that was interesting from Kuroda this morning. That is a look at the markets in Bloomberg Business Flash. Now, Roger Herring from the Global News. Good morning.
Caroline, anti-government protests are continuing with the chilling capital of Santiago. Police using water cannon and tear gas to disperse large crowds. At least 20 people died in the protests, which started last month after the government announced a hike in subway fares. The week quickly expanded to protest frustration over education, health services, and growing economic inequality. Air pollution in New Delhi remains near record levels, forcing the government to close schools and advise people to stay indoors. The air quality index spiked as high as 858 in some parts of the capital, after rising above 1,000 on the weekend. Readings of 50 are considered safe, but nearly 300 seems hazardous to health. And work less, make more. There's extreme game trailer, Microsoft Japan, which allowed staff a 4-day work week in August, after which it saw sales per employee increase 40% compared to a year earlier. In addition to skipping Fridays, the company shortened meetings to a maximum of 30 minutes and encouraged online chats over face-to-face meetings. Globally, 24 hours a day, on air, TikTok and Twitter, up to 2,700 journalists and analysts in 120 countries. I'm Roger Hearing. This is Now. Informed perspectives and expert data-driven commentary on breaking news.
It is 1:20 and this is the time to check in with Vivek Opinion. We're joined this morning by Indian police markets analyst who's been writing about bondholders and how they might take a different view of the Peugeot Fiat deal from their equity counterparts. Markets very good morning to you. So Peugeot's shareholders didn't perhaps think much of what they saw in the takeover of Italy's Fiat Chrysler, but bondholders see it a little differently. Why is that?
It's called European Central Bank. God bless them. They're backed by QE, and look, our bill of intelligence reckon that there may be 2.5 billion per month spent on corporate bonds and a total of 20 billion. I actually think it would be closer to 4 billion, i.e. 20%, which is roughly around where the majority of the time the corporate QE was running alongside regular government bond buying. Was around 20%, so I think that's more likely to be. And second, you think of how negative rates are across yields across most of the German, French curves, what have you. It probably makes more sense for these to be by corporate bonds, at least some yield, or investment grade in effect. And this is we found Peugeot and now Fiat have finally long last come up into investment grade. We daily bar one out of every rating and Fitch rates. Already investment grade Moody's are looking at it as well. So Peugeot there are really impressive polls. So they don't know anything of Fiat or Peugeot. They've got absolutely stacks of Volkswagen, BMW, Daimler, Benz, etc. So it makes sense. The only slightly strange thing here on this merger is it's on share. There's no debt being used to raise it. There's no need to raise any bonds. But that makes it even more attractive in some senses for your existing bondholder. You've got a big buyer and you've got no new debt in your board. So that's really why spreads are tightened substantially for Fiat. I wonder if Peugeot.
First of all, is I was having brunch with some millennials on Saturday. Although,
Did you have to pay?
yes, well, of course, I have to pick up the tab because I'm old. And also, they thought it would be a good idea to have brunch at 3 p.m., which was me.
So that's a millennial thing.
Dinner. But they were saying, well, they were saying I never would invest in automakers. That's the main thing I was short. We're all going to be borrowing, sharing cars, and also they all want to drive electric cars, which is a huge investment that Peugeot and Fiat are far behind on. Don't these two laggards have just too much spend in front of them?
Well, possibly, but the point is that's exactly what they've been. So you've got Fiat Chrysler, you've got Peugeot, a whole bunch of names. These guys are all having to come together because the future spend, it may not be electric, it could be hydrogen. We still don't quite know where it's going to break as far as replacement cars for the combustion engine. We certainly know diesel has got a finite lifespan in most city centres, and this is going to knock on. But a bit like the oil industry, this is going to be around for quite a little while. And these are very big companies, and are more of their states and national champions. And I think for a bond investor who's looking maybe a 5 to 10 year horizon, this is pretty safe stuff, and I think that's the reason why they don't invest much and get too excited. But it's incredibly foreign. And really, where else do you go for yield? We've seen it across the last year or two. So people scramble Benefit, which is a well-known household name, which is offering some full yield.
Okay, Marcus, thank you very much. Yeah, fascinating that not only does this perhaps improve the balance sheet of these two specific firms, but it also puts them on the radar for a new buyer as well in the form of the ECB. Thank you very much, Vivek Opinion economist Marcus Ashford. You can read more on this and other stories from Vivek Opinion at vivek.com/opinion and on the terminal OP.
All right, speaking of oil investments, when we come back, we'll talk about one of the banks leading the IPO for Raincoat, the biggest oil producer in the world. This is
Inovalon is a leading provider of cloud-based platforms empowering data-driven healthcare for insurance companies, physicians, pharmacies, and pharmaceutical companies. Inovalon. Data has a story to tell. We give it a voice. INOVALON.com. This is Carol Nasser. Good Tracy Kelly Jordan today at 2 live in the Schwab Impact Conference in San Diego. We have fixed income, equity, so much more.
well, and one of the most anticipated earnings of the season, Peloton is out with their first quarterly report.
Bloomberg Business Week today starting at 2 on Bloomberg 1130. The Bloomberg Business app at BloombergRadio.com.
Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Attention investors, think of market ups and downs, operating cash flow of 18 to 21% targeted consistently. Want to plan around future recessions? National Realty's Passive Buildings Fund is made up of prime income producing real estate. You're secured on large apartment buildings. You're backed by $750 million of high quality new construction. You receive monthly electronic cash flow payments. You're diversified with 15 large buildings supporting your money. Your investment is managed and perfect for retirement. These private building locations back to you with hard money-making assets. Remember, no matter what type of market, it's always the landlord's market. Call now for your free guide to secured realty investment wealth. Just call now and learn our proven method. Our 13-year track record and 900 repeat investors proves it. Call 201-210-2727. That's 201-210-2727. And all product sale and securities only made by our private custom memorandum. Created person investment is past performance is no guarantee of future results. National is a real estate development firm. CSNRA.net.
Asset managers will please change to launch new strategies and distribution channels or explore new technology or re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, you act with agility more decisively. You run your businesses strategically. Yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, and client support and investor services to position your asset management business for success. I'm Brother Best.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in the competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/please-change.
Market insight from Bloomberg's brightest. Mornings on Bloomberg 1130.
On Wall Street, and Purple Cisa Ramos as we speak to the CEO of online travel site Trivago on the company's results and outlook. Plus, we'll get the latest on U.S. economic conditions.
Bloomberg Markets today at 10 a.m. on the Social Business News Leader. Bloomberg 1130. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Sharon Young.
U.S. stocks on all-time highs on Monday, following reports the U.S. and China are closing in on a partial trade deal. Joining us now is Kramer Capital Research CIO Hillary Kramer. Hillary, great to have you back. So, of course, it doesn't hurt that about 80% of S&P 500 companies that have reported have beat EPS estimates. So I have to wonder how much of this rally has to do with the good news of trade and how much because of earnings.
Generally, it's this optimism around a trade deal solving all problems, being the be-all and end-all. Earnings were good, they were decently strong. But once it took off after the first week, and we had some good news from JP Morgan, the banks, and then the industrials reported, everything was already baked in once we got all of that. And then it's all just been like, okay, great, we're going to have a signed phase one deal by month end. Let's just bring these. But let's take the industry to the next highest level.
Valuations keep moving higher. So what will it take to sustain this rally?
Well, the Fed would have to keep cutting, and the Fed isn't going to keep cutting. I mean, there is deficit, but we're not going to have a cut in December. And so the reason we have this technology rally, it all just has to do with pure valuation.
Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings.
Broadcasting live to London on CNBC Digital Radio, New York, Bloomberg 1130.
991 to Boston, Bloomberg 1061 to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960 around the globe. Remember, visit us at BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning from the German capital, Berlin. I'm Matt Miller.
And I'm Anna Edwards. You're listening to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. We get some data breaking in just now from the UK. So let's get to that. UK October services PMI rises up 50. The estimate was 49.7. So it's not a great big outperformance versus the estimate, but it is back over 50. And of course, that maybe psychologically that helps. 50 is to divide by between growth and contraction across those PMI numbers. So UK services kind of stagnating amid persistent Brexit uncertainty, but at least a little bit better than had been anticipated. That follows on from construction numbers yesterday that looked to be pretty weak. So that's the UK story. Just checking in on the pound. Any significant movement on that data was really you can see 128.84. A fairly flat pound versus the dollar at this stage of the trading table. Keep an eye on that. In terms of the other data we need to check, we check the data every 15 minutes here on Bloomberg Radio. We've got stocks in Europe, broadly speaking, pretty flat. We have the IBEX is actually down by 0.1%, but elsewhere we see some moves to the upside, such as a little bit of 0.1% and the DAX stronger like 10%. The IBEX story, we saw some wind power business in Spain coming under pressure in the early part of the trading day, and so that's part of the narrative over in Spain. Looking more broadly, though, US futures are pointing more positive, and in fact, increasingly positive as we go through the session here in Europe. So a stubbornly flat European picture, but we've got US futures pointing higher by 2.3% this hour. Oil prices are a little firmer this morning, 56.85 WTI, and the US 10-year yield will take further as we see money going out of the perceived safe haven of government debt and more into risk assets. So 182.7 is what we trade in the US 10-year yield. The dollar is fairly flat right now. We see money in keeping with that risk-on move we saw in Asia. We see money coming out of the yen. The yen is down 15 cents, so 4%. That's really the big move in the FX.
All right, so interesting to see the levels we are and the moving on between Mexico and now that we have so much trade optimism. As people in the market rally up until now, White House officials awaiting a decision to remove some tariffs on Chinese imports. That's the latest line from Bloomberg News. Meanwhile, China is reviewing locations in the U.S. to sign the first phase of a trade deal, according to sources. U.S. Goldman Sachs CEO Dave Sullivan, there is reason to be optimistic, and I did just that here in Berlin. We discussed the latest developments in U.S.-China trade tensions.
If you're watching what's coming out of the administration in Washington, if you're listening to what's coming out of China, I think it feels like both are incentivized to have some sort of a phase one deal. So it looks like there's some progress and something forward. I think the issues are complicated. There'll be a lot more to talk about, but I'm relatively optimistic based on the data points I'm watching just as you are. It feels like we're going to have something disruptive happen.
And how much damage do you think has been done, though? Can that be reversed? Can the economy be salvaged?
Well, first of all, the global economy is still growing and it's chugging along. I think the trajectory of growth has slowed over the course of the last 12 months. But what the trade tension has done is the trade tension has acted as a headwind to growth. So if you remove that headwind, that should be positive for the momentum of growth of the economy in the short term.
It's not the only uncertainty, obviously, faced out with investors. Well, in the U.S., I think it's more and more the political situation has been uncertain. The Democrats are moving towards an impeachment. You've got some very progressive candidates on the Democrat side for 2020. How much of a concern is, first of all, impeachment for you? Well, how business is in the U.S.?
Look, I think that process, the process of impeachment and how it plays out to the degree that there was an impeachment hearing and the President of the United States was removed from office, that would obviously be a very, very significant event. I don't see that as something that's likely. So at the moment, I think we're in a political process where there's a lot of discussion about this. I think the bigger thing the markets are focused on is not the impeachment process in the U.S., but more what's happening in the election. And I think it's very early to really predict and call it. We're watching the election like everybody else, and it's going to be an interesting process in the next 6 to 9 months as the candidates take shape and we see what I think will be a pretty interesting election in the United States.
Still a lot of uncertainty, and I think I recall when you came into the job, you were looking at maybe a 15% chance for recession. Recently, you said it's getting closer to 25. What do you think about the possibility of U.S. recession?
You're making the science of something that I'm trying to get a sense of. So you're quoting me correctly. As recently I've said that I still think the chance of a U.S. recession between now and the election is small. Distribution outcomes is a smaller outcome. I said roughly 25%. If we had talked about it 9 months ago, I probably would have told you it was very small, 15%. So I do think the uncertainty has increased a little bit some of the risk, but I still think when you look at the economic data and look at the earnings momentum, we've seen 4 or 5% earnings growth in the U.S. as we're watching the earnings reports. Consumers still very healthy. I don't see anything that indicates the consumer's weakening. There's no question the industrial and manufacturing part of the economy is slow. But when you look at the whole package, I think the chance of a recession in the near term is not significant.
So that was the Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon speaking exclusively to be here in Berlin. Always great when the CEO of Goldman Sachs stops by our German capital and just get a chance to talk to him about some stuff. Didn't want to talk too much about Raincoat specifically. They want to lead banks on the IPO.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good client relationship, essentially. We'll get go to in detail there, but you did push him on valuation of tech startups, which I thought was a really interesting conversation. Worth digging out if you have access to that, because that was really interesting. You pull back against this idea that it's difficult to value them, so it is always possible. Let's get the global news now. Here's the first question.
China's president is backing leadership by chief executive carry out. That's despite 5 months of pro-democracy protests that have caused many problems in the city. President Xi says ending violence and restoring order remain the most important tasks in the city. Land remains in the job market, denying reports of Beijing planning to remove them. The EU is closing in on an accord that will allow the US government and American companies to participate in joint defense projects. Bloomberg's Nikos Christopoulos says it could remove a source of friction in transatlantic ties.
The accord can be discussed by EU ambassadors in Brussels on Wednesday. Also paves the way for closer military cooperation between the EU and the UK was placed, while at the same time it closes the door to countries with non-democratic systems, such as China, to such cooperation. Brussels, Nikos Christopoulos, Bloomberg Daily, Europe.
In the US, President Trump has formally begun the process of withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord. The move was announced back in 2017. It will take another year to complete. This sets the stage for the US departure from the deal on November the 4th next year, the day after the 2020 presidential election. Here in the UK, Labour MP Lindsay Hoyle has been elected Speaker of the House of Commons. As Bloomberg's Thomas Penny reports, he's promised to heal divisions over Brexit, but hasn't revealed his own stance on the matter.
After wearing things like he promised to be neutral, transparent, and independent as he gives up his political affiliation to chair meetings in Parliament. And if no one party wins a majority in the 7/12 election, all eyes will be on Hoyle to set the tone as lawmakers support the UK's departure from the EU. In London, Thomas Penny, Bloomberg Daily Europe.
Global news 24 hours a day on air and TikTok and Twitter, found by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Roger Geary, and this is Bloomberg.
Thanks very much for that, Roger. Now, what is Paul's news headlines for it?
Liverpool and Chelsea take giant steps towards qualifying for the Champions League last 16 tonight, despite opening group stage defeats. Both are now in strong positions. Liverpool face the Belgians game at Anfield, despite a huge Premier League clash with Manchester City coming up on Sunday. This Jurgen Klopp says his players know how to focus.
We have to create an incredible atmosphere and we have to maximize as comfortable as possible again. We have to make sure that we get these 3 points because that's why we're doing all this stuff.
Chelsea looks like that, they beat 1-0 in Amsterdam when they last met in Group H, but manager Frank Lampard is pointing his side with complacency.
At this level, you're not going to get results, so it's very much a case of getting away from ourselves. Getting the wins, I hope to get through.
West Brom are back on top of the championship this morning. They've been struggling to score 2-0 last night with goals from Methodist and Hal Robson-Carney. Let's get the US sports now for that league fast. Steve.
Monday Night Football at MetLife was all Cowboys in the second half, which included 21-4 to beat the Giants 37-18. New York is now dropping 5 in a row on the 127, 118 at the Chase Center. Eric Bassel at 34 and 13. Next down the Pelicans at Barclays, 135, 125. Another big night for Kyrie Irving, 39 and 9. And the Wizards, their first win on their home floor, 115-99 over the Pistons. Troy Brown Jr. with 14 and 10. NBA Fox NBC Sports Update.
Thanks very much for that, Pete. Coming up on Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, John Norwood, head of cross-asset fundamental strategy at JP Morgan, joins us next. US equities continuing to hit new record highs, some conflicting research alerts a good time to pile into risk assets. All right, we'll talk about that with John and plenty of this.
Welcome to Bloomberg on Freedom. Stand by Chair Richard Thurman on job.
The U.S. economy is very resilient, and these are good numbers.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the economy.
We just have to be taking and just triple down.
Summer Secretary Wilbur Ross on U.S.-China trade. Decision makers. Marty Bloomberg every day on Bloomberg 1130. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. Why is J.D. Power ranked Commonwealth Financial Network #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms for the 6th straight time? We think it comes down to one thing: you. Because it's your input and feedback that keeps us focused on what's most important to you and your clients, and continually pushes us to be the best we can be. Maybe that's why we receive top marks in every category of the J.D. Power 2019 Advisor Satisfaction Survey. They named us #1 in client support, #1 in firm leadership, #1 in operations support, #1 in compensation, #1 in professional development support, and #1 in technology support. Ready to partner with the best? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit commonwealth.com and feel the power. Member FINRA Pacific Registered Investment Advisor. For 2019 J.D. Power Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Startups and research universities like New Jersey Institute of Technology are fueling the innovation economy, and few people are better positioned to see what's on the horizon in New Jersey than physicist and state representative Andrew Zwicker. How technology is transforming our financial sector is revolutionary, and some of us in New Jersey, we are innovators when it comes to agriculture, and there is opportunity now for great transformation in how are we going to grow food in an ever-growing population. How do we turn urban centers into agricultural centers? Thomas Williams is another one who has some of the world's leading experts and how this will transform how those who are either elderly or are visually impaired, mobility impaired, certain autonomies transform their lives and have access to transportation that they've never had before. NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu/research.
Complex. A word that is used to describe the business world often. Do you have the resources you need to simplify the complex? Join Eisner Amper during our annual Summit Series this fall in New York City, Long Island, New Jersey, Philadelphia, and South Florida. We have leading-edge speakers and networking with your city's top business leaders. Each summit is tailored to dig deeper into emerging trends and reform guidelines. National network, local impact. Go to EisnerAmper.com/summits to look at agendas and request registration.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stuff. Text and be late to work. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working. And maybe text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever. Hi. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, get your phone to a passenger. You're in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTexts.rex.org. Public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Joins later this morning at Bloomberg Surveillance.
Equities at all-time highs going into the final stretch of 2019. Live top show with JOMCM weighs in. And on this reserves have been
to engineer a soft landing in 2020. We speak to Jeff Norman and G.
Bloomberg surveillance starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg 1130. Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg Radio.com.
Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Taylor Raynes.
As these weeks shake up at the top of McDonald's, has investors wondering how it will affect the company's strategy, which was poised to rely heavily on technology. From Uber Eats to kiosks and stores, the Austin CEO, Steve Lucifer, had a distinct vision for the fast food giant, and he dedicated a good chunk of investment to innovation. Now, it will be up to Chris Kapinski to keep tabs on modernization efforts at the chain's 38,000 restaurants. With more, is Morningstar consumer equity strategist RJ Conaby, given that we're at a technology show, really focused on those key innovations that McDonald's really has made. How much of the growth in the last few years and the outperformance of the stock really hinged on those investments in technology?
I'd say it was a major driver. I wouldn't say it was completely dependent on technology, but it certainly was a major part of the company's growth the last couple of years. I think you have to factor in things like menu simplification and putting the refranchising, so putting company on stores in the hands of franchisees. You can take a look at kind of the velocity drivers, so things like really growth, things like the kiosks within the stores, delivery, mobile orders, those were very important. So I'd say it's probably the top contributor, but certainly played a part of a broader mosaic.
Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable systems.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg is there and on Twitter. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And here from Bloomberg's UK headquarters in London, I'm Caroline Hooker with this Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. So a few news lines. President Xi Jinping stressing China's commitment to global trading in his speech in Shanghai, and also the PMI figures that came out for the UK's dominant services sector flatlining in October. The PMI comes in at 50 on the nose. And in terms of the markets this morning, that positivity that we saw from the possibility of a trade deal between the US and China seems to have lost its momentum. Certainly, the US stock 600 is flat right now. The first 100 are gaining 0.3%, the DAX just up a notch, up almost a 1/10%. The big decliner in terms of individual stocks is Pandora, down 11.4%. We were speaking to the CEO just earlier this morning, 6 to 8 weeks into their turnaround plan, their new stock that they've been bringing out, not well liked by investors, it seems. And in terms of the fixed income markets, 1.82% for US benchmark yields are up 4 basis points. German good yields at negative 31 basis points, also high 3 basis points. Spanish yields, they're in the middle of the election wrangling at 32 basis points, also half 1.5 basis points there. In terms of the FX base, the US dollar spot index is weaker at 10.1%, so continuing that rebound softness. The pound trade at 128.88 and euro at 1.1129. Of course, after you had the ECB's Christine Lagarde give her first speech last night as ECB president. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm here, Roger King, with all of the global news. Good morning.
Good morning, Caroline. India has decided against joining a trade agreement covering much of Asia. It paves the way for 15 other countries to sign the China-backed deal next year. India says it has significant issues with the deal, such as the creation of a comprehensive economic partnership or RCEP. For the first time in 5 years, the UK's terror level threat has been lowered from severe to substantial. It means the chances of an attack have gone from quite likely to highly likely to likely. Home Secretary Priti Patel says the public should remain vigilant and any concerns to the police. Now remember the thing that no bit of evidence in this Israel had a plan to block London's House of Parliament was spoiled in 1601 in a group of Catholics who planted 36 barrels of gunpowder over the building that was killed the Protestant King James I. Guy Fawkes was found guarding the explosives and was executed. Seen in images, Guy Fawkes saw the fireworks remember the gunpowder actions and was Global News 24 hours a day on here on TikTok and Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Roger Geary. This is All Matter.
It's my favorite holiday, Guy Fawkes Day.
We don't get a holiday there, do we? No, no time off. We just,
I mean, I don't mean like a bank holiday. I just use my favorite day of the celebration. You know, remember the 5th of November.
That kind of dark backstory, but yes, I see what you mean.
Coming up next, our colleagues in the U.S. are getting ready for Bloomberg Daybreak. Let's check in with Nathan Hager. Nathan, what do you got?
Well, we are looking at risk on once again. Markets poised for yet more records on this guy Fox Day with the U.S. and China seeming to edge yet closer to a phase one trade deal. The mood music certainly seems to be taking hold on markets this morning. We're going to hear more from our conversation with Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon about where things stand in the U.S.-China trade story, and we'll bring in Peter Gordon, Chief Economist Simon French, on where he thinks the discussions are headed and what a phase one deal could mean for headwinds for the global economy. Plus, we will be watching shares of Uber in the pre-market after mixed earnings from the ride-hailing company that wants to be more than a ride-hailing company. We'll break down those numbers with Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence as Karen Moscow and I get set for Bloomberg Daybreak on this 5th of November.
All right, very much looking forward to it. Nathan Hager and Karen Moscow up next on Bloomberg Daybreak. If you're listening on Sirius XM, channel 119, you can get them there, or really anywhere in the world, frankly, on Bloomberg.com, on your mobile device, on your PC, I guess, so use one of those. If you're cruising around London in your Lady Countach, and you've upgraded your stereo system to like a new digital headset, then you can hear Bloomberg surveillance instead on London DAB. And I always see so many Lamborghinis. You know what's weird? I see so many Lamborghinis and Ferraris in London. Well, that's also, yeah, that's funny. That's these buildings about bits of London, you think. But it seems to me it's so strange because it's also the city with the worst traffic in the developed world. So why does everybody need to be driving, these Aventadors up and down the
They don't.
I don't
They
get
don't. No, they don't need to, but they probably can't. US equities, I'm sure the team in the US on Daybreak America will be picking up on the fact that US equities hit bullish records this week with the Dow, the S&P 500 and Nasdaq all touching new highs. And according to our next guest, the recovery in global growth, improving trade rhetoric and central bank easing could push the S&P 500 to 3,200 sooner than expected for more exponential moves head of process and fundamental strategy at JP Morgan. So, good morning to you, John. I've seen some people saying we've seen a big rally, it's risk on from here, keep pushing equities higher, and others saying risk assets are up too far to understand. I guess you're the former camp there.
I don't think they've gone too far from the judgment relative to what the markets typically do in a turning point in business cycle. The global economy bottoms, usually that's followed by at least 3 quarters of improving growth, and that's also accompanied by gains in stock prices of about 10%. So you've seen some of that already. You haven't seen the fullness of what markets can deliver if the global economy is stepping up to try to hit.
So what does the global economy need? I mean, clearly it's not going to get a full-on trade deal, but all central banks are super accommodative. People are starting to talk about more fiscal spending. What does the global economy need right now to unleash the animal spirits?
I don't think it needs any more than the absence of headlines around geopolitics and time, because there has been a good amount of central bank easing in the background, both in terms of how many basis points lower rates are, and then a year ago, and also how broadly how many countries eased policy, and it's certainly on par with what we've seen in the past in terms of how much monetary easing is necessary to deliver that volume of growth and return to trend. So I think enough has been done to get that trend expansion. I think the big question is what do you do to in terms of animal spirits is when it gets that much capex up going and extends that initial term growth into something above trend that goes on for a couple of years. I think actually there's a lot more clarity on policy. Will the tariffs be rolled back, and if so, by how much? And also, the next year's president is going to test the policy risk in the U.S. that may get crystallized in the next couple of quarters, and that's the strength of the capex expansion. Doesn't prevent the short-term move that we see now. But I think if you talk about this persisting throughout 2020, you need a lot more clarity with what it's on.
And so you haven't seen enough. So when you look at the earnings season so far, John, you haven't seen enough confidence from executives around that capital expenditure story. And what you're saying, you see a short-term boost, but the longer-term story then needs what from the US on trade. It needs what from actually roll back the tariffs in their face right now.
Exactly. I think you need roll back on tariffs, and you need to start to form a kind of constructive view of how the U.S. will twist elections much about. That could be a divided government, Republican or a Democrat. It could be a return of Trump to the White House, but with no interest on aggressive China further. So there are some possible paths that would make the confidence of the outlook is just getting any clearer to this, I think, for quite a while. So I feel like this is a short-term move, but still a little bit of that.
What do you think about Europe, John? I mean, we've seen big rallies year to date, but we're not looking at indexes that are at all-time highs like in the U.S. And earnings haven't been, the United States hasn't been great either. Plus, even though Wilbur Ross said maybe the U.S. doesn't need to tariffs on cars, you still have that threat of the U.S.-Europe trade war looming over these businesses.
You do. I think Europe has been uniquely handicapped over the past year by three issues. One was Brexit, one was the trade war, and the third was the dislocations of the German industry. So I think all of these are going to fade simultaneously over the next 6 months, that you could get a more impressive recovery in European growth relative to any other economy at least. I tend to think that when these uncertainties persist, the trade wars really a blow against globalization, and the economy has been better success for globalization as Germany has been. So I think there are some lots of questions about what's the path of German growth in a world that's less globalized. The Brexit issue is far from resolved. The withdrawal agreement has not been passed yet, but as importantly, the UK has now started that process of negotiating the future arrangement with Europe. So I feel like there are a number of persistent concerns about Europe, which make trend probably the best that we can achieve.
Just briefly, John, we talked earlier on, or Matt talked earlier on today, that's over at Goldman Sachs, and he was critical of negative interest rates in Europe and suggested they hold back European growth. Just briefly, are they going to remain, though, part of the story for Europe, so the support package that Europe has?
I think so. I think in the view of the ECB and other central banks that experiment with negative interest rates, their perspective on this is that maybe growth did accelerate, but growth might have actually been worse had they not moved rates into negative territory. So as long as they have that mindset that this was better than nothing, and the alternative could have been deflation, zero nominal GDP growth, and it was easy.
Yeah, second guest is this panel talking about just don't know the counterfactual. John, thank you very much. John Norman, head of cross asset fundamental strategy at JP Morgan.
All right, up next, it's Bloomberg Surveillance of Real Estate in London, DAB, listening on Sirius XM in New York. Good morning. Bloomberg Daybreak is up next. Interesting weather between minutes on Bloomberg 11:30 this morning on Peter Pan. Watch out on the Manwick south on first off changes the off ramp from Jackson Robinson Parkway. But once you get by that, you have the push up by Hillside Avenue. That right lane is blocked. We can work on the Grand Central Parkway west. Not going to be able to use the off ramp to keep Gardens interchange. But he has camera shots, nice quiet start to Washington Bridge. All construction is clear. If you're heading in the low level easy pass along your approach, Palisades to the Parkway, and if you go both to Lincoln Tunnel and Holland Tunnel. So some work in town for the Arcade Tri-Road Bridge. So it's closed down. It should reopen in a few minutes. If you're blocked, you have to get used to off ramp for the crossing. Now, once you're in the city, there's some work on the FDR line northbound 20s into the 30s, southbound 90s down into the 70s, and also the West Side Highway heading downtown to see construction as you make your way from the 90s into the 80s. New Jersey Turnpike, southbound front lanes are closed. All previous side is suspended today due to Bruce with that. 53 degrees, Central Park, Booker 11:30, 3-day forecast. Cloudy, mild today, chances of showers with a high for 60. Sunshine tomorrow, 50 to 55. Sunny, cloudy Thursday, late day showers, high near 55. Best ride in the city, Bloomberg 11:30. Bloomberg 11:30. Bloomberg Big Race up next.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and the TikTok on Twitter. This is WBR New York, Bloomberg 11:30.
Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Worker Studio, this is Bloomberg Daybreak for Tuesday, November 5th, 2019. Coming up this hour.
U.S. futures gain as Beijing and Washington move closer to a trade deal. We're so close. China wants to make a deal so bad
China's currency strengthens, stocks in Asia climb and even slide.
Plus, the outlook for OPEC darkens as demand for oil declines.
More transcripts of testimony will be released today by House impeachment panels. Plus, it's election day. I'm Michael Barr. More ahead.
I've got Sergio in sports tonight football headlines on the Cowboys pull away and the Giants to a 5-3 loss. A win for the Nets, a loss for the Rangers.
That's all straight ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak. On Bloomberg 1130 New York. Bloomberg 99.1 Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 106.1 Boston. Bloomberg 9060 San Francisco. Sirius XM 119. And around the world on BloombergRadio.com and via the Bloomberg Radio app.
Good morning, I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager. Bloomberg Daybreak brought to you by Inovalon, a leading provider of cloud-based platforms empowering data-driven healthcare for insurance companies, physicians, pharmacy, and pharmaceutical companies. Inovalon, data has a story to tell. Inovalon gives it a voice.
Interest futures are gaming this morning. Follow one on Wall Street and we check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. S&P futures are up 7.5 points. Dow futures up 76. Nasdaq futures up 26. The DAX in Germany is up about 0.2%. CAC Paris up 0.1%, and the FTSE 100 up 0.4%. Nikkei 225 in Japan jumped 1.8%. Hang Seng in Hong Kong up 0.5%. 10-year Treasury down 12/30 seconds or 1.82%. Yield on the 2-year 1.59%. NYMEX crude oil up 0.6% or 36 cents at 56.90 a barrel. COMEX gold is down 0.3% or $4.80 at 15.0680 an ounce. The euro 1.1129 against the dollar and the yen 108.85. Nathan.
It is all about trade this morning as we see more signs the U.S. and China could be closer to the
We're so close. China wants to make a deal so bad.
And President Trump's out of the negotiations and around in Kentucky. Meanwhile, China is asking the White House to roll back some tariffs as part of the phase one agreement. Sources say Beijing wants to roll back some as much as $360 billion in China's goods. Here with more is Bloomberg's Tom Kenzie in Shanghai.
They said if you want to get a full deal, a comprehensive deal, all of those tariffs will need to be removed. And if you want to get to phase one, phase two, phase three, then they have hinted, particularly in state media, that they want to see at least some of those tariffs rolled back. So now we're able to report that maybe the US is considering lifting the tariffs that were imposed on September the 1st on about $110 billion worth of Chinese goods. Tariffs that were valued about 15%, by the way. Now, the debate, of course, continues within DC, but maybe that is the price that the US is willing to pay in order to get President Xi to the US to sign off on the phase one part of the deal, because, of course, we've heard that Chinese officials are considering that, and that the states of Iowa, Alaska, and Hawaii are in play in terms of potential locations.
Simon Kenzie reports, while China is asking for a rollback on tariffs, there is no word yet on a decision. China's currency strengthened past 7 per dollar on the news, the first time it's reached that level since August.
Meanwhile, President Xi Jinping is touting the global trading order in open economies at a keynote speech in China. Look at the details from the Bloomberg Daybreak Asia anchor Brian Curtis in Hong Kong.
President Xi says China will generate more imports and will cut tariffs further. He told the China International Import-Expo China will open its doors wider. This expo is designed to show that China is shifting its economy toward consumption by buying more foreign goods. This was China again positioning itself as a champion of the global trading order at a time the U.S. is backing away. As a colleague put it, the current message here is look what we have to offer. Why would you risk it? In Hong Kong, Brian Curtis, Bloomberg Daybreak. All right, Brian, thank you. And then at Goldman Sachs, let's what he's hearing on trade negotiations. CEO David Solomon weighed in on progress in an interview with Bloomberg from Berlin.
If you're watching what's coming out of the administration in Washington, if you're listening to what's coming out of China, I think it feels like both are incentivized to have some sort of a phase one deal. So there looks like there's some progress in some moving forward. I think the issues are complicated, and there'll be a lot more to talk about, but I'm relatively optimistic. It feels like we're going to have something constructive on it.
Goldman Sachs stock has taken a hit since trade tensions ramped up in April of last year. It's down 12% in that time, compared to a gain of 16% for the S&P 500.
The Hong Kong trade gave a boost to equities in Asia overnight. Bloomberg's Rashad Salama joins us from Hong Kong with details. Good morning, Rashad.
Good morning, Karen. Asian stocks pushing higher. Chinese equities, including those in Hong Kong, getting a boost from the central bank. The PBOC reduced the cost of one-year funds to banks for the first time since 2016. Real down by numbers Tokyo. Japanese stocks playing catch up after Monday's public holiday. Also, the improved mood
Japan trade is touching the fractious relationship between Japan and South Korea. We've got both leaderships agreed to calm things down. The Nikkei 225 ending the session 1.75% to the upside. In Hong Kong, I'm Rashad Salami, Movement Gateway. I'm Rich, thank you. OPEC is out with its annual world oil report. It's a grim picture for the group. OPEC projects demand for its oil declining and its share of world markets shrinking as U.S. shale continues flooding the market. We get more from Bloomberg Senior Wireless in London. Looking at sign for the excellent research before about turn around the economy and some of the things looking crazy again. So they're looking at exactly the same numbers everyone else. And I think they're going to do exactly the same conclusions as most people in most asset classes. It's going to be a troubling time ahead next year. So oil reversed earlier losses on that report. Right now, Brent crude is trading at $62.71 a barrel, a gain of 0.9%.
Turning to earnings now, Uber Technologies is out with results that fell flat with investors. The ride-hailing company beat estimates for revenue but posted a lackluster gains in bookings and monthly active users. That has shares down 6% in early trading. Mandeep Singh covers Uber for Bloomberg Intelligence.
I don't know if investors are going to want to sell at this price simply because the fundamentals seem to be improving. They're seemingly at an inflection when it comes to profitability, but the sentiment is really negative.
Uber stock could see more pressure tomorrow when a lockup for some shareholders expires.
Now today, you get the first set of earnings from Peloton following its IPO in September. More Bloomberg's Raincoat. Bloomberg Intelligence says Peloton's long-term growth prospects in building its customer base. Currently consists of more than 500,000 subscribers. It's done well selling subscriptions, actual fitness hardware at high cost to play on midterm profitability. Peloton generates most of its revenue from the sale of upscale exercise bikes and treadmills. In New York, I'm Larry Thompson, Bloomberg Gateway.
All right, Larry, thank you. And Bloomberg Gateway continues.
All right, Karen, thank you very much. It is 5:07 on Wall Street. Let's time to check the latest world and national headlines with Michael Barr. Good morning.
Good morning, Nathan. Transcripts from the depositions of two diplomats dealing with U.S. relations with Ukraine are expected to be released today in the House impeachment inquiry. House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff says transcripts come from the former special envoy for Ukraine, Kurt Volker, and U.S. Ambassador to the EU, Gordon Sondland.
Republicans are present for all of these depositions, and in fact, they had equal opportunity Democrats to ask questions, and you will see they took full advantage of those opportunities to ask questions.
It's election day, and the nation is looking at four key states that can give some insight on next year's presidential elections. President Trump traveled to Kentucky for a rally in voting. Other states being watched are Mississippi, Virginia, and New Jersey. One issue on the ballot in Jersey City includes curbing short-term rentals like Airbnb. Assembly seats are also up for grabs in New Jersey and New York. Voters in Queens will choose a new district attorney, replace long-serving district attorney Richard Brown, who died in May. In New York City, Police Commissioner James O'Neill stepping down after 3 years in the position they had in the private sector.
It's the right time. And it's time to move forward. And when people has to move forward, and we're going to do it.
O'Neill said criticism he faced from some in law enforcement, finding the officer implicated in the Eric Garner chokehold death was not a motivating factor. Derek Shea takes over at the end of the month. Opening statements can come as soon as today as President Trump's confidant Roger Stone goes on trial for lying to Congress, obstruction, and witness tampering. Bloomberg's Bob Moon is previewing.
With the longtime Republican operative keeping Trump campaign informed on what stolen documents were being scanned and being released, Trump's former lawyer Michael Cohen told Congress earlier this week that the U.S. Attorney's Office put Stone on a speakerphone with busy making there would be a massive dump of emails that would damage Hillary Clinton's campaign. Mr. Trump responded to the effect. Would that be great? So interested in an August 2016 tweet that would soon be campaign chairman John Podesta's quote found in the barrel 64 on his party just documents.
Globally, 24 hours a day on air and TikTok on Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. On Congress gives me a birthday.
All right, Michael. Thank you. 5:09 on Wall Street. Time for the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update. Here's John Sanchez.
Nathan, Pittsburgh lost the Giants 6 in a row against the Cowboys. Dallas, who inexplicably lost to the Jets a few weeks ago, MetLife returned. They blew 37-18 in
Tonight's game is close to Matt Dallas led by just a point. Going to the fourth quarter, then pulled away. Red zone problems for the Giants. 4 times settled for field goals. Quarterback Daniel Jones. We started better than we had, but we still missed our options, still touchdowns. We had the ball down there. I think that was costly for us, and structurally, it's frustrating to lose, but we got to make sure that we learn from it and we improve. And I think that's what we'll do. The fumble, interception on Dak Prescott, he could KTV's at Zeke Elliott outrushed Saquon Barkley 139-28. Sunday at MetLife, Giants and Jets. By the way, and Barkley advanced up for the Pelicans 135-125. Kyrie Irving continues to pour in the points. He had 39. He's averaging 32 a game. Speaking of NBA, Brandon Ingram at 40. For New Orleans, Golden State won for the first time in Sue Arena. At the Garden, Rangers never in this one lost to Iowa 62. At City Field, 42. Carlos Beltran introduced manager of the Mets. I'm a little bit overwhelmed by this opportunity, but at the same time, I'm excited. Looking forward to managing Buffalo, looking forward to continue to establish relationships in this city. I just can't wait to rewrite our story. Being the manager of the new Mets, 22nd manager in team history, the 9th also put. Remember our NBC Sports update. All right, John, thanks. In other sports news, looks like Wall Street's running up the score when it comes to sports betting. Morgan Stanley predicts the U.S. market will generate almost $7 billion in annual revenue within 5 years. That's 8 times what it generated this year. $2 billion more than estimates Morgan Stanley issued less than a year ago. Futures pointing to more gains on Wall Street. This is Bloomberg. And it's coming up to 5:12 on Wall Street. Straight ahead, we speak with Simon French, chief economist of India Gordon, as the U.S. and China edge closer to a phase 1 deal. Will it turn the headwinds for the global economy? Stay with us. This is Daybreak.
Market Insight from Bloomberg Fridays. Mornings on Bloomberg 11:30.
Wall Street, join me and my co-host Lisa Ramos as we'll speak to the CEO of online travel site Trivago on the company's results and outlook. Plus, we'll get the latest on U.S. economic conditions.
Bloomberg Markets today at 10 a.m. on the Global Business News Leader, Bloomberg 11:30, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Today's financial tip: invest in an Enzo custom silver. The experts at Enzo Custom take over 31 personalized machines to fit your body and posture. Customize everything from fabric to monogramming to fit your personality and style. Enjoy $100 off your first Enzo Custom suit starting at $495. Visit EnzoCustom.com/offer to schedule your free custom consultation today. That's EnzoCustom.com/offer. Enzo Custom Suits. Custom styled for you.
Something remarkable happens when just the right elements come together. Ideas with technology, data with inspiration, investors with solutions. This is what Invesco does every day because they believe the possibilities of life and investing are greater when we come together. Invesco. Let's invest in greater possibilities together. To learn more, visit Invesco.com/together. Invesco Distributors Incorporated. Dear Calvary Hospital, when my mom was suffering at the end of her life, we knew that Calvary's expert at-home care was the solution. After all, it was only 10 years earlier that your expert Calvary at-home staff relieved my dad's pain and anguish during his final days at home. What was most remarkable, that both times, they not only provided pain-free comfort and care for our parents, but you also turned a stressful situation filled with anxiety and uncertainty into a peaceful one for all of us. Twice, you created a quality of life that we never knew was possible during these times. We will never forget what you did for our dad, our mom, and us. Julia Federico.
This is Frank Calvary, president of Calvary Hospital. The Calvary Home, experience of unique Calvary care right in your own home. Call us today, 718-518-2465.
When it comes to financial advice, there are a wealth of options out there. But the advice you're getting clear and straightforward. With Fidelity Wealth Management, you'll have a financial advisor who helps you grow and protect your wealth. We'll offer strategies designed to reduce the impact of taxes while explaining about fees and your options. And we'll always offer clear recommendations for your full financial picture. Learn Glossy.com/wealth. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE, SIPC. Dell celebrates your small business this season with a Black Friday sneak peek. Our biggest Black Friday ever starts right now. Save up to 45% on Windows 10 computers with Intel Core processors before Windows 7 support ends January 15, 2020. Save on servers, plus a huge selection of the latest electronics, all with free shipping. Call 877-5DELL to talk to a Dell Small Business Technology Advisor who can help you find just the right tech. That's 877-5DELL or visit Dell.com/business deals. Bloomberg Gateway brought to you by Withams Financial Services Team combines private equity markets expertise with deep industry insights to address the advisory, audit, and tax needs for funds portfolio companies. Visit withams.com/PE. As I've been seen on Wall Street, time to check Land Rover and part-time traffic. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for special lease and finance offers. Land Rover, above and beyond 20 years. All right, good morning. We're starting out with Cotton on Van Week Sound. A little busy on the Hillside Avenue. They just cleared the collision. And also on Van Week Southbound, you can use the off-ramp from Jackie Robinson Parkway. If you're not going to construction, if you're on the Grand Central Parkway westbound, the off-ramp to Garden Searching is also closed. So some markers down at PR 5, northbound 20s into the 30s, southbound 30s back into the 20s, and the West Side Highway, the 20s northbound, southbound 90s into the 70s. Looking at camera shots, none of that start with Washington Bridge, Lakeland, and Autumn House, just the turnpike, all the way down the western coast by the Coast Plaza, where 16W got a collision, all two sides is suspended, easily to look down. Report is sponsored by Credit Karma, to these really big credit scores, and free credit borrowing, one credit on the check, download the credit on the app now. 153 degrees, central time, 211 degrees. Taking lows and some showers, 60, sunny tomorrow, 50, 55, 35 on Thursday, Saturday, a shower, and on Monday, 55. Best rock in the city, Bluebird 1130, Bluebird Gateway, Tuesday.
Markets headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the news app, and TikTok on Twitter. Bloomberg Business Flash.
And here in Moscow, U.S. index futures are rising as investors kept an eye on signs that the U.S. and China are inching toward a trade deal. Treasuries are falling, not the yuan strengthened past 7 for the first time since August. And we check the markets every 15 minutes, still on the trading day on Bloomberg. S&P futures up 8 points. Dow futures up 85, Nasdaq futures up 30, the DAX in Germany is at 0.1%. 10-year Treasuries on 10/32 yield 1.81%, yield on the 2-year 1.59%. NYMEX crude oil up 9/10% to 49 cents to 57.03 a barrel. OMEX gold down 3/10% to $4.20 to 15.06.90 an ounce. The euro 1.1130 against the dollar. British pound 1.2902 and the yen 108.84. Today we're looking for a report on the trade balance at 8:30 Wall Street time. At 10 it's the Johnson report and look at the service industry from the Institute for Supply Management. And Shake Shack is down more than 17% after third quarter comps down to mixed analysts estimate that it lowered its sales forecast for the year. That's the Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm your Michael Barr with more on what's going on around the world. Michael, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. Today, President Trump made a visit to Lexington, Kentucky last night to campaign for Republican incumbent Governor Matt Bevin. Democratic challenger Andy Beshear made his final campaign stop in his hometown of Louisville, where he called for change. Transcripts from the depositions of 2 diplomats dealing with U.S. relations with Ukraine are expected to be released by the House of Youth and Inquiry today. In Monday Night Football, the Giants lost to the Cowboys 37-18 to 30-point. When a black cat ran out on the field and interrupted the game, the Cowboys went on a tear after that. In the NBA, the Nets won along with the Warriors. In the NHL, the Rangers lost, the Bruins won. Global News 24 hours a day on air and TikTok on Twitter. Powered by more than 27 journalists and analysts with 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Michael, thanks. 519 on Wall Street, live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios. This is Bloomberg Daybreak. Welcome in this morning, Simon French, Chief Economist at Premier Gordon. Nice, as always, to talk with you, Simon. And it seems as though conviction is building in the market that the U.S. and China are going to strike a phase 1 of the trade deal. Do you share the market's optimism for this?
I do share. Only not on the
probably need to revise our language, sort of talking about the deal and the sense that we can get into anyway. I think foreign investors for most of the year, they have to get used to, because of many years, a conflict between US and China on economic, social positions. But I think you were right to talk about a get to the grounding, a near-term down, a dial down, get on how some of the existing tariffs potentially being taken away. That's fueled very different investment sentiment over the last 12 months.
Do you think that this near-term deal will be enough to reverse some of the headwinds that the global economy has been facing over the last several months?
Well, there's two parts of the story. First of all, the headwinds the global economy face, there are signs of economy coming strong with huge supply chains that come about from increased bilateral and multilateral trade regimes. So what you are seeing is a little bit of a plateau in the decline in manufacturing output. And less of the signs of flow are into the services sector. The second part of it, of course, is if you start to remove some of the tariffs that are very painful with barriers that come into place, do you see consumers and businesses boost their consumption, boost their investment, and you start to see a kick-up in terms of economic activity? I think that would be an ongoing story, but you can anticipate that start to kick in the second third quarter of 2020 if we get everything on the.
So has that shift in global supply chain starting to take hold, and what effect does that have?
Well, it has started to take hold, and we're starting to see some of the traditional trade relationships between the US and China rerouted into third countries, some beneficiaries, some of the collateral damage beneficiaries countries such as Vietnam and the big pickups in their global trade volumes. Countries like Germany that currently under multiple trade wars have just been penalised as a result of the slowdown, the overall slowdown in global trade. So you're seeing that flux that has been introduced having oil the reasons. And I think we'll see that pattern continue throughout the next couple of quarters. Investors need to work out when they're looking at country-specific exposure, which side of the ledger is going to land.
If we do find ourselves in an environment where some of the structural issues that the U.S. is looking for China to reverse itself on aren't reversed, how do investors adapt to that?
I think you're absolutely right. What's quite interesting about the nature of the state one thing, it's very tangible concession the Chinese made when it comes to the tariffs. Some people can quantify this, put it to billions of dollars, you can quantify that. Some of these structural changes that we saw from the US side in terms of protection of the special intellectual property rights, they're going to be harder to quantify, and they will be a very political message that the Trump administration will want to put out there. And therefore, just to circle around to your question, I think similarly to structural challenges, we're going to have to get a message to ensure it will as well as the US electorate. Otherwise, just as we have to hold in a 10-year campaign that we're going to go in 2020.
Only about a minute left here. We get trade balance data in a couple of hours. What are your expectations there, given the slump in imports and exports we saw in the release from Commerce Department last week?
Yeah, I continue to see a full income picture. One of the elements we would be looking for, though, is the tendency towards calculating the dollar, whether you start to see demand for the US exports starting to pick up as people have a bit more confidence in the stability of the US dollar. I think it's probably too early for that, but I think the environment that's just wait a couple of quarters to see that trade balance.
Simon French, always been getting your insights. Thanks again for being with us this morning. That is Simon French, Chief Economist at Pembroke Morgan. You can get that trade balance in e-commerce probably at 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time. And as we watch the offshore yuan against the dollar, it is strengthening beyond that 7 handle now at 6.9903 against the dollar. As for the broader markets, risk on certainly taking hold for investors this morning. S&P futures higher by 8.5 stock futures. Again at 86, NASDAQ futures higher by 30.5. The 10-year down 11 30 seconds to a 1.81% yield on the 2-year 1.59%.
Stay with us. You're listening to Bloomberg. At 5:25 on Wall Street, you are listening to Bloomberg Radio, streaming live 24 hours a day on the Bloomberg Business app, radio.com, the iHeart Radio app, and Bloomberg.com/radio.
This is Tony King. Jonathan joins later this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Equities at all-time highs going into the final stretch of 2019. Another top showing of Jacob MCM weighs in. And on the Federal Reserve's ability to engineer a soft landing in 2020. We speak to John Herman. Thank you, Chief.
Bloomberg Surveillance starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg 1130. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com.
Bloomberg, World Business. With the Lombard's private equity expertise to address the advisory, audit, and tax needs of your fund's portfolio companies.
Hi, I'm Bill Hagan, Williams Brown CEO. Williams Private Equity Specialists understand the unique challenges facing PE firms. We work hand in hand with sponsors and their portfolio companies to help maximize the value of their investments with our world-class advisory, audit, and tax solutions, and industry expertise in key growth sectors such as healthcare, manufacturing, and real estate.
Visit wisdom.com/PE for more information.
You want to use an 18-wheeler to teach your son how to drive? It's too big. And you want to take a family road trip in his toy car? It's too small. But using a Mercedes-Benz mattress cargo van to run your business? Just right. Only the mattress can haul, stow, and tow more than any other van in its class. It has the maneuverability to get to the toughest jobs and fits in your garage too. And now 0% finance is built around your budget. Because if you can't picture your son behind the wheel of a monster truck or squeezing your family inside a two-seat converter, we don't blame you. The only thing you need to picture is where the mattress can take your business. The Mercedes-Benz mattress with 0% financing and starting at $26,570. It's just right. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. On the road.
At CDW, we get that businesses will try anything to increase productivity. We try to increase productivity by looking at engineering hours. Slow down, right? A better idea is to have CDW deploy new devices powered by 8th-generation Intel Core V-Pro processors. Why can't you go faster? For productivity solutions, you need Intel and IT orchestration by CDW. Find out more at cdw.com/beatbreak. Break the shift. An official message from Medicare.
It's open enrollment, Fred. Time to compare plans.
Oh, wow, that's worth finding on the app. Oh, that's what the Johnsons thought.
So they turn Medicare's new plan content.
The Johnsons.
We saved on our prescription costs.
And an extra benefit. Come on, Fred. Maybe we'll find something better.
Plans change every year. Use the new plan finder at Medicare to compare public health plans. Open enrollment begins December 2nd. Comparing plans really pays.
This 5:20 on Wall Street, time for Land Rover Drive-Time traffic. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailers for special lease plans. Offers Land Rover above and beyond. Speak again.
Every construction delays doing the Deer Lakes southbound right from the state line down to the exit 20 Parchester, but they do that ongoing long-term construction. Still out there in New Jersey, Turnpike Western, where that crash between Dudley Bus Toll Plaza has been cleared. There, the southbound truck lanes have been refocused. Now that's our Coach Washington Bridge, linking the Holland Tunnels, and it's pretty good with the east of the crossings. And the town is supposed to work on the FDR Flat both ways, 20s, 30s, a couple lanes blocked west side highway heading downtown 90s into the 70s. Around the Padwick southbound connecting the off-ramp from Jackson Robinson Parkway to the Grand Central Parkway westbound at off-ramp to Gardens Interchange. Also shut down over the side is studded for Election Day and the park. The park is sponsored by Entrance Day out in the Class Street Starting that complies with the Parallel Parkway Extension and special access to price on tax benefits. Visit Entrance.com. As the trading rain, Central Park having days with a positive day, no chance to shower or two on the high of 60. Sunny tomorrow, 55. Cloudy on Thursday, late day showers and the high of 55. With Best Rock, the city, this is Bloomberg 1130. Bloomberg Gateway continues.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York, Bloomberg 1130. Washington, D.C., Bloomberg Online 6 to San Francisco, northbound 16 in the country, Sirius XM channel 119, and around the globe on the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak.
And it's 5:30 on Wall Street. Good morning. I'm Nathan Peter.
And I'm Karen Moscow. We're just about 4 hours away from the opening of U.S. trading. Let's get you up to date on the news you need to know at this hour. U.S. futures are higher as we get more signs that U.S. and China could be closer to a deal. China's asking the White House to roll back some tariffs as part of a phase one agreement. Sources tell us Beijing wants rollbacks on as much as $360 billion of Chinese goods. Here with more is Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie in Beijing.
These two sides are moving closer, it seems, to getting this deal locked down. And of course, any trip to the US would be risk-free for President Xi, which is maybe why we're now hearing that the US is considering removing these tariffs, heading into potentially a President Xi and President Trump meeting to sign up on phase one of one of these states in the US at some point in November.
While China is asking for a rollback on tariffs, there's no word yet on a decision from the White House.
President Xi Jinping milestone China's commitment to the global trading order. In a keynote speech in Shanghai, the Chinese president said he will lower tariffs and institutional taxation costs.
On the energy front, OPEC's annual world oil report is painting a grim picture for the group. OPEC projects demand for its oil declining and its share of world markets shrinking as U.S. shale floods the market. Right now, Brent crude is trading at $62.78 a barrel. That's up about 1.1%. And NYMEX crude oil is up 0.8% at $56.99.
Trading earnings now shows that Uber Technologies are down 5.8% in early trading after results that fell flat with investors. Here with details is Bloomberg's Charlie Holt.
Uber improved its loss forecast for the year, but disappointed investors on some closely watched financial measures. Gross bookings, food delivery, monthly active users were all below analyst estimates for the third quarter. The results come as the San Francisco-based company seeks to reassure investors it can evolve from a simple ride-hail service to a global, all-in-one transportation platform. Charlie Holt, Bloomberg Daybreak.
Charlie Baker and S&P futures are higher this morning, up 8 points. Dow futures up 82. Nasdaq futures up 30. The DAX in Germany is up about 0.2%. CAC in Paris up 0.2%, and the FTSE 100 up 0.33%. 10-year Treasury down 11/30 seconds, the yield 1.81%. The yield on the 2-year at 1.59%. COMEX gold is lower, down 0.33% on $4.80 at $1,506.30 an ounce. The euro is at 1.1129 against the dollar. British pound 1.2901, and the yen 108.86. Straight ahead, we have the latest world and national news, and this is Bloomberg.
All right, thanks, Karen. It's 5:33 on Wall Street. And Michael Barr has more on what's going on around the world.
Thank you very much, Nathan. House Democrats say more transcripts of the closed-door testimony in the impeachment inquiry will be released today. Bloomberg's Ed Baxter reports.
The first of the releases was Marie Ivanovich, who said she felt threatened by the president, who said she was going to go through some things. She said she disagreed with the increasing pressure put on Ukraine to cooperate in gathering information. Judiciary Chair Adam Schiff.
Yes, someone who also is one of the first witnesses to this irregular back channel that the president established with Rudy Giuliani.
And he says the no-shows this week from the Trump administration will hurt the president in the long run.
This will be further evidence of an effort by the administration to obstruct the lawful constitutional duties of Congress.
Republicans, Congressman Tim Jordan.
Without understanding what he could be in the ordinance 3 years ago.
In San Francisco, I'm Ambassador Bloomberg Daybreak.
Voters in 4 states will cast ballots today in elections that's considered as a snapshot of the national mood amid impeachment proceedings and crowded Democratic presidential primary. President Trump campaigned in Mississippi and Kentucky with hopes of avoiding Democratic upsets in governor's races. President in Lexington.
We want to obliterate the rule of law, drive out faith from the public square, triumph in the books, silence you online, confiscate your guns.
Virginia Democrats are hoping to take control of the state legislature. Legislative seats are also on ballot in New Jersey. One issue voters in Jersey City will face is whether to curb short-term rentals like Airbnb. New York City is the Office of Public Advocate. Now held by Democrat Johnny Williams. He faces Republican City Council member Joseph Borrelli, Libertarian Devin Baltimore. Voters in Queens will choose a new district attorney to replace long-serving district attorney Richard Brown, who died in May. President Trump formally began the process of withdrawing the U.S. from the Paris Climate Accord. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo says President Trump made the decision to withdraw because of the unfair economic burden imposed on American workers, businesses, and taxpayers. Global news 24 hours a day on air and TikTok, on Twitter. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
Thank you, Michael. 5:35 on Wall Street. Time for the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update. Here's John Sunshine. David Glossy filed after the Giants' fifth in a row, sixth straight versus Dallas. The Giants' record of the last three seasons have 10-31, 5-16 at home. And it's a good thing last night. Daniel Jones 54 yards rushing, and he hooked up to Saquon Barkley on a 65-yard pass play. Golden Tate did a sensational one-handed catch touchdown, but a couple of turnovers and positive penalties. Too many times sending the field goal. Dallas pulled away and won 37-18 on the catch of the Giants. There's plenty of things that we can improve on. We're going to put in the red zone. We're not putting up in playing the football, and we want to have to, we got back to the point. But if there is that point at halftime, we missed the next part. And now to keep playing, which is going to do all the things you said you were going to happen on the hurt us so much. So here we go now with the Giants against the Jets on Sunday. And that's gave up 48 points in the third quarter. The Kyrie Irving scored 39. They beat the Pelicans and Brooklyn 135-125. Rangers lost to Iowa 62. The college students guard Senate Doug Leonard. They lost in the top four ranked teams in the nation. The Mets hired Carlos Beltran continues to trend all around baseball. Hired a young manager without any previous managerial experience, and that's GM. Carlos' hiring is a signal and an affirmation that his player allowed to this organization's core tenets of being a players-first organization, or players first. Carlos Beltran will be a player's manager. Played for the Mets and the Yankees, and the Yankees almost hired Beltran 2 years ago. Bloomberg NBC Sports Update. I'm John Stone. All right, John, thank you. It's 5:37 on Wall Street, and the latest edition of Bloomberg Business Week is on those things now. It's the special new economy issue, including a look at the future of the European Central Bank under new President Christine Lagarde. Yana Rendo at the story for Bloomberg Business Week.
She takes over the ECB at a time when the economy is not doing really well. We're in a slowdown. Germany, the largest economy in the region, probably is already in recession.
You can read more about this and other stories in this week's edition of Bloomberg Business Week on newsstands now and online at businessweek.com. Terminal customers can subscribe to the magazine at NHGO and listen to Business Week with Carol Nasser and Jason Kelly weekdays at 2 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio. It's 5:38 on Wall Street. Time for the Tri-State Business Report with Bloomberg's Ed Corey. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, David. The federal bankruptcy court has approved a baseline bid for the College of New Rochelle's campus option, slashed the property price tag of more than half of the school bonds. The offer of $21 million, formally cited as the lead bid last month, is much less than the $50 million the school is dedicated to need. Allergan disagrees with plaintiffs that personal injury suits over textured silicone breast implants can be combined. Now, a special panel of judges for litigation belongs in federal court in New Jersey, its corporate headquarters. The first 2 suits were filed. Bridgeport Hospital in Connecticut and 2,500 health systems nationwide have been part of an initiative for group care for seniors. CT Post says the hospital has joined the age-friendly health systems initiative, moving to improve health care for older adults. That's Bloomberg Tri-State Business Report on Ed Corey.
All right, thank you, Ed. It's 5:39 on Wall Street. Bloomberg Radio is on the air from San Francisco to New York, London to Hong Kong. Let's check in with our local industry for some of the top stories heard on our 300 affiliate radio stations around the world.
For these on KTRH in Houston, lawmakers say both CEO did provide weekly testimony when he was on Capitol Hill last week. On units today, and the label of an 81 district of New York, one reporting that his heroin is ending its 57-year venture with Fuji, selling its estate to the Japanese partner.
Jeff Bellinger and on WIOD in Miami, I'm reporting that weaker travel demand resulted in a smaller than expected profit at Marriott. On budget here, Bloomberg DAB Digital Radio in London.
to the next new House of Commons speakers.
I'm Tom Busby, and on KYW in Philadelphia, I'll be reporting on Pennsylvania launching its first online poker game.
I'm Steve Curtis,
And on 1010 Wins in New York, I'm reporting on disappointing Cubs sales growth for Shake Shack. And those are some of the stories our 2,700 Bloomberg journalists and analysts are working on this morning around the world. Another item we're watching, corporate earnings on the way. We get results from nearly 20 S&P 500 companies today, including Allergan and Mylan. We also get the first earnings report from Peloton since its IPO in September. Bloomberg customers can check the earnings calendar on the terminal. Just type ACBR. Go. S&P futures are higher by 8.5 points. Dow futures are gaining 1 point. Nasdaq futures up 31 points. This is Bloomberg. Bloomberg Daybreak is brought to you by the Jewish Legal Fund. JCF's Donor Advised Fund is the smart choice to manage your philanthropy. Open a JCF fund now. Go out in the 2019 tax election. Visit jcfny.org.
Prime decision-making. Come to Bloomberg Beyond Freedoms and Vice Chair Richard Clarence, Nancy Pelosi, and your Summer Secretary Wilbur Ross on U.S.-China trade. Decision-makers marking orders every day on Bloomberg Beyond Freedom. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. Today's business professionals have too much more time for delays or interruptions in their car service schedules. Utah understands this concern and our tradition of keeping our customers on time. And when many of the finest firms in the city have chosen Utah as their primary carrier, please visit us at utah.com. That's UTOG.com or call 718-361-1110 to open a personal or corporate account. Credit card reservations are open.
In my career, I was great at making money, but giving it away wasn't as easy as I thought it would be. I wanted to be tax smart and support charities in the neighborhood where I grew up. I had no idea where to start. But then I discovered a New York Community Trust. They really have their finger on the pulse of the city, and they help me make an impact with thoughtful giving strategies. To set up your charitable fund through the New York Community Trust, visit nycommunitytrust.org.
Hey, New York and New Jersey, when it comes to local banking, we've got you covered. With over 160 branches throughout New York and New Jersey, the NYCB family of banks, comprised of New York Community Bank and its divisional banking leaders, Queens County Savings Bank, Roslyn Savings Bank, Richmond County Savings Bank, Roosevelt Savings Bank, Atlantic Bank, and Garden State Community Bank have been serving the financial needs of our communities for 160 years. That's a tradition of strength, stability, and service. So no matter where you live, work, or play, now you can bank anywhere you see NYCB. We've got you covered. New York Community Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Our senses in the Bavarian radio studio show on February 18th. For the first time, soprano Diana Deverell sings Strauss's gorgeous 4 last songs. A program that includes Bell's dramatic voice singing. For the second concert, put up that program joins the Arts and Consort's 2013 music presentation of the lecture First Smartness. The program includes Shostakovich's Visceral Power of Intensity. The Bavarian Radio Symphony Orchestra conducted by Marasensens on November 18th. For tickets, visit carnegie.org. This holiday season, visit Tornado with a wide selection of luxury watches featuring a vast selection of styles from nearly 40 brands. Tornado, now located at 601 Madison Avenue, 510 Madison Avenue, 3 Bryant Park, Walt Whitman Mall, Roosevelt Field Mall, and the Westchester. For a limited time only, 30-month special financing available. Some restrictions apply. Visit your nearest Tornado store with tornado.com for more details.
As Ben Franklin said, taxes are one of the certainties of life. Tax reform and welfare decisions have brought opportunities, surprises, and challenges to corporate taxpayers. New and complex regulations such as GILTI and FDII mean intercompany transactions, transfer pricing, and business combinations need to be reevaluated. Companies also face additional state sales and income tax exposure. What worked in the past may not work work today, Eisner Amper can help. That's a certainty. Visit EisnerAmper.com/tax certainty.
It's 5:45 on Wall Street. Time for Land Rover. Drive time traffic. This your tri-state area. Land Rover retailer for special leasing finance offers. Land Rover above and beyond. Back to Peter Mann.
Right, I can confidently say in Old Bridge have commercial south on 19 just as you make your way past Route 9. Special marking 1 to affect you on Route 1 toll places at Clark State Parkway. Parkway has 3 lanes closed southbound with construction 127 towards 124 and still at work northbound from the 20 West area towards 135. Also repairs westbound 78 into 45 towards 29. Now that starts with Washington Bridge, like the Holland Tunnels, to some more of the Trevor Bridge, if you're heading towards the Bronx. You'll see some slowdowns already for Harlem Drive at the off-top over 30s and the 120s. It's a nice start with the West Side Highway. Construction on the Sheridan Expressway northbound Westchester Avenue up towards 177th Street, and a little busy in Queens Island westbound from Van Wickle towards 80th Street. Alternate side is suspended today due to some fire. Report is 135 Narrow Way, reaching over chicken, scrambled egg, avocado breakfast right back there, and then carrot with freshly ground with coffee. Breakfast that's fast, not fast food there. It's food as it should be. Right, 53 degrees, Central Park, Cooper Electric Field. Today's forecast, take the umbrella at Saturday today. We'll monitor the chance of some showers at a high of 60, sunshine tomorrow, 50 to 55. Clouds with that on Thursday, late day showers at a high of 55. Bloomberg 1130, Bloomberg Daybreak continues.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on TikTok on Twitter. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm Karen Moscow. U.S. stock index futures are climbing as investors keep an eye on signs that the U.S. and China are inching toward a trade deal. And we check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. S&P futures up 9 points, Dow futures up 84, Nasdaq futures up 32, the DAX in Germany is up 0.1%. 10-year Treasury down to 30 seconds, yield 1.81%, yield on the 2-year 1.59%. NYMEX crude oil is up 0.7% to 38 cents at 56.92 a barrel. COMEX gold down 0.3% to $4.40 at 15.0678 an ounce. The euro 1.1130 against the dollar. British pound 1.2903, and the yen is at 108.85. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Michael Barr with more on what's going on around the world. Michael.
Jared, the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, said she was warned by officials in the country that President Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, was maneuvering against her and that they were concerned about getting dragged into U.S. politics. Marie Ivanovich's deposition was released by House committees leading the impeachment investigation. Former confidant of President Trump, Roger Stone, is going on trial on charges related to his alleged efforts to exploit the Russian-backed Hillary Clinton emails for political gain. In Monday Night Football, the Giants lost to the Cowboys 37-18. In the NBA, the Nets won along with the Wizards. Or she said Warriors, rather. In the NHL, the Rangers lost, the Bruins won. Global News, 24 hours a day, on air at TikTok, on Twitter, powered by more than 2700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
Okay, Michael, well, thanks a lot. It's coming up to 5:49 on Wall Street. We are live from Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios. This is Bloomberg Daybreak. I want to get more on our top story. The U.S. and China are inching ever closer to a phase one trade deal. As part of an agreement, China is asking the White House to roll back some tariffs. Sources are telling us Beijing wants to roll back some as much as $360 billion of duties on Chinese goods. We're also hearing reports the White House is considering that move. Bloomberg Chief Asia Economics correspondent Ed Curran joins us now with more on the phone. So are we getting closer to this phase one deal?
It feels to me like a lot of pieces are coming together now. We had a major keynote speech by China's President Xi Jinping in Shanghai today, where he laid out the story he put up the Chinese government as one that's open to more competition in its economy. He said the government has stands by its words and by its promises, and he made clear that China is in favour of globalization and the stimulus to that. However, the takeaway from that was, even without mentioning the US or President Trump, the signal was that President Xi in the market for a trade agreement, and that's why, as you mentioned, We're now getting down to details over where any funding agreement might take place, and there's wrangling going on over the extent to which the Trump administration will roll back any previous tariff increases. So we're not there yet, but this sounds like one indication that we're moving closer to a trade agreement.
Yeah, it does sound though like the prospect of a rollback of tariffs would be a pretty significant detail to be worked out in this deal. I mean, how big a concession would that be on the U.S. part?
Yeah, well, on the Chinese side, we know that they've been saying for some time they want tariffs rolled back. It's been one of their demands, of course. Remember, China, of course, has own capabilities that President Xi has agreed to. They need to be getting something in return from the U.S., at least some kind of commitment around a time frame for rolling back tariffs at the very least. But as you mentioned, on the U.S. side, clearly tariffs have been one of their strongest points of leverage in logistics that President Trump has used in the claims that brought China to a negotiating table. So whether or not they will be willing to go the opposite yard and remove tariffs, it probably does remain to be seen. Perhaps it might come in the part of the oversight of any trade agreement, whereby if you consider that China is meeting the conditions of the trade agreement, perhaps then the US might look at tariffs. These are details that we don't know yet, and that will become clear, I guess, over the coming days and weeks.
What's the sense from people you're talking to as to whether China might be open to something like a partial rollback of some of these tariffs? Is it looking for all or nothing, or is it willing to meet somewhere in the middle with you guys?
It's easier to say, there's the same level of transparency in terms of signals that we get out of Beijing. Broadly speaking, I think most observers would say that judging by the official commentary, China is an for trade agreement. They do want China in this trade war with the US because of economies working. They are willing to buy more US produce and make changes around those of the economy around more foreign competition. But as you say, just how far they're willing to give up their own red lines remains to be seen. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, they have their own political goals that President Xi has to pay for. One of his plans will be to get concessions back to the US side, and that's where tariffs come into play. So it's going to be something that just a call for President Xi and China team as to what kind of pledge they can expect from the US on tariffs, whether it is an immediate lifting of some tariffs or a pledge to do so at some future point if China puts over on trade agreements.
In the meantime, China has been making moves to strengthen its economy ahead of any signing of a phase one deal. How has that worked out? What impact has that had?
Broadly speaking, the economy continues to gradual strength. There are no signs of panic per se just yet. There's certainly plenty of stuff, in particular in the manufacturing sector. Prices are in deflationary territory, profits are under pressure, the cost of servicing debt is rising. So there's pressure there. The consumer, the retail, service side of things is holding up somewhat. And that means that the post-road authorities in terms of the discipline that they are, the stimulus that they're rolling out, is somewhat disciplined so far. There hasn't been the open spigot that we've seen in previous downturns. They've been tweaking through central bank, they tweaked again today with their lending rates to banks trying to ensure there's enough liquidity in the system. They've been pulling money out to small to medium-sized businesses, and they've been pushing through tax cuts. The big question is, will all of that be enough to keep the floor under this gradual descent, or the authorities have to step in with much bigger stimulus? And then on the end, that's where we go back where we started the conversation. The trade agreement reached, that will be a sign of relief for the Chinese economy and give them some time to get back on feet. If not, we're back to square one with tariffs being increased, and that would certainly add the pressure on the authorities to roll out more spreads.
Much more to watch and occurring. Thanks as always. That is a Bloomberg Beijing Economics correspondent and Karen.
Right, Nathan, thank you. It's 5:54 on Wall Street. It's time for the Bloomberg Raw Report. Let's get to the legal stories we're watching this morning. From Bloomberg's Jeff Bellinger.
High school kicked a varsity cheerleader off her squad because of profanity laced with Twitter postings was immediately the cheerleader's First Amendment. The Fifth Circuit ruled the law regulating off-campus speech was not clearly established at the time of the incident. Rural voting companies in Indiana and Minnesota are suing T-Mobile for allegedly playing voting rate phones to avoid connecting calls to parts of the U.S. that would incur expensive roaming charges. And makers of generic drugs are frustrated by an increasing number of patent challenges that get tossed out by the patent trial and appeal board before cases can be heard. Bloomberg Law, everything you need, all on one legal research platform, including guidance, analysis, and Bloomberg market intelligence. Find out more at BloombergLaw.com.
And now another legal story we're watching. Taylor Swift's high-profile copyright battle with two songwriters who claim her hit "Shake It Off" infringes on lyrics from their 2001 song. Last year, a federal judge threw out the suit. Now the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has reinstated it. For more on the decision, Bloomberg's Jim Grosso speaks with intellectual property litigator Terrence Ross, a partner at Patent Mutual Engineers. Terry, why did the Ninth Circuit reverse the lower court's decision?
The Ninth Circuit decided that the lower court judge had decided that to the point in the case that the allegedly copied work was lacking in originality. So this was essentially a procedural sending the decision back to the court and instructing the lower court to reconsider at a later point in the case whether or not the claim, the copyright claim, had sufficient originality on a lawsuit.
Explain what the copyright claim is. Is it just over these short phrases?
There's actually two allegations. One is over this word phrase. The plaintiff's song is called Players Gonna Play, and everyone knows around the world probably Taylor Swift's song, Players Gonna Play, 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 Haters Gonna Hate, 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 Shake It Off. And so that short phrase, Players Gonna Play, is one aspect of the case, but the other aspect is a four-part lyrical sequence in the song, which was also found to be lacking in sufficient originality to be copyrighted in the first place.
Courts routinely dismiss copyright infringement claims. Isn't this a threshold question that the judge could answer? They seem to be ordinary phrases and lyrics.
I agree with that completely. Indeed, the United States Copyright Office has a regulation that says it will not allow short phrases to be copyrighted, and they don't take applications on short phrases and run them by the general public to see if they have sufficient degree of originality. So I think this decision in some respects surprised many copyright practitioners, because remember, when you don't get a copyright just anything, there is at least a threshold requirement of showing some minimal degree of originality and creativity to justify a copyright.
That's Terrence Ross, a partner at Patent Mutual and Rosenthal, speaking with Bloomberg's Jim Grosso. You can get more of that interview plus analysis of the latest legal news by subscribing to the Bloomberg Law Podcast or downloading the show at bloomberg.com/podcast. And attorneys can find exceptional legal research and business development tools at bloomberglaw.com. Futures higher this morning, and Bloomberg Daybreak continues. This is Bloomberg.
All right, and thank you. 5:58 on Wall Street. Time for the Land Rover Drive Traffic. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for specialties and finance offers. Land Rover, up on the wheel. Hey, we still have an old bridge that accident south of 18 just to the back door of Route 9. So busy and hillside, you'll probably eastbound 22 from Wall Street over to Speaker Avenue. Wrapping up construction, north of the Garden State Parkway, Tony Westbury, over towards 155 south of Truckway. New Jersey Turnpike also in process of reopening. While there's some construction slowdowns up New York State Thruway southbound, so double A Southgate and 7 right now towards the Young Bridge. But again, camera shots in 5 minutes through the short crossing bridge, and Lincoln settled 5% with 100 coming in on 29. So we just get on the drive, we are on the 30s and 20s. Not too bad with West Side Highway. We're seeing 20s on like westbound and Raincoat towards 80th Street, and then you're starting in Water Street eastbound for Main Street. And Hamilton Avenue, alternate side, is suspected. It's 3 degrees, Central Park, but let's see the forecast. Sunny day, sometimes you have a chance of some showers. Behind you, 60, sunny tomorrow, 55. Very cloudy on Thursday, late day showers, 90 or 55. This is Bloomberg 1130 for Daybreak continues. From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg Business House and TikTok on Twitter. This is WBRU, Bloomberg 1130.
Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Workers Studios, this is Bloomberg Daybreak for Tuesday, November 5th, 2019. Coming up this hour.
U.S. futures
gain as Beijing and Washington move closer to a trade deal. We're so close. China wants to make a deal so bad.
China's currency strengthens, stocks in Asia climb and even slide.
Plus, the outlook for OPEC darkens as demand for oil declines.
More transcripts and testimony will be released today by House impeachment panels. Plus, it's all too bad. I'm at the one. More ahead.
John Sancho in sports without football. Headlines saw the Cowboys pull away since the Giants took this great loss. So waiting for the Nets, a loss to the Rangers.
That's all straight ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak. On Bloomberg 1130 New York, Bloomberg 99.1 Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 106.1 Boston, Bloomberg 98.60 San Francisco, Sirius XM 119, and around the world on BloombergRadio.com and via the Bloomberg Business app.
Good morning, I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Jerry Moscow, and U.S. futures are gaining this morning. We're coming up to 6:01 on Wall Street. I would check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. S&P futures up 8 points, Dow futures up 84, NASDAQ futures up 29, the DAX in Germany is up 0.1%, CAC in Paris up 0.2%, and the FTSE 100 up 0.3%. Nikkei 225 in Japan gained 1.8%, and the Hang Seng in Hong Kong is up 0.5%. 10-year Treasury down 10.30 seconds, yield 1.81%, the yield on the 2-year 1.59%. COMEX gold is down 0.33%, down $5.10 at 15.06 an ounce. The euro 1.1122 against the dollar, the yen at 108.84. Nathan.
Thank you. It's all about trade this morning as we see more signs the U.S. and China can get closer to a deal. We're so close. China wants to make a deal so bad.
When President Trump touted the negotiations at a rally in Kentucky, meanwhile, China is asking the White House to roll back some tariffs as part of the phase one agreement. Sources say Beijing wants to roll back as much as $360 billion in Chinese goods. Here with more is Bloomberg's Tommy Kenzie in Shanghai.
They said if you want to get a full deal, a comprehensive deal, all of those tariffs will need to be removed. And if you want to get to phase one, phase two, phase three, then they have hinted, particularly in state media, that they want to see at least some of those tariffs rolled back. So now we're hearing reports that maybe the US is considering lifting the tariffs that were imposed on September the 1st of about $110 billion worth of Chinese goods. Tariffs that were valued about 15%, by the way. Now, the debate, of course, continues within D.C., but maybe that is the price that the U.S. is willing to pay in order to get President Xi to the U.S. to sign off on the phase one part of the deal. Because, of course, we've got that Chinese officials are considering that, and that the states of Iowa, Alaska, and Hawaii are in play in terms of potential locations.
Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie reports while China is asking for a rollback on tariffs, there's no word yet on a decision from the White House. China's currency strengthened past $7 per dollar on Tuesday. It's the first time it's reached that level since August.
Meanwhile, President Xi Jinping is touting the global drinking water and open economies at a keynote speech in China. We get the details from Bloomberg Daybreak Asia anchor Brian Curtis in Hong Kong.
President Xi says China will generate more imports and will cut tariffs further. He told the China International Import Expo China would open its doors wider. This expo was designed to show that China is shifting its economy toward consumption by buying more foreign goods. This was China again positioning itself as a champion of the global trading order at a time when the U.S. is backing away. As a colleague put it, the coded message here is look what we have to offer. Why would you risk it? In Hong Kong, Brian Curtis, Bloomberg Daybreak.
Brian, thank you. Goldman Sachs, like these hearings on trade negotiations, CEO David Sullivan weighed in on the progress in an exclusive interview with Bloomberg.
If you're watching what's coming out of the administration in Washington, if you're listening to what's coming out of China, I think it feels like both are incentivized to have some sort of a phase one deal. So it looks like there's some progress and some moving forward. I think the issues are complicated. I think we have a lot more to talk about, but I'm relatively optimistic. It feels like we're going to have something to discuss about.
The Goldman Sachs stock has taken a hit since trade tensions ramped up in April of last year. It's down 12% in that time compared to a gain of 16% for the S&P 500.
The top on trade gave a boost to equities in Asia overnight. Bloomberg's Rashad Salamat joins us from Hong Kong with details. Good morning, Rashad.
Good morning, Darren. Asia stocks pushing higher. Chinese equities, including those in Hong Kong, getting a boost from the central bank. The PBOC reduced the cost of one-year funds to banks for the first time since 2016. Real standard, there was Tokyo, Japanese stocks playing catch-up after Monday's public holiday. Also, the improved mood around trade is touching the fractious relationship between Japan and South Korea. We've got both leaderships there agreeing to calm things down. The Nikkei 225 ending the session 1.75% to the upside. In Hong Kong, I'm Rashad Salam, the midday rate. Right, Rich, thank you. OPEC is out with its annual world oil report, and it paints a grim picture for the group. OPEC projects demand for its oil declining and its shares of world markets shrinking as U.S. shale continues flooding the market. We get more from Bloomberg Stuart Wallace in London.
There's been no signs from the scientific research about negative turnaround of the economy. Some things looking great against and they're looking at exactly the same numbers everywhere else. And I think they're coming to exactly the same conclusions as most people in most asset classes. It's going to be a troubling time ahead the next year or so.
Oil reverse earlier losses on that report. Right now, Brent's trading at $62.82 a barrel, a gain of 1.1%. West Texas Intermediate is at $57.05, a gain of 0.9%.
Turning to earnings now, Uber Technologies' out results have fell flat with investors. The ride-hailing company beat estimates for revenue, but posted lackluster gains in bookings and monthly active users, and has shares down almost 6% in early trading. Maggie Singh covers Uber for Bloomberg Intelligence.
I don't know if investors are going to want to sell at this price simply because the fundamentals seem to be improving. There seem to be at an inflection when it comes to profitability, but the sentiment is really negative.
Since its IPO in May, shares of Uber are down more than 30%. The stock could see more pressure today when a lockup for some shareholders expires.
We also get the first set of earnings today from Peloton following its IPO in September. More is Bloomberg's Glossy. Bloomberg Intelligence says Peloton's long-term growth prospects hinge on building its customer base. Currently consists of more than 500,000 subscribers. It's done without selling subscriptions attached to its fitness hardware at a high cost, with no long-term profitability. Peloton generates most of its revenue from the sale of upscale exercise bikes and treadmills. In New York, I'm Ari Costa, Bloomberg Daybreak.
Larry, thank you. We have more trouble brewing for WeWork. The company is being sued by investors over a $1.7 billion payout to founder Adam Newman. Futures is working higher, straight ahead the latest world and national news. This is Bloomberg.
Thanks, Karen. 6:07 now on Wall Street, and Mike Clark has the latest world.
Thank you very much, Nathan. Transcripts from the depositions of two diplomats dealing with U.S. relations with Ukraine are expected to be released today in a House impeachment inquiry. House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff says transcripts come from the former special envoy for Ukraine, Kurt Volker, and U.S. ambassador to the EU, Greg Sutton.
Republicans requested for all of these depositions, and in fact, they had equal opportunity Democrats to ask questions, and you will see they took full advantage of those opportunities to ask questions.
It's election day, and the nation is looking at 4 key states that can give some insight on next year's presidential elections. President Trump traveled to Kentucky for a rally. Other states being watched are Mississippi, Virginia, and New Jersey. One issue on the ballot in Jersey soon includes curbing short-term rentals like Airbnb. Assembly seats are also up for grabs in New Jersey and New York. Voters in Queens will choose a new district attorney to replace long-serving district attorney Richard Brown, who died in May. New York City Police Commissioner James O'Neill is stepping down after 3 years in the position to add to the private sector. This is the right thing for him. And it's time. Dermot Shea takes over at the end of the month. Opening statements can come as soon as today, as President Trump's confidant Roger Stone goes on trial for lying to Congress, obstruction, and witness tampering. Bloomberg's Bob Moon is briefing.
It's a long-time Republican who keeps Trump campaign informed of what stolen documents really stand out and when they be released. Trump's former lawyer Michael Cohen will cover his latest feud with Trump's office when Trump put Stone on speakerphone. There's going to be a massive number of emails that will damage Hillary Clinton's campaign. Mr. Trump responded to the effect with that reporting. On Thursday, in August 2016 tweet, the Clinton campaign chairman John Podesta's quote, telling America, since between war, we have published bills to documents. Early this year, Podesta said Stone said that the person made himself with science country a little bit more and worse.
While Global News 24 hours a day on air and TikTok on Twitter, covered by more. 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
Okay, Michael, 6:09 on Wall Street. Time now for Bloomberg NBC Sports Update. Here's John Stanshall.
Thank you, Chris. They lost the Giants 6 in a row here for the Cowboys. Dallas, who unexpectedly lost to the Jets a few weeks ago, MetLife, returned last night and beat Big Blue 37-18. The game was close to that. Dallas led by just a point going to the fourth quarter. The red zone problem for the Giants.
4 times they settled for field goal before that was
We started better than we had. We're still when we spent out two score touchdowns. We had a lot on that. That was, that was costly for us. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating to lose, but we got to make sure that we learn from it and we improve. And I think that's what we're doing.
Jones had a fumble and an interception while Dak Prescott threw for 3 TDs, and St. Elliott outrushed Saquon Barkley 139 to 28. Sunday at MetLife, it's the Giants against the Jets. Two teams with a combined record of 3 and 14. And Barkley bets out Fort Falcon 135-125. Kyrie Irving continues to pour in the points. He had 39. He's averaging 32 a game, second in the NBA. Brandon Ingram had 40 for New Orleans. Golden State won their first title through a radar at the Garden. Rangers never in this one. They lost to Ottawa 6-2 at City Field. 42-year-old Carlos Beltran introduced.
I'm a little bit overwhelmed by these opportunities. But at the same time, I'm excited. Looking forward to managing up, looking forward to continue to establish relationships in this city. I just can't wait to really write our story. Being the manager of the Units.
22nd manager in team history with money, but also playing. Bloomberg NBC Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And in other sports news, looks like Wall Street's running up the score when it comes to sports betting. Morgan Stanley predicts the U.S. market will generate almost $7 billion in annual revenue within 5 years. That's about 8 times what it generated this year, and $2 billion more than estimates Morgan Stanley issued less than a year ago. So far, 14 states have legalized sports betting. Many others are considering it. S&P futures are higher by almost 7 points. You're listening to Bloomberg Daybreak. The Daybreak is brought to you by Engine, an accounting and advisory firm providing unparalleled partner attention and specialized advice on tax benefits to help your business. Let Engine guide you. Visit engine.com. Today at 2 for Bloomberg Business.
Universal has large Schwab business conference in San Diego. Fixed income, equity, so much more.
And one of the most anticipated earnings of the season, Peloton, out with their first quarterly report.
Bloomberg Business Week today starting at 2 on Bloomberg 11 3 a.m. Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com.
Bloomberg, the world is listening. The holidays are away, and with it, the familiar patterns of the season. Virtual cheer, the holiday carrots. Unreaching flights. But this season, certain alternatives calling to one of the homes at the season of Audi sales event. Get exceptional offers on the Audi you've always wanted during the season of Audi sales event. Visit your local trusted Audi dealer today or AudiOffers.com for more information. Ford is a self-storage company where you never visit a warehouse. It's also a Wells Fargo customer. Here's how co-founder and CEO Ari Meir said the bank helped his company deliver on its mission.
And Connor, we're in the business of picking up your stuff, storing it, and bringing it back to you whenever you want. We consider ourselves a technology company that's in the storage business. Wells Fargo is one of the biggest lenders to the self-storage industry. So it was incredibly important to us to tap that knowledge base. They're going to help us avoid a lot of hurdles along the way.
In the tech industry, challenge is what you make of it. Get solutions with Wells Fargo. And learn more at wellsfargo.com/techbanking. Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career at Bloomberg Radio? Visit Bloomberg.com/careers to view your current job opportunities. Bloomberg Radio is owned and operated by Bloomberg LP and is an equal opportunity employer. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers. Dell celebrates your small business this season with the Black Friday sneak peek. Our biggest Black Friday ever starts right now. Save up to 45% on Windows 10 computers with Intel Core processors for Windows 7 support ends January 14, 2020. Save on servers, plus a huge selection of the latest electronics, all with free shipping. Call 877-BUY-NOW to talk to a small business technology advisor who can help you find just the right tech. That's 877-BUY-NOW or visit Dell.com/business deals. Today's financial tip: invest in an Enzo custom suit.
The experts at Enzo Custom take over 31 personalized measurements to fit your body and posture. Customize everything from fabric to monogramming to fit your personality and style. Enjoy $100 off your first Enzo Custom suit starting at $495. Visit EnzoCustom.com/offer to schedule your free custom consultation today. That's ENZOCustom.com/offer. Enzo Custom Suits. Custom style for you. Inovalon is a leading provider of cloud-based platforms empowering data-driven healthcare. Leveraging deep connectivity, the data of billions of medical events, and advanced analytics, Inovalon empowers the achievement of improved clinical outcomes and financial performance for thousands of health insurance companies, hospitals, doctors, pharmacies, and pharmaceutical companies, and the millions of patients they serve every day. Inovalon. Data has a story to tell. We hear the voice. Learn more at inovalon.com. 615 on Wall Street, Land Rover prime time traffic. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for specialists and finance offers. Land Rover, above me and the rest of them.
I think one day, I think most of the election day today, like to be simply starting out that way from the over at South 118, just to come back to a three times collision and slowing down both sides on 22 from Broad Street. I get sure to your avenue. Just watch the bridge, 5 to 10 minutes, moderate delays at the Lincoln Tunnel, and 5 to 10 at the Holland Tunnel of the Providence and Eastern crossings. So we just there to the Harlem Drive with the Arkansas in the 30s, 80s, and 20s. The Providence on the west side highway. And roughly a little bit down the line between eastbound 38th Street over towards Harrison Avenue. Slowly, Queens, Hawaii, westbound from Randwick, right back over towards 80th Street. And the Crossbox Expressway, westbound from the right side to the Bronx Parkway. And for that, the Crossbox Expressway is better today, you should fly. The Morris Buckley narrow bread, you could try to old chicken, spread the bacon outside breakfast, grab that narrow, and have the freshly ground coffee, breakfast that's fast, not fast food narrow, it's food as it should be. The umbrella 54 degrees in Central Park, Brooklyn, Bed Frio. Today forecast cloudy day with milder, but chance of some showers, a high of 60, sunshine tomorrow, at least 55, cloudy on Thursday, weekday showers at 55. With Best Rock, out the city, this is Bloomberg 1130, Bloomberg Bakery.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and TikTok on Twitter. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
And very most now at 617 on Wall Street, and Bloomberg Daybreak is out on customer terminals, bringing you all the news you need to start your day. Brought to you by IBKR and CME Group. The new micro-community futures contracts are available at IBKR at the lowest commissions. Learn more at IBKR.com/CME Mini. Now let's check the latest headlines with Hannah George at the Bloomberg Daybreak desk. Good morning, Hannah.
Good morning, Aaron. China wants the US to roll back tariffs before signing a partial trade deal. That's according to sources who say Beijing is looking for rollbacks on $360 billion of goods. The SEC is giving Wall Street a number of proof in Europe's MiFID II rules. US brokerages will have 3 more years to comply with the new regulations. The CEO of Goldman Sachs says US markets are more focused on the election than President Trump's impeachment. David Solomon also tells Bloomberg he'd be surprised if the Fed cut rates again. And OPEC is slashing estimates for oil demand. The group predicts a slide of about 7% over the next 4 years. For all the news you need to start the day, check out Daybreak on your mobile phone on the Bloomberg app. Carol.
And thank you. S&P futures are up 7 points this morning. Down futures up 71. Nasdaq futures up 22. The DAX in Germany's little change at less than 0.1% now. 10-year Treasury down 930 cents. It's at 1.81%. The yield on the 2-year 1.59%. NYMEX crude oil up 0.8% or 44 cents at 56.97 a barrel. And COMEX gold down 0.33% or $4.80 at 15.06.30 an ounce. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm your Michael Barr with more on what's going on around the world. Michael.
Election day, President Trump paid a visit to Lexington, Kentucky last night. Campaign for Republican incumbent Governor Pat Benham, Democratic challenger Andy Beshear made his final campaign stop at his hometown of Louisville, where he called for change. Transcripts from the depositions of 2 diplomats dealing with U.S. relations with Ukraine are expected to be released today by the House impeachment inquiry. Monday Night Football, the Giants lost to the Cowboys 37-18 in In the NBA, the Nets won along with the Warriors. The NHL, the Rangers lost, the Bruins won. Global News, 24 hours a day, on air, at TikTok, on Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists, analysts, in more than 120 countries. I'm Mike DeMar. This is Bloomberg News. Okay, Michael, thank you. We're coming up to 6:20 on Wall Street, live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios. This is Bloomberg Daybreak. We want to take a close look at the earnings from Uber this morning. Shares of the ride-hailing company are down nearly 6.4%, following mixed results from the company. For more, we're joined by Mandeep Singh, Senior Technology Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. So, what's got investors spooked this morning?
Well, essentially, it was a slowdown in the user growth. So for any internet company, investors care about user growth. In case of Uber, they already have a user base of over 100 million, but the growth seems to be slowing down. And the reason seems to be obvious that Uber wants to focus on its profitability and not driving user growth at all costs using subsidies, which is what is very hard for them.
But in that drive to profitability, is there a risk from the company that it could be spreading itself too thin when it looks to spread out into ventures beyond ride-hailing, like Uber Eats, things like that?
Not really. I mean, Uber, to their credit, have a global footprint. They have a brand. They are present in almost every market. Yes, they have seeded certain markets, but they were not profitable to begin with. And our view is they exited some more markets where they will find that the path to profitability is very far out. So I think they're at a point where they probably will focus more on the US, Canada, and Europe markets, probably exit a few more of the Asia Pac markets, given the just unit economics don't work out very well.
So the CEO of Uber, Derek Khosrowshahi, is saying that he can make Uber profitable by 2021, less than 2 years from now. Is he right?
I mean, based on what we have seen so far with Lyft, and when you look at their sales and marketing expenses, they brought it down from 30% of revenue to 15%. If Uber were to do the same, they would become profitable. Right now, Uber's sales and marketing expenses are close to 30% of their revenue. They're spending over $1 billion in sales and marketing expenses every quarter. If they were to bring it down to the same ratio as Lyft did in the last quarter, they would become profitable. So I think, yes, they can become profitable. It will come at the expense of top-line growth, but I think investors at this point, they care about the profitability of this company, so they don't mind.
So you're looking then for Khosrowshahi to make even more cuts than he's already committed to?
Absolutely, and in fact, they did some job cuts within marketing, within a few other divisions on the administrative side. So this company, I think, is going to get leaner, especially in the near term. And they're going to focus everything around, achieving that 2021 goal of being EBITDA positive.
How well poised is Uber toward the possibility of getting more regulatory oversight, things like protecting the rights of the drivers who work as contractors?
So that's, I think, something that they don't have control upon. It's, again, it would vary by city. Yes, they are fighting the 85 law in California. But guess what? US is the most profitable market. So they have no choice but to work with the regulators, especially in large cities, and they will find a way. If that may mean, raising the hourly wages a bit, which implies a hit, on the EBITDA line, but they have multiple levers. And again, regulators are trying to ban Uber in certain cities, and that's not what the consumers want. So my feeling is they're going to work with the regulators. It's going to imply making some changes, in terms of how they treat the drivers and even raising hourly wages, but they should be able to work their way with that.
Mandeep Singh, thanks for this. Much appreciated. Mandeep Singh is a senior technology analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, providing unique real-time research into excellent industries, all in marketing, government factors. He's turning customers to access this function at BIO. And as we continue to watch shares of Uber in the pre-market, they are under pressure this morning
down nearly 6.3%. As for the broader market, it is poised for potentially yet more records on positive signs for a U.S.-China Phase 1 trade deal. S&P futures are higher by 6 points. Dow futures, the mean 68, and NASDAQ futures are higher by 22 points. The 10 years down 9 seconds with 1.80%. 2-year Treasury yield 1.59%. And you're listening to Bloomberg Daybreak. Brought to you by the new Range Rover Evoque, designed to open your eyes to the possibilities of what's right in your own neighborhood. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retail for the new Range Rover Evoque. Land Rover Evoque.
Joining us later this morning, Bloomberg surveillance.
With equities at all-time highs going into the final stretch of 2019, live talk show with what JFC weighs in. The Fed Reserve's ability to engineer a soft landing in 2020. We'll speak to John Bernard from EFG.
Bloomberg surveillance starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg 1130, Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Something remarkable happens when just the right elements come together. Ideas with technology, data with inspiration, investors with solutions. This is what Invesco does every day, because they believe the possibilities of life and investing are greater when we come together. Invesco. Let's invest in greater possibilities together. To learn more, visit Invesco.com/together. Invesco Distributors Incorporated.
Before I lose my savings, Marcus went over sacks. My account just sat there doing nothing as I was doing that. Now my money's growing quickly, here you still in the past. It's like a heaven I cannot be surpassed.
The market regular impact online trading account. Earn 4 times the national average at market.com.
National Average provided informed accuracy of your team. What does that make you a signal that is an official message from Medicare?
It's opening moment, Frank. Time to compare plans.
Oh, wow. So we're fine with what we have.
Well, that's what the Johnsons thought until they turned Medicare's new plan from them.
Johnson, we save on prescription costs and extra control.
Come on, Fred. We'll find something better.
Plans change every year. Use the new plan finder. Medicare time to compare how the replicants open enrollment is 7-7. Why do you know? Comparing plans really varies.
Why are businesses expanding in or moving to Suffolk County? Maybe it's the outstanding quality of life, including some of the world's most beautiful public beaches, parks, and recreational facilities, top-ranked public school systems, exciting downtown, and easy access to New York City.
Or maybe it's the exceptional quality of the county's workforce, fueled by the region's world-class educational, research, and workforce development institutions. Or possibly it's all of this, and the county government committed to innovation and creating sustainable opportunities for businesses large and small to succeed and residents to prosper.
Great things are happening right here in Suffolk County. It truly is the perfect place for work, play, life, and for business to thrive. Learn more at SuffolkIDA.org. That's SuffolkIDA.org. Or call us at 631-853-4802. 631-853-4802.
628 on Wall Street, Land Rover Drive Time traffic. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for special lease and finance offers. Land Rover above and beyond. Here's Peter.
Here we go, talk about financial. Watch out in Old Bridge if you're on Route 9 southbound. I thought Route 18 they have an accident across the street. And then perhaps if you go down northbound 20 just as from that bridge to that route. If the town is not that bad considering the time to Washington Bridge, 10 to 15 up, 5 to 10 down. Also 10 to 15 at the Lincoln Tunnel, 5 to 10 with the Holland. And you're slowly just bring the Holland drive at the outcome of the 30s to the 20s. And the westbound highway grays on the track coming down from George Washington Bridge. Some brake lights in Queens, Grand Central Parkway westbound, regarding airport. 3QE going westbound from Van Wyck towards 88th Street. You see some sluggish traffic. And the whole park on the busy westbound Springfield Boulevard and Level Boulevard, alternate side, which is suspended today. As we look at Green Central Park,
video creates forecast. A cloudy, mildly rainy with a chance of some showers. High of 60, sunshine tomorrow. 50 to 55, cloudy Thursday, late day showers near 55. Bloomberg 1130 for Gateway and Cities.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York, Bloomberg 1130, to Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1, to Boston, Bloomberg 106.1, to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960, to California, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Gateway, and it's 6:30 on Wall Street. Good morning, I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Molskow. We are just about 3 hours away from the opening of U.S. trading. Let's get you up to date on the news you need to know at this hour. U.S. futures are higher this morning as we get more signs that U.S. and China could be closer to the deal. China's asking the White House to roll back some tariffs as part of a phase one agreement. Sources tell us Beijing wants rollbacks on as much as $360 billion of Chinese goods. Eric Moore is Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie in Beijing.
These two sides are moving close, and it seems, to getting this deal locked down. And of course, any trip to the US would have been risky for President Xi, which is maybe why we're now hearing that the US is considering moving these tariffs, heading into potentially a President Xi and President Trump meeting to sign up in phase one of one of these states in the US at some point in November.
While China is asking for a rollback on tariffs, there's no word yet on the decision from the White House.
President Xi Jinping, meanwhile, is touting China's commitment to the Belt and Trading Order. In a keynote speech in Shanghai, the Chinese president said he will lower tariffs on institutional transactions.
On the energy front, OPEC's annual world oil report is painting a grim picture for the group. OPEC projects demand for its oil declining and share of world markets shrinking as U.S. shale floods the market. Right now, Brent is trading at $62.70 a barrel. That's down 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate, and that's up rather 0.9%. Sorry, West Texas Intermediate is higher as well, up 0.7% at $56.94.
All right, turning to earnings now, shares of Bloomberg Technologies are down 6.3%, trading after results that fell flat with investors. The details as Bloomberg's Charlie Hunt.
Uber improved its loss forecast for the year, but disappointed investors on some closely watched financial measures. Gross bookings, food delivery, and monthly active users were all below analyst estimates for the third quarter. The results come as the San Francisco-based company seeks to reassure investors it can evolve from a simple ride-hailing service to a global, all-in-one transportation platform. Charlie Collins for Bloomberg Gateway.
Right, Charlie, thank you. Shares of Shake Shack are down, nearly 17.5% in our trading per machine. Posted comp sales for the third quarter that missed estimates and lowered its guidance.
And futures are higher with S&P futures up 5 points, Dow futures up 60, NASDAQ futures up 19, the DAX in Germany little change now as given up its gains. 10-year Treasury down 10/32, yield 1.81%, and the yield on the 2-year is at 1.59%. COMEX gold is down 0.3%, now $4.30 at 15.06.80 an ounce. Straight ahead, we have the latest world and national news, and this is Bloomberg.
All right, thank you, Karen. It's 6:33 on Wall Street, and this news update is brought to you by the New York Community Press. Also, charity work with the generous New Yorkers to make an impact on the issues they care about. To set up your fund through the New York Community Trust, visit nycommunitytrust.org.
Thank you very much, Nathan. House Democrats say more transcripts of the closed door testimony in the impeachment inquiry will be released today. Bloomberg State Banks to reports.
The first of the releases was Maria Benovich, who said she felt threatened by the president, who said she was going to go through some things. She said she disagreed with the increasing pressure put on Ukraine to cooperate in gathering information. Judiciary Chair Adam Schiff is someone who also is one of the first witnesses to this irregular back channel that the president established with Rudy Giuliani.
And he says the no-shows this week from the Trump administration will hurt the president in the long run.
This will be further evidence of an effort by the administration to obstruct the lawful constitutional duties of Congress.
Republicans, Congressman Jim Jordan,
Donald Trump was repeating just 3 years ago.
in San Francisco on that Baxter Lumber Day record.
Voters in 4 states will cast ballots today on elections that's considered as a snapshot of the national mood in the impeachment proceedings and crowded Democratic presidential primary. President Trump campaigned in Mississippi and Kentucky in the hopes of avoiding Democratic upsets in governor's races, president in Lexington.
They want to obliterate the rule of law, drive out faith from the public square, silence you online, confiscate your guns.
Virginia Democrats are hoping to take control of the state legislature. Legislative seats are also on the ballot in New Jersey. One issue voters in Jersey City will face is whether to curb short-term rentals like Airbnbs. In New York City is the Office of Public Advocate, now held by Democrat Giovanni Williams. He faces Republican City Council member Joseph Morelli and Libertarian Evan Volkine. Voters in Queens will choose a new district attorney to replace long-serving district attorney Richard Brown, who died in May. Global News, 24 hours a day, on air and TikTok, on Twitter, powered by more than 27 journalists and analysts, more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Lawrence. This is Bloomberg.
And Michael, thank you. 6:35 on Wall Street. Time for the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update. Here's John Stashen.
Nathan, the losses keep piling up for the Giants. Their record for the last 3 seasons now 10-31, tied and 16 at home. Did some good things last night. Daniel Jones, 54-yard rushing, hooked up the Saquon Barkley, a 65-yard pass play, Golden Tate, and a sensational one-handed catch. Giants had a 12-3 lead, but 3 turnovers, some costly penalties, too many times settling for a field goal. Down was pulled away, 137-18 on the pass over to Giants.
There's plenty of things that we can improve on. We want to get good in the red zone. We're not creating up and the half there, they got back to a point. But listen, they're about 20 and a half time. We missed the come out and keep playing, which is the game. All the things you can't do in the ball game happen, and what else can you do?
Well, here we go now. Sunday with the Giants against the Jets. The Nets gave up 48 points in the third quarter. We got 39 from Kyrie Irving. They beat the Pelicans in Brooklyn 135-125. The Rangers lost to Ottawa 6-2. This college hoops will be going tight. That better involve the top 4 ranked teams in the nation. The Nets hiring Carlos Beltran continues the trend all around baseball, hiring a young manager without any previous managerial experience. The GM is looking bad like that.
Carlos's hiring is a signal and an affirmation that is clear and loud to this organization's core tenets of being a players-first organization, or players first. Carlos Beltran will be a player's man.
Jacob Brown won the Cy Young Award last year. He's a finalist again. Pete Alonso, finalist. Eddie Davis win Rookie of the Year. Aaron Boone, a finalist. American League Manager. Bloomberg NBC Sports Update.
Okay, John, thank you. Coming up today, we get data on America's service industry and the Institute of Supply Management Issues. It's non-manufacturing index for October. Here with more is Bloomberg's Intelligence Index.
In September, the ISM manufacturing index fell to 52.6, slowest growth pace in 3 years. Orders in business activity slowed while employment moderated. Today's agenda also features data on trade and job openings. Preliminary data on September merchandise trade show exports and imports declined to the lowest month in a year. Job openings meantime dropped in the primary quarter, covering August, also to the lowest month in the year. Any Dow Jones day rate.
I'm Vinny. Thank you. It's heading up to 638 on Wall Street. The following is an editorial from Bloomberg Opinion.
Europe's green parties are having that's kind of midlife crisis. Born in the counterculture of the 1970s, they're meeting this not only the rage, but also emerging strong resolves. They've been center-right bloc. They already have sway in over a majority in the upper house of parliament. Having grown big, the Greens must now grow up. That means looking at the false markets versus the environment dichotomy. Instead of bad-mouthing business, for example, far better to put a price on carbon and let the markets adjust to it. One of today's big questions is how to reconcile the economy with ecology by embracing markets and capitalism without doing both for the global struggle against climate change. Green parties could lead the way. This editorial was written by the Bloomberg Opinion editorial board. Monday and Chipley. For more Bloomberg Opinion, please go to Bloomberg.com/opinion. Okay, on go on the Bloomberg Show.
This has been Bloomberg Opinion.
You can hear Bloomberg Opinion editorials every weekday at this time. Journal customers can read more at opinion.com. 6:39 on Wall Street. Time for the Bloomberg Green Report. Here's Spot.
For years, some of the world's brightest scientists have called President Trump a tin ball when it comes to the urgent need to do something about climate change. Then in September, Trump said the 10 bulbs we need to do something about with those expensive LEDs. Number one, to me, most importantly, the lights don't go out with orange. And so do you. The line is yours.
It's no longer matter for environmental groups. 15 states and cities of New York and Washington, D.C. They're now suing to block the rollback of energy use requirements. Truth is, the Obama-era rule saves consumers billions in energy costs and avoids millions of tons of carbon emissions. The Energy Department contends Americans will be free to buy the lives they desire. Just as Trump believes, we're also going to settle for incandescent bulbs, and people are so happy about it. They're suing because it's pretty amazing. The Natural Resources Defense Council says it's also pretty illegal to backtrack on energy efficiency standards. That's the Bloomberg Green Business Report. I'm Bob. Okay, Bob, thank you. Look at green on the screen for equity markets this morning on signs of the U.S. and China are edging closer to the phase one trade deal. S&P futures higher by 5.5 points, Dow futures up 58, NASDAQ futures a gain of 20.5 points. The 10-year is down 10/32 seconds with 1.4%. 2-year Treasury up 1.59%. The offshore yuan strengthening past the $7 per dollar at 6.99. You are listening to Bloomberg Daybreak. It's coming up to 6:41 on Wall Street. Straight ahead, we speak with Bloomberg Washington reporter Emily Hunter as the House impeachment committees prepare to release yet more transcripts from the closed door testimony that they conducted over the last few months.
Emergency election in the UK is set for December 12th.
Brussels has formally adopted the Brexit extension until January 2020. Prime Minister hopes that an election will break the deadlock over Brexit and boost the and says in a little bit of purgatory today.
That has to be some city.
Thank you for this great work. As CEO of this company, I couldn't be happier with our accomplishments this year. We achieved double-digit growth. We like to keep personnel, but we didn't miss a step. I want to take a moment to thank one of our key partners, Sirius Executives. When I first heard of Sirius, I was a little skeptical. When they told me executives can help us get over our biggest challenges and only working part-time, I was shocked. I didn't even know that was possible. The executives certainly was worth what we paid them. And here we are 12 months later, and Sirius will continue to be one of our key partners for years to come. Because regardless of the problems that show up in our business, they always have an executive solution ready for us. So Sirius, thank you for all your work here.
Hire executives ask you need on an hourly, daily, weekly, part-time, interim, or temporary basis. Sirius Executives, your total talent management partner. Learn more at SiriusExecutives.com or CERIUSExecutives.com. Hi, this is Russell Shinsky, co-managing partner at Angel. It's November. Has your accountant met yet to discuss your tax planning? At Angel, we take a proactive approach to maximize tax benefits for our clients. These days, with so many changes to rules and regulations, tax planning is a year-round process, not a year-round event. Let Angel guide you to ensure that you are benefiting from all the tax savings available to you. Please visit our website at Angel.com to learn more and to contact me. Interactive Brokers Premium Technology and Automation provides clients with the lowest cost access to global markets, access stocks, options, futures, forex, fixed income, and ETFs of 145 markets on your account in multiple currencies, and trade matters minimizes your costs to maximize your return at ibkr.com/YIB.
Attention investors, 10 stock broker programs unearning cash flow of 18 to 21% targeted consistently on a collateral future recessions like being the landlord. National Realty's Class A Buildings Fund is made up of prime income producing real estate. You are secured on large apartment buildings. You're backed by $750 million of high quality new construction. You receive monthly electronic cash flow payments. You're diversified with 15 large buildings supporting your money. These prime building locations back you with hard money making assets. Remember, no matter what type of market, it's always a landlord's market. Call now for your free guide to secure realty investment wealth. Just call now for cash flow or IRA and retirement asset investment. Our 13-year track record and 900 repeat investors proves it. Call 201-210-2727. That's 201-210-2727. And offer buyer sale and securities only made by a private listed member and a creative person in the best place. As always, no guarantee of future results. This show is a real estate development firm. See us at NRIA.net. ESG investing, environmental, social, governance, creates questioning everything, even questions. The Texas Investment Managers is committed to ESG as a powerful lens that can uncover opportunities and seek to mitigate risk, reshaping portfolios and the world. Visit IM.texas.com/ESG investing. Investing involves risk, including the risk of loss. The Texas Distribution LP. Uber Daybreak is brought to you by the Jewish Mutual Fund. JCF's government-advised fund is the smart choice to manage your family. Open a JCF fund now to lock in a 2019 tax deduction. Visit jcfny.org. At 6:45 on Wall Street, time for Land Rover Drive Time Transit. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for special lease and finance offers. Land Rover. Above and beyond everything's up. Peter Benton.
Celebrate National County Public Relations Jet 1 on Wausau Parkway, right to Company 2. Then in North America, crash on the southern state eastbound from back towards exit 25. Montrose, an accident, southbound 9, over towards 9A. Into town towards Washington Square, 2015 up 5, and now an accident on the inbound lower level. Those lanes were full of 10:15 now, the Lincoln Tunnel 15 to 20 Valley, and moving to the east side coming in now, 59th Street Bridge, also the Queens with Town Tunnel. West side railroad was slowing up from Grant to the George Washington Bridge, and the latest revival showing that we are Colorado in 30s into the 20s. Report sponsored by Staples. Staples bringing marketing services to help your business turn big ideas into bigger ideas. Staples bringing marketing for your business, thinking, and beyond. Report Greater Central Park for 11:30 forecast. Take the umbrella, cloudy today. Little Island will do a chance of some showers with a high of 60. Sunshine tomorrow, 50 to 55. And becoming cloudy on Thursday, rain day showers, and a high near 55. This is Bloomberg for 3 over Daybreak News.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at TikTok on Twitter. This is Bloomberg Business Flash.
And third months down to 647 on Wall Street. Futures are higher this morning. Let's get the first word breaking news desk for today's morning call. Here's Bill Maloney. Bill, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Karen. That's right. U.S. futures are climbing right now. Dow futures up 65 points. S&P's gained 6, and Nasdaq futures rise by 20. The U.S. 10-year yield at 1.81%. Gold is down 5. And Japan rose 1.8% overnight. Review markets are quiet this morning. Back in the U.S. on the economic front, 830 trade balance at 9:45. U.S. services and composite PMIs, and it's at above the ISM non-manufacturing index. After balance night, Uber reported disappointing user growth. Shake Shack reported lower 2019 comp sales guidance. Shares are down 17% in pre-market. And Adobe 2020 revenue and adjusted EPS views beat estimates. Regarding some of the earnings this morning, Regeneron beat estimates is also buying up $1 billion in stock. And Tapestry EPS also beat estimates. Wrapping things up, American Axle was $15 million at Barclays. Beyond Meat raised outperformer Bernstein, and Schwab was going to market for Henry James. Live for the first breaking news desk on the left here.
All right, Bill, thank you. And here's live breaking news of your Bloomberg. Type squawk on your terminal. SQUAWK. That's Bloomberg Business Flash. And here's Michael Barr with more on what's going on around the world. Michael.
Jerry, the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, said she was warned by officials in the country that President Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, was maneuvering against her and that they were concerned about getting dragged into U.S. politics. Rudy Giuliani's deposition was released by House committees leading the impeachment investigation. The former confidant of President Trump, Roger Stone, is going on trial over charges related to his alleged efforts to exploit the Russian-hacked Hillary Clinton emails for political gain. In the NBA, the Nets won along the Warriors, and the NHL Rangers lost. The Bruins won. Finally, daybreak on the Bloomberg. Monday Night Football, the Giants lost to the Cowboys. The turning point was when a block cat ran out on the field and interrupted the game. The Cowboys were on a tear after that. Westwood one's Kevin Harlan called Wildcat. He's down. He's walking to the 3. He's at the 2. And the cameras in the CW red zone see how you people get a call. Policemen, state troopers come on the field. The Tigers in the red zone. He's a touchdown. Final score, Cowboys 37, Giants 18, June 26.
Yeah, and I hear that Cat's going to be on
On here and TikTok on Twitter, powered by more than 27 journalists, analysts, reporters, and hedgers. Kevin Harlan, the Pink Right Championship. Super excited. And I'm Michael Walker. This is Bloomberg. So before all this to aspire to, thank you, Michael. We are live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios here at 650 in Wall Street. Time now to check what's going on. See some of the top stories in our nation's capital, including one of two arrested associates of Rudy Giuliani agreed to cooperate in the recent impeachment inquiry. The Trump administration filing paperwork to formally hold the U.S. Supreme Court and opening statements. I mean, this was today in the federal obstruction trial. Trump confidant Roger Stone, and also making news, expectation of more transcripts from the closed-door hearings in the House impeachment investigation. Bloomberg's Kathleen Hunter is here to give us something of a preview of that, and we'll look back at the voluminous amount of testimony we saw just yesterday from two key witnesses, Kate Marie Ivanovich, the former Ukraine ambassador, as well as Michael McKinley, the former Secretary of State.
Yeah, and Marie Ivanovich's testimony in particular learned more about what she told the impeachment panels last month, and it sounds as though what really stood out to me is in particular that she said that she felt like she felt threatened by the way in which Trump discussed her on the July 25th phone call with Ukraine's president. And also she said that she had heard from Ukrainian officials who were concerned about being pulled into U.S. politics. And so on both scores, I think that doesn't reflect very positively on the president and on the White House. I don't know that either of those things are necessarily game changers, but there are sort of additional pieces of the puzzle that we found, additional details that we all became aware of probably yesterday.
Before we get to what we could see from the transcripts that we're expecting today, a lot of criticism, of course, we talked about in the past, is coming from Republicans who say that the process should be more open, that they haven't gotten as much of a chance as the Democrats to question some of these witnesses. What did we learn as far as that goes from the transcripts that we saw?
Well, I think that it sort of reinforced the idea in a public way that we sort of intellectually know all along, which is that Republicans are members of these panels. So even though not every single Republican in Congress is able to ask these witnesses questions, I would know that I think you'll get not as Democrat members able to do that either. The Republican members of the panel are in fact able to be, are obviously afforded that opportunity and, do take advantage of that opportunity. So I think that chips away at the argument that Republicans have been trying to make that this closed process could come out.
Now, what will you be looking for from the transcripts we're expecting today from Kurt Volker, the former special envoy to Ukraine, who turned over all these text messages, as well as the other witness who's going to be whose transcript will be released today?
Exactly. So we're going to
hear
Kurt Volker and Gordon Sondland, and they both testified behind closed doors as well, and were really key witnesses in our understanding, among the key witnesses so far. And so their testimony last month, we'll get some additional details, much like we did with Yovanovitch yesterday. And those details could really help clarify what Sondland and Volker's own roles were in terms of their efforts on Trump's behalf and what those efforts really were intended to achieve. And so I think that we're going to be looking, among other things, about what types of interactions they might have had with Trump's personal lawyer, Giuliani, what kind of channel operation they had, and any additional kind of nuggets of information along the lines of what we saw yesterday. I think at this point the appetite for information is so high. I think really it's going to be a matter of letting the public in on what it is that investigators know.
Yeah, speaking of that back channel of Rudy Giuliani, we got word last night that Lev Parnas, one of the two Giuliani associates who was arrested last month on campaign finance violations, has decided he's going to go ahead and cooperate with the impeachment. How significant is this?
Well, we don't really know necessarily how significant it will be in the end, but it could be very significant. It's important to note that this is someone who, potentially had very first-hand insight into not only Giuliani's conduct, but potentially the conduct of other players in this impeachment inquiry. And so I think it's very significant that he's agreed to cooperate. And, I think that everyone's going to be looking very closely to see what comes out of that.
And the
meantime, of course, this is election day for some people in the country, particularly in Kentucky, where President Trump held a rally last night. It seemed as though he really wants to make this election something of a referendum on him and on impeachment.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's strategically smart for Trump to frame it that way because it's important to protect the state that he won by 30 points in 2016. And so by that measure, it should be, it's a very Republican state, it should be, I don't want to say easy win, but, reasonably graspable win for Republicans to retain their ownership there. And so I think that for him to frame it as a referendum on impeachment makes sense because therefore, if the Republicans do win, look, my support remains very strong. Now, truth be told, we do go there to campaign, and so in some ways it will be that type of a referendum. But certainly there are other local issues at play as well, so we try to include on it.
Washington reporter thank you as always, and you can read more about these stories on Bloomberg.com or the Bloomberg Journal. Follow up the latest on Bloomberg Radio and Washington. Bloomberg 99.1, 7 FM each day. We're coming up to 6:56 on the West Street.
The following commentary is from Bloomberg Opinion.
I'm Brian Chappelle, Thomas for Bloomberg Opinion. Around this time last year, stock market recruited net partners made headlines by tweeting the slide and collapse in investment-grade debt has begun, starting with General Electric. No one seems to want to own bonds rated BBB, just a step or two above junk. Fast forward to today, the rapid change in sentiment has been nothing short of astounding. BBB bonds have returned 14.4%, better than any other rate in January. If the gains hold within a year, it will be the BBB market's strongest performance since 2009. The thing is, nothing much has changed fundamentally between now and then. Credit Sites, for instance, says $70 billion of BBB corporate debt is at risk of falling to junk within the next 12 months, including household names like Kraft Heinz, Macy's, and Ford. Investors can either make peace with the risk of mass downgrades when credit cycle turns, or they just decide to ignore it and reach for yield when the Fed is cutting interest rates. Neither seems to be sustainable. I'm Brian Chappelle. For more opinion, please go to Bloomberg.com/opinion or PR on the Bloomberg Terminal.
This has been Bloomberg Opinion.
And Bloomberg Opinion editorials can be heard every weekday at this time, and terminal customers can read more at OPIN. We continue to watch shares of Uber Technologies down 5.7%. Its new target of achieving profitability by 2021 did impress analysts, but shares did fall amid continued competitive pressures in food delivery and ahead of a lockup expiring tomorrow. We also continue to watch shares of Shake Shack. They're down about 17%. Third quarter comp sales missing analyst estimates, and it did lower its sales guidance for the year. We will be watching those stocks throughout the day. Still, futures are higher. S&P futures are up 5.5 points this morning. Dow futures up 65. NASDAQ futures are up 20, and the 10-year Treasury down 10/30 seconds, yield 1.81%. Straight ahead, Bloomberg surveillance with Tom Keene and Jonathan Farrell for Nathan Naker. I'm Trevor in Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
6:58 on Wall Street. Land Rover drive-time traffic. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for special lease and finance offers. Land Rover, above and beyond. Here's Peter Van. We're going to crash from Clifton eastbound 78 right to 20. Glossy eastbound 80 to 28 towards 34. Also slowing on the northbound western 30 Jersey Turnpike as we way up towards 15W. Good is George Washington Bridgeway. Clear the accident with the inbound lower level at 15 up 5, then down 50 to 20 over Lincoln and Holland's. They're busy on the east side in the town, Queens and Town Zone. West side, I'm just going to put off Randall with George Washington Bridge and delays with the Harlem drive of the Arc number 30 to the 20s. Alternate side is suspended meters supply. We're at 56 degrees, Central Park, with 11:30. The forecast, cloudy day, milder. Watch out for a few showers. Behind you, 60. Sunshine tomorrow, 50 to 55. Becoming cloudy on Thursday, late day showers, and high near 55. This is Bloomberg 11:30 covering surveillance updates.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and TikTok on Twitter. This is WBR New York, Bloomberg 11:30.
Headlines across right now.
You can listen to Bloomberg Radio anytime, anywhere on the radio.com app. Take Bloomberg Radio with you wherever you go. Subscribe to the App Store or visit This is Bloomberg's economics. The good news is the economy is strong. The bad news is the economy is strong. Financial crises take a very long time to recover from.
It's all the people that give for a very long time.
What we predicted extreme indications of what has sustained productivity that how capital investments. Bloomberg surveys with John Key and Jonathan Terrell on Bloomberg Radio.
From New York City, to our audience worldwide, good morning. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Coming up on the program, U.S. equity markets all-time highs. Trade optimism continues to build, just as China pushes White House officials to debate whether to roll back existing tariffs, supporting risk appetite, driving the Chinese currency back below 7 against the U.S. dollar. From the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio, hello Tuesday. Here is your Tuesday morning price action. Equity futures advancing further into uncharted territory. Positive 6 points on the S&P 500, up 2/10 of 1%. In a bond market, here's the state of play for you. Yields high by 4 basis points on a 10-year to 181. And in FX, your currency pair watch today. Dollar China, dollar yuan back below 7 at 6.99. Tom Keane, Lisa Brown is in the studio with me. What a morning already, Tom.
I'm glad you mentioned the bond, folks. This is a jump condition, stronger yuan. I don't know what it's signals to. Stronger yuan, well outside 2 standard deviations. It's like a big direction.
A new front in the trade optimism this morning, Lisa.
It's trade optimism, but also PBOC is taking further steps to ease amid concerns about liquidity crunch. So you've got two kind of fronts here, both indicating that China is concerned about the slowdown, willing to create a peace in order to keep things moving.
So let me go through the latest reporting. So Nancy Bloomberg reporting that China is essentially pushing for tariffs to be rolled back. This isn't just about suspending the December tariff hike. This is about rolling back existing tariffs before President Xi Jinping signs a phase 1 deal. DFT reporting that the White House is actually considering this, considering rolling back levies on $112 billion in Chinese imports. So is it a reason for hope or a reason for concern because the Chinese are starting to push a little bit too hard? And there isn't a clear sign just yet, and I emphasize just yet, that the president will follow to these demands.
I think that there is a feeling that China recognizes that it needs to get some sort of deal. It needs to get some sort of assistance to ease tensions because the economy is slowing. And it's slowing in a way that is not beneficial to them. I think that's what the message was from the easing, and in the additional kind of comments where China was saying they wanted a deal. I mean, it's sort of, but you're right. They're asking for more concessions, and what will the U.S. get in response?
What will the US get in response? I don't know what concessions will they have. Are they just going to be the optics about a signing ceremony that could take place on US soil? Will it be more make purchases, Tom? At this point, it isn't clear. At the moment, though, the market is making a judgment call. The market has made a judgment call that the prospect of escalation risk has diminished considerably, not just in the last 2 months, but also in the last couple of weeks.
No, John, I can mention JP Morgan this morning overnight markets and markets continue through the radio. It's extraordinary the unloveliness of the stock market. And John, it's also going to be the unloveliness of the market. Yes. Down as a basic statement. I see this brilliant bar chart showing a relative performance of categories across equities, bonds, currencies, and commodities. And it's absolutely stunning next gold and the neatness of the S&P.
And right on cue, Ron Marcy and Morgan Stanley is working into these studio in these areas.
It's amazing how that correlated.
Just the moment we could get Brian in front of hours and get his thoughts on it. Curve is steeper. Lisa, your time just high, curve is steeper.
Yeah, and I think that Tom hit it on the head, which is the more optimistic people get about the trade deal, how concerning is it, how likely is a bond tantrum? Because we saw yields get so low, and now we are seeing, particularly in Europe, bond yields trying to climb back near positive levels. And what's the bond company? In other words, how long is it going to take before this had a negative read-through to risk assets?
Since November 5th, do you remember November 7th, 2018?
No.
If you had to guess, where do you think the 10-year yield was? Just have a guess, throw something out there.
2.3%.
Try 325. which is about where we were 12 months ago. It is great to have Brian Lysink of Mike with us now, Morgan Stanley Investment Management Head of Global Fixed Income. Brian, we've come a long day, a long year, a long way, yields down, and now we've had a little bit of a bounce off around 140 in the last couple of months, back up to 181. What do you tell clients now?
Not to expect rates to go up that much, but they're still too low. It's amazing, I think you're right, that 10 years went from 325 to 140. I love the whole time because with you, and when they were low, thank you, and we discussed that was too low. Listen, 225 seems like a good ceiling for now. Central banks don't want to ease, but rates do seem low.
Are you confident we're coming out of this crisis yet?
No, I really wish we were, and there's 100 reasons to be optimistic, but you really haven't seen a lot of data that shows this. The markets are expecting PMIs to go up, the markets are expecting employment to be okay. The data is that it doesn't come through at this point.
Are bonds equities?
Yes, it looks like it does. I mean, if you told me, if you asked me what's the most dangerous thing for equities, I would think it could be meaningfully higher rates. I think that we could ruin the narrative. You have to find yield, you have to move out the curve, you have to find businesses.
We've been looking for meaningfully higher rates for what, 15 years at least? I mean, you guys have made some really important calls, and I want to sit there and listen to this. Can you make a call that we range out breaks through the higher yields? I don't hear that.
No, it's hard to make that call. You don't see inflation, you don't see growth breaking down. It would take some policy movement, I think, to break out.
I'm watching European bond markets because we're focused on the U.S. market, but frankly, European bonds have actually had a much bigger sell-off. And I want to get a sense of this being capitulation, that A, the fields A haven't worked, and that B, the ECB has no more ammunition. Are you more concerned about European debt market right now than the U.S.?
No, not really. I think to say that your deals haven't worked is they have to break it down a little bit more granularly. Obviously, if you're borrowing at higher rates, which Treasury was, low rates and negative rates would be very important. Do you think he'll be able to issue a 60 basis point bond today?
Should they?
Well, should they be able to? It's a great question, but they always great for them. It's great for risk assets. So, listen, I think European is going to stay low. I don't think they're going to give up on the negative yield experiment. And yes, there's been a sell-off, but they're still pretty negative. So I don't think 40, 50 basis points in European yields from negative 70 and negative 30 to 0 was what's going to break the ball.
So right, negative 50 basis points is hard to construct an argument being from the end of the yield curve in Europe is going to sell off massively with the policy rate where it is, Brian.
Totally agree. And as I said, I wish I could give you a magical high interest rate call.
Yeah,
it's not. It doesn't seem like it's in the cards.
Yeah, it's telling you the story about the future. Fundamentals contain a very different story. In Germany right now, arguably we're in a recession in Germany, yet the DAX in 2019 is up around about 25%, and oil yields have had a massive move. What do you make of the spread between sentiment and fundamentals at the moment?
The one thing I'll say about equity markets is that there was a big swing between October, November last year and today. So I think the S&P from the October highs is only at about 6%. It depends how you measure it. So the S equities have done well. And I think I'll go back to what Tom said, which is that I think that this promise of lower yields is driving people in equity markets. And even though people don't feel great about the world, it's an unloved equity market. They're still slowly trickling in, and will just keep going down.
Market action is just a sector sector deflection or dynamics of each other. Analysis I've never seen.
All-time highs on the Nasdaq, on a down, and on the S&P 500 as well. The outperformance yesterday coming from energy, industrials, financials, the value sectors that many people have been waiting for this rotation into, and waiting for Treasury yields to move with it. Your call now going into year-end. What's the conviction call now for you, Brian?
The conviction call for us is that some of these unloved sectors are going to find some love. So you can see in fixed income too, right? What's underperformed, emerging markets and the energy sectors and high yield, a few others. So you can like triple C's and high yield. Well, you can't decide that song, right? A bunch of those triple C's are actually really bad companies. So you can't just go and buy the triple C index. But you can certainly find names that are in there that are okay. It's not easy. I'll be honest, fixed income valuations are not obviously wise.
For the benefit of our listeners, I asked that question smiling quite a lot because I know how complex that is in that space right now.
Hold on a second. I want to just give a little statistic. Like yesterday, the one-day move in
triple C rated farm yields. They went from 11.2% to 10.9%. Bam! It was just a massive rally in the triple C space, and it was really on the heels, in particular, of the energy rally that we saw. But really interesting to see people go back into that.
There's so few things that you can pick really things you can have a food on. So it's funny what the fundamentals and the technical stuff right now between buy what's terrible just to get the yield for a little while. It's definitely
Yeah, that's very right. Hey, Grant, we appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for running back into the studio. Grant Weisting, Manager Outstanding Investment Management Head of Global Fixed Income. Let's get to the price action elsewhere, shall we? We have all-time highs on major benchmarks in the United States. The Dow, the S&P 500, and the Nasdaq 2. And we advance in this morning's session. Futures up 7.8 points on the S&P 500, positive 0.2%. In the bond market, reflecting that risk appetite, yields higher by 4 basis points on a 10-year curve, steeper yield 30-year yield up almost 5 basis points on the day so far. In New York this morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg.
the news in New York City is right along. Lisa, thank you very much. More transcripts are set to be released by the House impeachment inquiry into President Donald Trump. Yesterday, transcripts were released of testimony from former U.S. Ambassador Maria Yovanovitch. She told investigators she had been subject of a campaign by some of the Trump administration to have her fired. Federal officials have arrested a man accused of plotting to attack the Colorado synagogue. Authorities called him a domestic terrorist in important documents, and he could face 20 years in prison if convicted. In the UK, the snap election campaign underway. Breaking Brexit effects. All 650 seats in the House of Commons are up for grabs. Global news 24 hours a day, on air, and TikTok, on Twitter. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts, more than 120 countries. I'm Mike DeMar, and this is Bloomberg.
Michael, thanks so much. A little bit of dollar strength running on DXY as well. Dollar again, 108.85, and the stronger you want. Smart. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Spot, this is brought to you by Holcomb Living's Financial Services team, provides market markets expertise with deep industry insights to address the advisory, audit, and tax needs of your fund's portfolio companies. Visit william.com/PE.
Today on Balance and Power with David Message, former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mark Landing. The Portuguese expert on who's stepping in as the U.S. withdraws from Syria. Former policy director for Big Company, Bobby Jack. Speaker Glossy says she's not a fan of Medicare for All. What is a better alternative? Balance and Power with David Weston. Today at noon on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Something remarkable happens when just the right elements come together. Ideas with technology, data with inspiration, investors with solutions. This is what Invesco does every day, because they believe the possibilities of life and investing are greater when we come together. Invesco. Let's invest in greater possibilities together. To learn more, visit Invesco.com/together. Invesco Distributors Incorporated.
Why do so many Fortune 500 and Global 2000 companies count on GEP? Because GEP helps them optimize their procurement and supply chain operations, helping reduce expenses, boost EBITDA, and increase competitiveness. The results are nothing short of amazing. Strategy, software, managed services. GEP brings it all together. GEP, helping the world's best companies do better. One of risks is automation flows for Africa. How will climate change set back India and Vietnam? Who will shoulder the total cost of the trade war? The new economy drivers and disruptors report capture the forces of that new global economy. Protectionism, automation, digitization, populism, climate change. Find out which countries stand to gain and which could see their own advantages overturned. Get the bigger picture at Bloomberg.com/New Economy Index.
It's opening home, right? Time to compare plans. What's your final year?
Well, that's what the Johnsons thought.
Until they try Medicare's new plan fund.
The Johnsons? We saved them on prescription costs and extra benefits. Come on, friend Nick, we'll find something better. Plans change every year. Use the new plan finder. Medicare.gov to compare health and drug plans. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Oh, yeah. Comparing plans.
men's really vanity, great for activists and other human services. Today's financial tip: invest in an Enzo custom suit. The experts at Enzo Custom take over 31 personalized measurements to fit your body and posture. Customize everything from fabric to monogramming to fit your personality and style. Enjoy $100 off your first Enzo Custom suit starting at $495. Visit EnzoCustom.com/offer to schedule your free custom consultation today. That's ENZOCustom.com/offer. Enzo Custom Suits. Custom style for you. Paris Jensen's conducts the Bavarian Radio Symphony Orchestra on November 18th. For the first concert, Sonata Diana Dunbar sings Strauss's gorgeous Old Last songs in a program that includes dramatic Fifth Symphony. For the second concert, Rudolph Wolfgang joins the orchestra for Mozart's 24th Concerto for Steinmetz, gorgeous melodies. The program includes Shostakovich's visual and powerful concert and the Bavarian Radio Symphony Orchestra conducted by Paris Jensen's on November 8th and 9th. For tickets, visit harmony.org.
It is 7:15 on Wall Street. Time for Land for drive time traffic every 15 minutes is your tri-state area Land for retail with special lease and finance offers. Landover, above and beyond. Here's the event.
Right, one of these one shot here on the range, going down just a bit at eastbound side, points to 28 to 34, and even exiting in Clinton eastbound 70, past exit 18, and also plays on the western skirt of New Jersey Turnpike to Detroit to 15W. Just getting more of a closure on the National Collision, the LIE's been shut down westbound between exits 53 and 52. You're riding into town, not too bad for a Boston Bridge at 10 to 15 minutes. It's 50 to 20, both Lincoln and Holland Tunnels, and we're busy on the east side of the East Midtown Tunnel coming in. West side, I would just go down the ramp to the George Washington Bridge and delays with the Harvard Drive to the Art. With 30s down in Woodlands Place, a crash on the Buckner westbound by the Winter 48th Street. Also, that's on the Benwick southbound as we reach the Queens Boulevard. Weather today, alternate side suspended in California, but maybe there's some buffer. This recovery is sponsored by Staples. Staples make your business more for less. At Staples, you'll find the latest tech and people smarter, not harder. Staples for your business essentials and beyond. We're at 56 degrees, Central Park, we're 11 for you. Pretty forecast cloudy day, weather. Swift chances of a few showers with a high of 60. Sunshine tomorrow, 50, 55. Then becoming cloudy on Thursday, watch out for late day showers. High near 55 degrees. With Best Rock and out of the city, this is Bloomberg 1130. Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com. Business app and TikTok. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
And for Moscow, 7:17 on Wall Street. Bloomberg Daybreak is out on customer terminals, bringing you all the news you need to start your day. Brought to you by EMY Mellon's Pershing. Learn why the world's most sophisticated advisory firms and broker-dealers rely on Pershing to help them improve profitability, create efficiency, attract talent, and manage risk at Pershing.com. Let's check the latest headlines with Hannah George at the Bloomberg Daybreak Desk. Good morning, Hannah.
Good morning, Karen. China wants the US to roll back tariffs before signing a flexible trade deal. That's according to sources who say Beijing's looking to roll back some $360 billion of goods. The SEC is giving Wall Street a longer reprieve from Europe's MiFID II rules. US brokerages will have 3 more years to comply with the new regulations. The CEO of Goldman Sachs says US markets are more focused on the election than President Trump's impeachment. David Solomon also tells Bloomberg he'd be surprised if the Fed cut rates again. And OPEC is slashing estimates for oil demand. The group predicts a slide of about 7% over the next 4 years. All the news you need to start your day, check out Daybreak on your mobile phone from the Bloomberg app.
All right, Hannah, thank you. At Peloton Interactive gave a forecast for strong revenue growth in fiscal 2020. Shares rising in early trading. S&P futures up 7 points, Dow futures up 74, Nasdaq futures up 23, and a 10-year Treasury down 11/30 seconds, yield 1.81%, yield on the 2-year 1.60%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom McDonald.
Kevin, thank you very much indeed. Live from the Unexpected Brothers Studios in New York City, alongside me, 7 minutes and Tom King. Tom King, dollar China, dollar went south of 7. Some Chinese currency spread this morning.
We consider that when we say southwest, that's a direction on to find we're stronger as the south is stronger. You want as well. Phoenix tailing over this south too as we look at the direction. Phoenix, can you link a better China directly into a better EM, or is it a discrete matter right now?
But the Chinese story has become a huge part of the overall story, and that's one of the reasons why our view to be closely intricately tied to what happens in China over the course of the next 12 months.
Is there a broader dollar coordinate figures?
Yeah.
Is there a broader dollar coordinate?
Yeah, so in terms of the total result, we're expecting for dollar CNY to go towards 7.5 by the end of the third quarter next year, so within 12 months. And that's going to likely lead to further improvements across the complex.
So far, we've gotten a number of PMI data, industrial production data out of emerging markets, particularly in Eastern Europe. It does appear that there is at least some bottoming now. We're getting a whole host of PMIs this week as well from other developing markets. What are you expecting? How important are those figures?
I figure that quite essential in reflecting the state of the economy, especially in Eastern European markets. And as we've seen in the numbers really essentially in Poland, there's still over the weakness coming out of the German manufacturing complex, and that's still setting a long-term story ahead for this economy. And that's likely to weigh on the economic growth picture and still hold back the overall region. So I think that's still going to impact currencies in particular.
How tied is the slowdown in industrial production to what we're seeing in China, and just sort of connecting it back to the UN?
Yeah, so I think that this is part of a much bigger global trade story. China's slowdown has certainly impacted other regions that certainly looked into that intricately. And I think that's kind of the global slowdown that's being reflected across the manufacturing particular and industrial security.
Do you partition EM bigger, more sophisticated, big cap companies away from other EM stocks, or is it all one basket?
Yeah, there's a huge amount of diversity and diversity across the EM world. So I think there's lots of ways to partition it. And certainly other countries as well self-function by blocks, by regions, and there are the areas that we
Well, give us an idiosyncratic sector. Where is that opportunity right now, geographically, on a nation's basis? Where would you suggest the opportunity is for some of the companies they still need to clear that are
but that goes against the core assumption view, which is my personal nature that our view in terms of U.S. growth for next year. We're expecting for U.S. to spend only 0.7% GDP versus consensus of 1.7. So, yeah, I think those are kind of the standout in terms of the market out there. I think the economy will push more. And in that context, our views are along the lines of those being very bullish long. There is currency.
very good? Listen, we got to get you back up in famous Canada. We're period of 73 months here on the 0.7% GDP economy. John, that's historic.
It is. It is kind
That
of
is, I'm going to call that 120 basis points.
director of the strategy guidance 2020. The jury's still out for this global economy, regardless of what the market's doing these days.
A lot of easy stories.
Drink. Very early for drink.
It is very early for drink. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a question. How much can a specific emerging market economies diverge away from this larger story? And I think that is sort of, and frankly, Tom, that goes to your question. Big companies that are more exposed and more sort of connected versus the smaller stories that are more specifically tied to those. Shall I say it? Idiosyncrasies.
Well, maybe idiosyncrasies, but we're in awe here of 27,462 of the Dow Jones. I'm sorry, I walked in the door today, and I'm sorry, I'm 3,100 watching SPX. I believe I never thought I'd say that.
It talks about tankiness there. You might get explained it a little bit earlier in the program as well. It's tankiness there that's interesting. Utilities and defensive areas of this market done so well through 19. And then the rotation continues.
And we're rotating the show.
Yeah, into value, energy, industrials, financials, materials, Lisa. Is this a much simpler story that the lower bond yields go, the higher stock prices have to go because you're getting basically the income
you're getting the dividend, and it's not much more rolling, period, the end. I mean, it's not,
And then it's done it the other way because it's the opposite that's been transpiring over the last couple of weeks. High yields, energy industrials, financials doing better.
right, but honestly, with a cap on yields at this point, it's hard to see how the market is going to rise.
The argument sevens futures up 8 earlier, now up 7, down futures up 7 on the VIX 12.98. This is John Ferguson.
Bloomberg surveillance is publishing on a new Range Rover phone to satisfy the possibilities of what's right in your own neighbourhood. It's good translate Henry Electro, a retailer for the new Range Rover phone. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Market insight from Bloomberg's markets.
My co-host Lisa Ramos as we'll speak to the CEO of online travel site Trivago about company's results and outlook. Plus, we'll get the latest on U.S. economic conditions.
Bloomberg Markets today at 10 a.m. on the Global Business News Leader. Bloomberg 1.0. Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. The holidays arrive and make it the battles of the season. The ritual cheer, the holiday parents, and the Tony Fields. But this season, turning alternatives calling to find the loss of certain cheer. The season of Audi sales event.
Get exceptional offers on the Audi you've always wanted during the season of Audi sales event. Visit your local trusted Audi dealer today or AudiOffers.com for more information.
Clutter is a self-storage company where you never visit warehouse. It's also a Wells Fargo customer. Here's how co-founder and CEO Ari Neer says the bank helped his company deliver on its mission.
At Clutter, we're in the business of picking up your stuff and storing it and bringing it back to you whenever you want. We consider ourselves a technology company that's in the storage business. Wells Fargo is one of the biggest lenders to the self-storage industry, so it was incredibly important to us to tap that knowledge base. They're going to help us avoid a lot of hurdles along the way.
In the tech industry, challenge is what you make of it. Get solutions with Wells Fargo. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/techbanking.
NBAM, CPAs and advisors, named one of Accounting Today's best accounting firms to work for. NBAM celebrates 50 years of excellence. Visit NBAMCPA.com.
Dear Calvary Hospital, my mom Irene and dad Benjamin sacrificed everything for me. They were life givers in the truest sense of the word. Mom volunteered at the pediatric trauma unit at Major City Hospital for 30 years. It was only natural that in their final days, 6 months apart, Calvary Hospital was there to care for them as they do for so many families. Their cancer pain was relieved as was our emotional pain. The compassionate care was unparalleled. The calmness and immaculate setting, peaceful and serene. At their end of life, they received a spirit of living that I will remember forever. Sincerely, Raincoat.
This is Frank Calinari, president of Calvary Hospital. To learn more about our unique Calvary care, call us at 718-518-2000. Calvary Hospital, where life continues.
It's 7:28 on Wall Street. It's time for Land Rover Drive Time traffic every 15 minutes. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for special leasing and finance offers. Land Rover, above and beyond. Peter Van, how's the traffic?
It's the traffic on Long Island racing compact LID through Frankfurt. You can shut their place 52 and there has to be collision never good, where they have to bring in a medevac, and that's what unfortunately is happening in this situation. And like what the construction in parts of the New York State Freeway South Lake at 7, that connects into the onboard tolls. George Washington Bridge, nice break this morning, 10 to 15 minutes traffic, a little wider. Same flow to Lincoln and Holland comes only at 15 to 20 minutes. On the east side, you're still good coming into town of the Chicago Bridge, also the Queens Midtown Tunnel. On train west side, highway delays, George Washington Bridge down to the 50s, on the drive up the Arc Tunnel, 130s into the 110s, northbound slow towards the Williamsburg Bridge, and advancing on Picture Street, Turnpike southbound Harmony, switching 12 to collision in Clinton, eastbound 78, just past exit 18, don't get off on its side, is suspended. Some legal rules will apply. All right, 56 degrees Central Park, Brooklyn, 11:03 forecast. Cloudy day, rises left, chances some showers behind you, 60. Sunshine back tomorrow, 50. But becoming cloudy Thursday, late day showers, high of 55. This is Bloomberg 3.0 for surveillance visit.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 11:31 in Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 in Boston. Bloomberg 1061 in San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 in the country. Sirius XM channel 119 and around the globe. Bloomberg Business Hour and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
From New York City, this is Bloomberg Surveillance for our audience worldwide. We're live on Bloomberg Radio. 2 hours away from the opening bell. The news you need to know this hour. US equity futures higher as we get more signs the US and China could be closer to a phase one deal. China asking the White House to roll back some tariffs as part of the phase one agreement. Sources telling us Beijing wants rollbacks of as much as $360 billion of Chinese goods. Elsewhere on the energy front, OPEC's annual World Oil report paints a grim picture to the degree OPEC projecting to March this oil declining as US shale floods the market. And finally, when it comes to earnings, Uber Technology is out with results that fell flat with investors. The ride-hailing company beat estimates for revenue, but posted lackluster gains in bookings and monthly active users. Shares are down 5% in early trading. There's some of the stories we'll be talking about through the next couple of hours here on Bloomberg Radio. And that's up to headline from Las Vegas. Second morning to Michael Barker. Michael.
Good morning, Jonathan. Lisa, it is election day. President Trump was on campaign trail last night in Kentucky rooting for the Republican candidate for governor there. But it was another speaker at the rally that made big news. It's what Senator Rand Paul said about the whistleblower at the heart of the impeachment inquiry.
We also now know the name of the whistleblower. The whistleblower needs to come before Congress as a material witness because he worked for Joe Biden. At the same time, Hunter Biden was getting money from corrupt oligarchs. I say tonight to the media, do your job and criticize.
In New Jersey, one issue voters in Jersey City will face today is whether to curb short-term rentals like Airbnbs. New York City voters agreed to choose new district attorney to replace long-serving attorney Richard Brown today. Global news 24 hours a day, on air, on TikTok, on Twitter. Powered by more than 2700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg John.
Michael Barr, thank you, sir. It's time now for Bloomberg NBC Sports Report. Here it is, John Stashen.
Yeah, Pittsburgh lost to the Giants 6 in a row against the Cowboys. Dallas, who very sweetly lost to the Jets a few weeks ago. That line returned last night, beat Big Blue 37-18. Game was closer than that. Dallas led by just a point over the fourth quarter. Red zone problems for the Giants. 4 times they settled for field goal. Daniel Jones had 2 fumbles plus interception. While Dak Prescott threw for 3 touchdowns. Zeke Elliott outrushed Saquon Barkley on 39-28. Sunday at MetLife, Giants and Jets, 2 teams with a loud record of 3-14. At Barclays, that's where the Falcons 135 on 25. Cavaliers scored 39. At the Garden, Rangers lost to Ottawa 62. At Citi Field, 42-year-old Carlos Beltran introduced the manager of the Mets.
I'm a little bit overwhelmed by this opportunity. But at the same time, I'm excited. Looking forward to manage this ball club. Looking forward to continue to establish relationships in this city. I just can't wait to rewrite our story, being the manager of the United States.
22nd manager in team history, the 9th, and also played the team. The Bloomberg NBC Sports Update.
John Stashen, thank you, sir. We've had the sports, the news, let's get you some price action, shall we? Equity futures are positive by 6 or 7 points on the S&P 500, up 0.2%. Record highs at the close of yesterday's session, and we add some weight to it today. That's where the bond market treasuries lower, yields higher on a 10-year, 181 and up 4 basis points, on a 2-year note, 160 and up 2. And the FX market, the Chinese currency stronger here. Dollar China, dollar yuan, a dip below 7 at 6.99 from New York. This is Bloomberg.
From our headquarters in New York, good morning, everyone. Bloomberg saying that the Bloomberg Energy IT STEM report, brought to you by New Jersey Institute of Technology. They offer hands-on learning in the largest makerspace in New Jersey for those working in manufacturing. and mechatronics. Some more MJIT.edu/manufacturing. Here's Bob Murray.
Tom, Jonathan, good morning. Here's what's making news in science, technology, engineering, and math. Okay, I know I'm dating myself here, but I can remember all the way back to before NASA's astronauts landed on the moon. The astronauts do something to you. We head to the grocery stores and get outside and pass out the chance to drink what the astronauts are drinking up there.
It's Thursday draft time. They make breakfast as your deep coffee because with no craft beer to fly over.
Well, I even convinced myself NASA had invented Tang. Why else would anybody drink the stuff?
You don't have that coffee. You can get it in a glass.
And was the orange juice substitute that no matter what they said had no resemblance whatsoever to orange juice?
And tastes funky. Tastes great. Tang, chosen for the heavenly astronauts. Have a glass. Have some Tang.
I mention all this because just last back online that I came across the story that we called another commercial pitch from that era. Long way NASA because the International Space Station is used in the Marines with 12 bottles of fine French wine. A Luxembourg company set up for that wine, but it's probably not what you're thinking. I doubt you'll be finding astronaut wine in the NASA gift shop anytime soon. They won't be drinking it. It's there in the name science. Really. It learns up there for a year before being brought back to Earth, and they studied how weightlessness and space radiation might affect the aging process. We've always seen out new flavors and properties for the food industry. NASA is opening the space station more business opportunities like this, but really there's nothing new under the sun. For example, Paul's one Jim Lovett was actually the TV pitchman for Tang. That's the Bloomberg NJIT7. Tom, Jonathan.
That was Jason West. Set up for 5 things you need to know to start your day. Brought to you by portfolio analyst.
I you stopped. Oh, now you ain't even got everyone.
We literally would take it off the shelf.
You just let the powder.
It's like you were supposed to do it. That you were drinking everything. So we were paying attention.
You pretend to be an astronaut and have tags. Can you, let's go to Glossy, carry on the billboard. Next makes me drops.
How about 5 things you need to know to start your day? It's brought to you by Portfolio Analyst, powered by interactive brokers. Savvy investors use Portfolio Analyst to create a consolidated view of their finances and check the health of their complete financial portfolio. Download for free. Do that at ibkr.com/PA. The heart of the matter are nuanced strengths and even a list of the market. New or present or past tariffs, which is it?
Well, the country's past tariffs now that the Chinese are pushing for.
The FT matches it that way up.
Yeah, and are reporting it as well. The FT reporting that the United States is actually considering it.
Yeah, that's
which we have to emphasize is why I think the FT market is actually nice today. Because if you thought that the Chinese were pushing for tariff rollbacks here based on deal, this could have gone one of 2 ways. Some people might thought this would make it less likely to get there.
But you also have to keep the context, and the President Xi Jinping is also emphasizing that they want a sort of global trade order, and they want to play into that.
How many times have we heard this from President Xi Jinping? Did you see what he said yesterday overnight in that speech at the Trade Expo? We must all put the common good of humanity first rather than place one's own interests above the common interests of all.
You know, whatever you want, you can dismiss it as, fluffy talk that's aimed at, feeling like a kumbaya moment. But the reality is, these are the headlines that drive price action at this point. Here at the end.
Very quickly, Uber, what's wrong in 2021? I guess Amazon's wrong in 2021, but Uber's still a certain
I know that I'm still spending a fortune on that app.
What's your rating?
487, I think.
He's very proud of that.
487.
Time to give it a rating.
You know what? I can't believe that. I can't believe that. I can actually believe that it is unexpected. I'd love to see it, but I can't believe it. So, if you got 2 hand on your Uber race,
Let's go to Sunday. I remember John last year short speaks at Manchester City. It was completely different. And then you got university. Are we going to see the same thing? So
I hope so. I think it's a really open, attacking game. It's at Anfield, so I imagine the atmosphere is going to be fantastic. This is the top two teams in the Premier League. Liverpool at the top of the league, Manchester City second. There's a 6 point gap between the two teams at the moment. This is why it's such a big game. If Liverpool win, that gap goes to 9 points. And if Manchester City win, that gap comes into 3 points. It's a big, big game going into a busy Christmas football period.
do they play differently when it's a huge game? Because everybody gets fired up.
More intensity, far more intensity. What can happen though is two great sides can cancel each other out, and it can become a bit boring. I'm just hoping that that's not the case.
But what was last year? I was
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed it.
And I worked at the time, so I fell asleep. And it was really quite good.
When did you start watching football?
I had to look as fair was
2 years ago. It's in your contract. I got it inserted. I got it inserted when we
if you say soccer, we'll take $1,000. If I say soccer,
That's 2,000 already.
yeah, it's the same thing. Anyways, it'll be interesting Sunday as well. Futures of 6 down, futures of 7. You want to call it Scott Field. Oil elevates. Make note of that. Worldwide, this is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Bloomberg's latest information by Andrew, the accounting advisory firm providing unparalleled partner attention and specialized advice on tax benefit to help your business. With Andrew Guide you, visit Andrew.com. Kelly joined us today at 2 o'clock on her business week.
Live National Impact Conference in San Diego, which has fixed income, equity, so much more.
12 p.m., one of the most anticipated earnings of the season. Peloton out with their first quarterly report.
Bloomberg Business Week today starting at 2 on Bloomberg 1130, Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
The world is listening.
The lifeblood of tech startups isn't just money. It's executive and technical skills. The kind of skills that companies need to build real products. And the skills that venture capitalist Chris Sutton of Edison Partners sees in the graduates that are coming out of New Jersey Institute of Technology. The amazing thing about NJIT is their graduates, they have multiple opportunities international travel. They're coming out with real skill sets that are immediately hireable and available to them. I think we see an understanding by the faculty and administration at NJIT that we gotta train and educate the whole student, not just their, what's on the brain. And I do think that's sort of part of the DNA today. There's practical and there's sort of academia, and merging those two together, understanding that if we're gonna have our young people go get great jobs and have very successful careers, they've got to have both sides of the brain activated. And I think we see that with NJIT. NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Investors who put their money on the line to help build U.S. infrastructure deserve to be protected. That's what we do at BAM. Our unconditional guarantee means investors receive every penny of interest and principal from the BAM insured bonds have a high quality stable rating from S&P, and BAM credit profiles provide complete transparency on each individual transaction. BAM insured bonds help build America's essential public projects. BAM, feelings mutual. Why is J.D. Power ranked Commonwealth Financial Network #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms for the 6th straight time? We can it comes down to one thing: you. Because it's your input and feedback that keeps us focused on what's most important to you and your clients, and continually pushes us to be the best we can be. Maybe that's why we received top marks in every category of the J.D. Power 2019 Advisor Satisfaction Survey. They named us #1 in client support, #1 in firm leadership, #1 in operational support, #1 in compensation, #1 in professional development support, and #1 in technology support. Ready to partner with the best? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit commonwealth.com and feel the power. Member FINRA Pacific Professional Investment Advisor. For 2019 JD Power 1 information, visit jdpower.com/awards. This holiday season, visit Torco for the widest selection of luxury watches featuring a
vast collection of styles from nearly 40 brands. Join them, now located at 601 Madison Avenue, 510 Madison Avenue, 3 Bryant Park, Walton Mall, Roosevelt Field Mall, and the Westchester. For a limited time only, 30-month special financing available. Some restrictions apply. Visit your nearest Tornado store or tornado.com for more details.
We go around I'd say Marcus Weber with Sags. My coach is out there doing nothing besides now everybody's growing like what he's doing fast. It's like I haven't been there. I cannot be surprised.
You can. With a marketplace of new facts online dating accounts, earn 4 times the national average at market.com.
National average is 104 banks. You don't guarantee. Goldman Sachs makes USA, no, not USA.
It is 7:45 on Wall Street. Time for Land Rover drive time traffic every 15 minutes. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for special lease and finance offers. Land Rover, above and beyond. Here's Peter Van.
Families who spent time approximately in Comax still have the airline closed westbound by 52 with a matter of fact on the state. So basically northbound westbound from New Jersey Turnpike up towards 15W and southbound of the Turnpike Carline just about collision by interchange 12. The crash in Clinton eastbound 78 just past exit 18. Now an accident will get down the upper level of the George Washington Bridge, 20 minutes upstairs. It's 5 and down to 25 minutes at the Lincoln Tunnel. 25. We were busy on the east side in Capitol York, the Chicago Bridge, along with Kingsley Tunnel. West side, Hamilton was going off the ramp to the George Washington Bridge. You have delays happening with the drive, the arc cover, the 30s and 40s. Arc cover still across the Williamsburg Bridge, and also with southbound Grand Central Parkway, westbound from the Fairview Institute of News Interchange. Report sponsored by Staples. Staples Printing and Marketing Services can help your business turn big ideas into big ideas. Staples Printing and Marketing for your business printing and beyond. The 6th grade Central Park, Cooper 11 Freedom. The forecast cloudy, rain, mild 30 with chances for showers with a high of 60. Sunshine for tomorrow, 55. And coming cloudy on Thursday, watch out for late day showers and under 55. With restaurants in Motor City, this is Liver 11 Leo. Liver 11 continues.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Business app, and TikTok on Twitter. This is Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now here in Moscow, Peloton Interactive giving a forecast for strong revenue growth in fiscal 2020. It reported a narrower quarterly loss than analysts were looking for, easing some concerns that had weighed on the stock since the initial public offering in September. Shares are higher at 5.7% in early trading. Chesapeake Energy cut its outlook for 2020 spending by almost a third as the natural gas producer looks to trim debt and achieve a free cash flow amid a broader slowdown in the shale patch. Its shares are down about 10% this morning. Uber Technologies also moving lower. Its new target of achieving profitability by 2021 impressed analysts, even as the shares fall amid continued competitive pressures in food delivery and ahead of a lockup expiring tomorrow. Its shares are down 6%. The Tapestry posting earnings that top analyst estimates, even amid a sharp sales decline in its Kate Spade brand, which has struggled to rebound after a period of heavy discounting and flash sales. Its shares are currently up about 2% in early trading. S&P futures are up 7 points this morning. Dow futures up 80. NASDAQ futures are up 23. 10-year Treasury down 12.30 seconds, up 1.81%. The yield on the 2-year 1.60%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom, John, and Lisa.
Sure, thanks so much. Really appreciate that. Motor Sweats, good morning, everyone. Getting these futures at 7. One of the great things you can do is drive across the fabric of the country outside of the Warriors side. 580 miles, Denver. That's where the eastern coast people like me go, oh, it's a good country out there. Joseph Davis lived it. He's the second most famous person out of Nebraska City, Nebraska. Regular football player. He's the most famous. Joe Ricketts joins us. The book is The Harder You Work Here to Get. Yes, we will talk career trading. Yes, we will talk Cubs at some point. What was Nebraska City like in World War II? And I bring that up because we have a president nostalgic for the smallness of America. Race.
I was born in 41, so I was a baby during the war. I remember the anxiety that people had. I felt as a baby. And coming out of the war, which is when I started to become a child who grew up in the late 1940s or 50s, Nebraska City was the perfect place to grow up. I had the freedom to roam, to ride my bicycle in the morning in the summertime. My mother would give me a sack lunch and I didn't come back.
You captured that in your book of fabulous photographs. We have a president who used to President Trump, who has a nostalgia for what was. How do we take our belief of what was and drag it forward and modern year?
I don't know how to answer that question correctly, except to say that if we don't keep the free enterprise system, our society is going to change dramatically for the worse. And so one of the reasons why I wrote the book was to encourage young people that they have an entrepreneurial path to start a business.
I suggest you talk about that.
Let's talk about it. Can we please do we?
No. I'm stunned at the conversation that's in the arena today with this President Clinton. Our greatness comes from free enterprise. Every society that has tried socialism has failed. And there is poverty and despair that comes out of socialism.
Senator Warren says she's accountable. She just wants markets to work more efficiently. Do you believe that?
No, not at all. Not in this.
What is it that tells you that she's not what she says she is?
Because all of the benefits that she says she, as a leader of the government, is going to provide to society is going to require that she change society dramatically and not in favor of free enterprise.
She says what she needs to do to get Medicare for all is tax the billionaires. The billionaires are the only people that are going to be paying more. At last count, I think Forbes had 607 billionaires in the United States of America. It's still quite a rare thing, isn't it, Joe? You don't see that much money.
Very rare thing. And these are the people that make society work. If you look at that list, the top 400 billionaires, they're all people that are in business that are providing jobs, providing benefits to society.
Yet, did you ever think that becoming a billionaire would be seen as a sign not of success, but of market failure?
Never. I never dreamed of it. No, not at all.
So we're going to bring up an innovation. Lisa, it's a great thing to fame is Chicago. She begged me to play there
When you said your claim to fame, I kind of waited with nervousness came over me. I had no clue where you're going with that.
the number of Nobel laureates that got in the door with the field. It's just simple as that.
Yeah, and I could never get them to go with me to a Cupscape. But I will ask you, you talk about free enterprise, and that brings me to the business of generic trade, which gentlemen, increasingly it's moving toward free trading of assets. And I'm wondering, can you connect that, the idea of sort of the availability and the ease at which people can buy and sell securities without paying anything? Do you think that that is a good thing?
I'm not sure. I think it has to play out. I'm hesitant to say it's a good thing. First of all, it's the culmination of what happened in 1975. So we've had all of this time for this guy working in this industry evolved to come to this point. But the thing that we need to be careful with, from my point of view, is we don't want to equate buying a stock with betting on a football game. That, and as it kind of goes there, it's going to turn out to be a bad thing.
Do you think that that's sort of implication of having no fees on these transactions?
I don't know. We have to see it play out. That's my hesitation. That's what I don't know. That's what we're going to have to see. We don't want the wrong type of volume in the business.
And we point out the Harvey get Joe Ricketson back. The book says it all. It's got George Will channeling Branch Rickey as the Cardinals, a guy named Diamond in the banking business. And one of your arch competitors, John Schwab, as well. You invented T-bill Ameritrade. I remember the wonderful payday in 1975 and all that. But has it become a barbell business where it's adults holding equities forever, essentially, versus the micro-hyper trading? Does that industry that you invent, do they now live and die on that hyper trading segment?
A lot of them do, but a lot of them also don't. We have evolved that American just from providing a providing a lot of other services that the customer can pay for, which include hedging. So there's an evolution that has come about. It's a new spectrum of traders that are in the customer base of America, but there's volatility, viability.
Your son,
Yeah, I see a drawn on your face.
No, I mean, look, I think that it's an interesting point, this idea of, whether removing the difficulty of entrance, the barriers to entry in a market will encourage imprudent behavior and will encourage people to trade more and not necessarily be deep dive investors. But in some way, don't index funds already do that?
They do, yes. They trade off and they provide a lot of volume to the business, which is good. It's helping the market grow and depth. So it's not so much that they're going to harm the market as that they may not help themselves.
I want to ask you about the type of work, part of your work, what you have, which is an ethos of Pete Peterson's Nebraska, as well. It speaks to a massive body of disaffected Republicans who are having with this president. What do you say, and your family is very sponsored to President Trump, what do you say to the group of the grand old party out there that doesn't want this guy stuck?
I really don't feel like I have to talk to them, but I can tell you this. All you have to do is look at the figures. Look at the employment figures. Look at the gross national product. Look at our factories. And things are reviving at a fresh way in the United States.
Yeah, we got a run rate of 1.9% GDP if we're lucky on a trade war that this guy ain't done. I mean, what is that trade war doing with farmer 47 million? I forget about that. My distance is wrong, John. I think in New Jersey. What does this do to a farmer 470 miles west of Omaha? What's it do to him?
I think that in the short term this year, I know when I read the papers, it's caused them some harm, but he's given them some help, and now he's got one of the biggest trade arrangements for soybeans that the United States has ever had with China.
So I don't worry about that help comes from the government, farmers increasingly are depending on handouts.
I prefer a society without handouts, but sometimes there needs to be some help for a society. I know that my grandfather had one of the most successful farms near Manly, Nebraska, and he went broke during the Depression. And he moved to a house in Nebraska specifically, working in the back of the house, into a house for farmers. I mean, there were so many programs. So there needs to be some. Where you draw that line is the big thing.
Can I do some real corrections on Nebraska? I know some 40, 70 miles west of Omaha. That would be Sydney, Nebraska. That was wrong. Of course, that's in person. Was that your support? So that's our civilians.
It's geography, Joe.
How do you work the lucky you get Joe Ricketts? You know him from the Rare Trade. Your family's got a knot in Buckles with Anthony Rizzo of the Chicago Cubs. As well, thank you for coming today. Truly, I think, John, in history, it's forgotten. They revolutionized the business.
Yeah, I agree. Going into 2020, we got to get Joe back because capitalism is at the epicenter of this election.
Absolutely.
Free markets at stake, and Joe would like to get back to get your thoughts. Equity futures this morning positive 0.2% on the S&P 500. This is Bloomberg Radio.
It is 7:50 on Wall Street. Time for Land Rover drive time traffic every 15 minutes. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for special lease and finance offers. Land Rover above and beyond. Peter Van, let's head over to you.
All right, let's just go through that nasty collision with Comac. At least the Medevac has left the scene, which had the LIE last night closed over by exit 52. A collision in Clifton, East 3 by Bloomfield Avenue, and watch out for an accident in downward 27, open by exit 12. 20 minutes upstairs towards Washington Bridge, crash being cleared, downstate 25 to 10, 15 to 20, both the Lake and Holland tunnels. On the east side, Brisbane and Tower, the Trackwell Bridge, and Queens McDowell Tunnel. West side, Holland was coming off the ramp to the George Washington Bridge. You have delays to the Harlem Trot, the R Combo in the 30s, 1Ts, and the accident still being cleared off Washington Parkway southbound by Forest Parkway. 57 degrees, Central
Cloudy today, 500, much afternoon showers, with a high of 60. Sunshine back to tomorrow, 50 to 55. Then becoming cloudy on Thursday. We'll see some late day showers and a high of 55. This is Bloomberg 1130. Bloomberg Surveillance Consensus.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and TikTok on Twitter. This is the BBR New York, Bloomberg 1130.
Business is like a bus. Can you make a call given the swirl data?
Get all the pieces.
Getting mixed signals from government, C-SPAN, internship.
Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business Radio.com, the iHeartRadio apps, and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Economics, American economic power and future depends on trading securities, because we still see people struggling financially.
More debt from your existing company, and they just don't have life focus.
The markets become a little bit too addicted to the timing market is just so difficult.
Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Key and Jonathan Farrow on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Jennifer and Sandy, thank you for being with us. Bloomberg Surveillance coming up the global Wall Street, our fixed income conversation of the day. No question about that. You know, get to that in a moment. Futures up 7, down futures up 82. Trees grow in the sky. I guess that's what it is. The VIX 13.01. Bloomberg Surveillance this morning brought to you by Code Resnick, planning a transaction. Turn your tax strategy into a competitive advantage. So learn how. Visit Code Resnick's Capital Markets Tax Resource Center. Do that at CodeResnick.com/tax insight. Let me spell it. COHMRECNICK. CodeResnick.com/tax insight. I'm really looking forward to this serious line dynamics to discuss.
Really, really happy to say that joining Lisa, Tom, and myself is Alex. I'm John of JOHCM. Good morning to you.
Right?
Big day yesterday for credit spreads. Some real timing. What do you make of the news you see at the moment?
Complacency is a beautiful thing, isn't it?
What do you think it is, complacency?
Well, look, ETFs are getting inflows, and the ETFs have gotten inflows, which is fine. That's just the name of the game. If you actually look at the active manager cash flow rate, it's steadily rising. What I mean by complacency is everybody's hiding down the same trade. Everybody's going up the base. That's just the name of the game.
But is it not complacency if you're getting returns so far year to date on high yield bonds of 12.1%? At a certain point, they're right.
It's right. But when you cash in and just say, you know what, going forward, because you gotta look forward, not backwards. So going forward, what's the best you can make out of double B's today, which yield 3.8%?
I think it's interesting that you're delineating double Bs, which had a much lower yield and had a much bigger round, versus triple Cs versus single Bs. Is now the time to either take big risks or go home, go into the triple Cs, or not buy high yield?
I'm going home.
You de-risking at the moment.
We have been. So remember, we run a commingled portfolio between equities and credit.
Yeah.
When you look at the risk-reward ratio, to me, equities seem a lot more interesting. If you think the growth is going to recover, then credit from here. And if you think we're going to sell off, look, I think people forget credit is a risk asset class. It is not a hedge against equities. If you want to hedge, you go buy treasuries. You don't go buy credit.
Well, in your research, you look at something growth, which I think is which is how much it bonds are trading first of all. This is a really important idea, folks. This goes way back to your YA screen where your language like yield first. Yield first of all. So what is yield first of all? I know yield last of all. You know, but what is yield first of all?
So, unlike investment grade, high yield bonds are always callable, and they're typically callable 3 to 4 years first year after the issuance. And the way the call is calculated is a function of the yields and the spread. So, if it's cheaper for the company to refinance today, where the things are trading, it is likely that the call date will come forward. And when you look at the high yield market today, between the double Bs and and even the single Bs, the majority of the market, close to somewhere like, I would say, 3/4 of the market is trading to the first call, and in some cases trading at above prices the first call.
This is so important, folks, because another way to say this is yield for finance. It's just assuming that it's out there. Is there security out there so you can refi 3 years out?
Well, today's
Belief out there, trust.
it is. I mean, today it's there, right? Liquidity, I joke about it when I say like, liquidity is kind of like having a lion as a pet, right? It's really nice when they're calm, but once in a while it comes and just mauls you. So today we're in that calm period, but when I hear things like investment grade managers are looking at AAA CLO spreads to add a little bit on the margin, insurance companies going to look at buying stubs of bonds that haven't been tendered so they can earn extra 20 bips.
So it's 2006 to me. Yes.
Here's the problem with that, and I sympathize with that view as someone who enjoys the sensational kinds of headlines. But the reality is, people have been doing this for a while, and they've been winning. So the question is, when is this improve? What are you looking for that indicates this can't keep going?
Sure, and we've been winning as well. And there's nothing wrong with winning. You just have to know when it is time to pack your bags and call it a day. And I think we're slowly getting to that point. And just on a risk-adjusted basis, look, if I have an extra dollar to spend, I'm not telling you don't put it anywhere in the markets. I'm just saying I'd rather put it in the equities and the cyclicals, where I think I can make almost 2x the money. And by the way, earn a dividend yield that probably 2x what you can earn on the treasury, than basically hiding out in the double B. So it's just a function of how you want to craft your portfolio.
I know you don't like me talking about your performance too much, but for anyone that's interested, you can go on a Bloomberg and take a look yourself. It is a really, really good year, the 2019 for you. Let's talk about where else is crowded. You mentioned the double B's part of high yield. Where else is crowded at the moment? Do you think if people are in, they should be considering getting out regardless of the performance at the moment?
I mean, broadly, I think the credit asset is, I really struggle with making heads or tables out of it. And I know I wrote this like long email to you guys trying to justify myself. But look at the triple C's, right? Because I mean, the math has to matter at some point in time. And this is the flow of averages. Everybody looks at the averages and they look at this high yield spread that has been exceptionally well behaved, and they say, you know what, 400 spread, it doesn't look that bad, I can still earn it. When you start digging into it, it just tells you a different story. If you assume half of the triple C's default, just half of the triple C's, which is not outrageous because they tend to default, that's 15% of the market. At 7.5% default rate, the average high yield spread should be around 600. It's not the triple C's that I think are mispriced. It's the double B's and this defensive that everybody's hiding out in that is grossly mispriced.
I think the talk point is really interesting because it's also indicating that people are buying bonds at prices that are higher than where the company can buy it from at, right? So you're basically guaranteeing a loss if the company chooses to refinance. I'm just wondering, you're saying if triple C's see like a half of that default, are you seeing any fundamental signs of deterioration?
I mean, the easiest one, so there's two things you can look at. One is just look at the ratings, upgrades, and downgrades. Right now on a chart, you're seeing more downgrades, broadly speaking, than upgrades. The other part you see is, look at the volatility, both in the low and the high yield market, right? A company reports good earnings, maybe the bonds go up half a point to a point. You report bad numbers, I mean, we've seen 3, 5, 10, in some cases 20 points of downside. It's insane. Like, bonds are not supposed to be like that.
Like, at the moment, if you let it go right now, many of our listeners would think it's stupid bear who's sounding the alarm of global markets. That's not the case. Let's wrap things up with the opportunities in front of you in the equity market. You've been doing well this year. I imagine that's coming a lot also from your equity investments. What are you doing at the moment in stocks?
I mean, equities, we always look at it from a portfolio calculation and think of it, where are we looking at equities in context. So we like some of the cyclicals, we like some of the European financials is something that we've looked at, and then really Europe and Asia are the two areas where everybody has just thrown in the towel, and sometimes you can find quite interesting companies that they're around for a long period of time that was already pricing in a pretty bearish scenario. That doesn't mean it can't go any lower, but people are already assuming pretty much the worst.
What are negative interest rates doing to people who are in that full phase of credit here? Analysts there is that changing the dynamics of a non-full phase of credit market?
Simplistically, I'm not a believer that negative rates work. It doesn't work anywhere else. And I think if you
Let's go to the including Mr. Sullivan speaking to our minutes and numbers.
I think if the U.S. were to go -2, I mean, you may perhaps can think of an example, but I can't think of an example where the entire world went negative. Today, I think it kind of works because U.S. is not negative; it's positive. You can still do relative trades, and I think that's part of the challenge. There's a lot of inflows coming into the U.S. because we're positive. Everybody is long U.S. dollars, U.S. exposure, U.S. swaps. I mean, follow the money trail. It's actually pretty scary.
It's great to see you. Right, I'm showing that JYC USA Senior Fund Manager here in New York City.
So smart. Honestly, to me, it's an important point. It's not just predicting the end of the credit cycle, it's predicting the end of a risk-reward trade that does not make sense mathematically.
It's done pretty well in the year so far, so push back here in New York City. Now, so at all-time highs on a down. The Nasdaq, the S&P 500 as well. Equity futures advanced once again this morning. Equity futures up some by 0.2% on the S&P 500.
They are with the equities morning, and they're just next to the market. I've seen this 3, 4, 5 days straight. There's a news flow out to highlight news flow for those who are trading morning. Some optimism on trade and tariffs by Bloomberg and Financial Times, as well as going to lift the market really is screams for further news down the road. Again, yields higher smartly this morning. I said when it's real well, this is Bloomberg. Good morning.
And that's the news in New York City. Here is Alabama.
Jonathan, this is not thank you very much. Voters in 4 states are going to the polls to decide state offices, but both major political parties see the off-year elections as tests of voter enthusiasm and party organization ahead of next year's contests. The impeachment inquiry of President Donald Trump is another unknown factor. Governors are being elected in Kentucky and Mississippi. In New Jersey and Virginia, state lawmakers have been chosen. Voters in Jersey City will decide today whether to curb Airbnb rooms. More transcripts are said to be released by the House impeachment inquiry into President Trump. Today, transcripts of depositions expected to be made public of former special envoy for Ukraine, Kurt Volker, U.S. ambassador to the EU, South. Global news 24 hours a day on air and TikTok, on Twitter, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts from more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg Talk.
Michael Barr, thank you, sir. Risk appetite improves, treasuries lower, yields higher, curve steeper, your 10-year of 4 basis points, your yield 1.818%.
It's been the trade on phase 11. How about phase 1, partial 1, whatever you want to call some form of trade agreement? We catch up with our international trader, Michael McKee.
Continues market coverage live from Hong Kong. Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
I'm going to good.
Sam prisoner China's Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
Will China make good on his pledge to focus more on imports?
And why do so many boards of Asian companies still resemble the All Boys Club? Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. Tonight at 6 on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Attention investors, sick of market ups and downs, monitoring cash flow of 18 to 21% targeted consistently, want to ponder on future recessions? National Realty's Class A Buildings Fund is made up of high income producing real estate. You're secured on large apartment buildings, backed by $750 million of high quality new construction. You receive monthly electronic cash flow payments. You're diversified with 15 large buildings supporting your money. Your investment is managed and perfect for retirement. These private building locations back you with hard money-making assets. Remember, no matter what type of market, it's always a landlord's market. Call now for your free guide to secure realty investment wealth. Just call now and learn our proven method. Our 13-year track record and 900 repeat investors proves it. Call 201-210-2727. That's 201-210-2727. That's 201-210-2727. In order to buy or sell any securities originated by a private person member of the creative person invest list, as performance is no guarantee of future results. National is a real estate development firm. See us at NRA.net.
Staples is more than a place you go and make copies.
It's where a conversation with associates sparked the idea for my business card to double as a coupon. And it's where you can reach potential customers with custom postcards.
Staples can help make your big ideas bigger ideas.
And right now, when you make a select print and marketing services purchase, you receive 20% off your next order. Staples, for your business printing and beyond. These are only $11.19. Exclusions apply. Staples.com/print20 details. Something remarkable happens when just the right elements come together. Ideas with technology, data with inspiration, investors with solutions. This is what Invesco does every day because they believe the possibilities of life and investing are greater when we come together. Invesco. Let's invest in greater possibilities together. To learn more, visit Invesco.com/together. Invesco Distributors Incorporated. Located on the campus of the Hebrew Home at Riverview, River Spring Rehabilitation is New York's premier rehabilitation center, specializing in older adults. River Spring specializes in short-term inpatient rehabilitation for a wide variety of major health conditions, giving patients access to the experience and expertise of dedicated physicians, nurses, physical occupational and speech therapists. Whether knee replacement, stroke, or surgery, River Spring Rehabilitation provides some of the nation's most comprehensive and innovative services to get your loved one back on track as quickly as possible. River Spring Rehabilitation's dedicated team understands that every patient is different. River Spring's personalized care plan makes recovery a positive and meaningful journey. Call 800-56-SECRET today. That's 800-567-3646 or visit riverspringhealth.org/rehabilitation. It is 8:15 on Wall Street. Time for Land Director and Traffic every 15 minutes. As we try to see area Land Rover retailer for special needs and finance offers. Land Rover, above and beyond. Peter, what you look at?
It's a great day in Omaha. We see a closure LIE westbound. Massive collision over by exit 52. Average going south on New York State Freeway. 13 inches of traffic. Also coming down to Jersey City. Northbound truck was running on by 6 Avenue. Ongoing accident investigation. Watch out on Route 287 if you're northbound and downward to Tuesday. Well, the attendance for crash by exit 22. Just watch your rail 20 up, 5 and down. 15 to 29 in the left on the way into working on the stall. So the express bus lanes are coming into that north tube and 15 to 20 behind. Pretty much on the east side is down off the Tribal and extra bridges along Queens with the downside. West side highway is just slowing up the ramp to the George Street Bridge. Pretty good to go on the east side on the Tribal York Condo on 30s and into the 70s. Report sponsored by Staples. Staples gives your business more for less. Staples, you'll find the latest tech to help you work smarter, not harder. Staples for your business essentials and beyond. 57 degrees Central Park, with 11 degrees during forecast. Cloudy day, mildly today, but we will see some showers with a high in the 60s, sunny tomorrow. It's going to 55. It'll be cloudy on Thursday, with a chance of late day showers and a high in 55. With West Drive in the city, this is the Lindbergh 11 Trio. Lindbergh's the veterans continues.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and TikTok.com. It's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm Trevor Moscow. It is 8:17 on Wall Street, and this update is brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Premium technology and automation provides clients with lowest cost access to over 125 markets in 31 countries and 22 currencies from a single account. Learn more at idkr.com/YIB. Futures are higher this morning. Let's go to the first word breaking news desk for today's morning call. Here's Phil Maloney. Welcome morning.
Hey, good morning, Karen. U.S. futures are maintaining their gains since the last time we spoke. The Dow futures up 85 points. S&P's gained 7.1. Nasdaq futures flying by 21. The U.S. 10 yield at 1.82%. Gold is down 10. And Japan rose 1.8% overnight. But European markets trade were some higher this morning. Back in the U.S. on the economic front, 8:30 trade balance at 9:45. Market U.S. services and composite PMIs. And at 10 o'clock, the ISM non-manufacturing index. After development, Google reported disappointing user growth. Shake Shack reported lower 2019 comp sales guidance. Shares are down 18% in the free market. And Adobe 2020 revenue and adjusted EPS views beat estimates. Regarding some of the earnings this morning, Regeneron beat estimates is also buying back $1 billion in stock. And Tapestry EPS beat the highest estimates. Wrapping things up, American Axle was bet to equally at Barclays. Beyond Meat raised to outperform Bernstein and Schwab. But to outperform Brad, Raymond James, live from the first breaking news desk on the
Very good. Thanks for headline breaking news over your Bloomberg text. Welcome your terminal, SQUAWK. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm John and Lisa.
Karen, thank you. Thank you very much. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokerage Studios. Sentiment improving once again.
In Boston.
Several track reports.
In Boston, the Boston Bruins have won 11 games with Washington Capitals. That's hockey. They look great last night. They're so good. Marchand's like another player. There's so many other players helping out the greatest passer I've ever seen.
I find it fascinating that they added Lisa to the show here to have somebody else who doesn't understand what you're talking about.
That was a great small step from the color side.
The Bruins are killing it. Continue. Manchester.
Welcome, McKee. It's great to see you. And I genuinely mean that. It's absolutely better place and they correspondent. 2 reports today, one from the FT and one from us here at Bloomberg. Our reporting indicating China is pushing for tariffs to be rolled back before President Xi signs a phase 1 deal. The FT reports the White House is actually considering it. Your thoughts at the moment?
Well, we did see something like this back in April when there was supposed to be a deal that didn't happen. It makes sense, though, from the point of view that when, and we talked about this yesterday, what the Chinese are getting out of this deal, the U.S. is getting out of this deal, there isn't much to it. So if you're going to actually get something out of it, the tariffs will be what you would be going for, especially if you're the Chinese. And if the administration wants to get a deal, it is obviously something they could do. Now, what is clear is whether just taking off the December tariffs is enough, or they really have to roll back tariffs that are already in place.
Is this a reason for hope or concern? It would be a reason for hope if you believed that the United States was going to voluntarily roll back existing tariffs. A reason for concern if you've seen this movie several times in the last 18 months and got familiar with the ending.
Yeah, I wouldn't have hope or concern at this point. I just take the news as it comes, and we'll see what they actually end up with. Because we've seen the administration, the president, the Commerce Secretary say all kinds of happy things about what could happen that then don't happen. But on the other hand, in this case, we're seeing the Chinese make some noises to the effect that maybe they think so, you could be reached. So, if you're a trader and you want to send stocks up, that's your business. But I wouldn't bet one way or the other at this point, just based on experience.
I do want to talk about what the U.S. may be getting in return for rolling back these tariffs. Some have speculated that it could be beefed up provisions on protection of intellectual property for U.S. companies. That sounds like phase 2, not phase 1. It's simple.
Well, it depends on how we define what they actually do. They passed a law in July that increases intellectual property protections for foreign companies in China. If that is what stands in for what they're looking to put into the deal, then that's easy enough for them to say, all right, we've already done it. Or maybe they put in some sort of enforcement mechanism or trigger mechanism that they can look at. The same thing with the idea of opening the markets to financial firms. They've already announced that they're going to do that. So it's easy enough for them to include those things in the deal.
Which savings banks you would make jokes about it? Who is saving face the most?
Well, it's hard to say. It depends on how it plays out and what they actually come up with. But the Chinese obviously do not want to be seen as giving in to the administration. And normally you structure a deal so that both sides can safely see their future. It will be interesting to see how the president, if the deal is as we described, how the president spins that is particularly good news. We know they'll say it's the greatest trade deal of all time. But do people believe that? Yeah, that remains to be seen.
You were doing Raincoat, Thomas, your protection. How do you get the first question? So what do you do for that?
Just like the books. No, it's random.
It's random. You don't know that's coming. They don't say to Mr. McKee, we're going here first.
Everybody raises their hands and they just call it something.
Now, he bribed them with chocolate.
But capitalists take this one too.
Yeah, 45 Eastern, services data, 10 a.m. Eastern, non-manufacturing ISM here in America. Mike, just quickly, how important is that data today?
The services data, that's a market numbers don't get as much traction in the markets, but the non-manufacturing and service industry data will be important. It's been above 50, the dividing line for contraction, but it has been trending down. And if it starts to bounce up, that will add to the tailwinds that we're seeing in the markets, while maybe having bottomed out.
Michael, thank you so much for all of your economics. Greatly appreciate that. Seriously, folks, the bias and the trade talks really were off the radar very much front and center. Futures up 6, up 8 earlier, down futures up 7, 8. Let me give you those levels: 3,082 on SPX, down 27,046. Yield higher yield by 5 basis points. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Most of that is brought to you by the Linux Financial Services team combines private equity markets expertise with deep industry insights to address the advisory, audit, and tax needs of your fund portfolio companies. Visit ribbon.com/BE.
To drive decision making, come to Bloomberg 1130. Step by share Richard Clarida on top.
Security is nervous on it, but these are good numbers.
Speaker Nancy Glossy and the Academy. Secretary Laws on U.S. General Trade. Decision makers, market movers, every day on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Get better at giving back with the George Clooney Fund. For nearly 50 years, we've helped our fund holders make their charitable giving simpler and more tax efficient. And along the way, we've grown into one of the largest and most active donor-advised funds in the nation. When you open a fund with JCF, you can maximize your charitable deductions this year and make grants of your own timeline. All it takes to get started is a $5,000 contribution in cash or appreciated securities. Then log in to make grants to qualified charities in any sector. We'll handle the record-keeping. In addition to our fund holders giving, JCF's endowment donates millions of dollars each year to community institutions like the UJA Federation of New York. For a simpler, easier, smarter way to give, look no further than the Jewish Community Fund. We have a gift for giving. Open the fund today at jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
Hi, this is Russell Shinsky, co-managing partner of Engine. It's November. As your accountant meeting, you have to discuss year-end tax planning. At Engine, we take a proactive approach to maximize tax benefits for our clients. These days, with so many changes to rules and regulations, tax planning is a year-round process, not a year-end event. Let Engine guide you to ensure that you are benefiting from all the tax savings available to you. Please visit our website at engine.com to learn more and to contact me.
GEP, Unified Procurement and Supply Chain Solutions. GEP, Strategy, Software, Managed Services. GEP is the industry's digital transformation powerhouse, helping global market leaders achieve new levels of profitability, performance, and shareholder value. Hundreds of Fortune 500 and Global 2000 companies count on GEP to reduce operating expenses, boost yield, and increase competitiveness. GEP, helping the world's best companies do better. New jobs, new businesses, the growth of transit-oriented downtowns. All this is happening right now in Suffolk County with the help of the Suffolk IDA.
Over the past 2 years, Suffolk County has seen more jobs created by IDA efforts than in any other region of the state outside of New York City. The Suffolk IDA is also helping to re-energize downtowns like Patchogue and Port Jefferson.
Learn more about how the Suffolk IDA is helping Suffolk County and all of Long Island thrive. Visit SuffolkIDA.org.
It's 8:28 on Wall Street. Time for Land Rover Drive out of time traffic every 15 minutes. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for special leasing finance offers. Land Rover above and beyond. Too bad. Look at that.
Yes, very well done on the nation, especially Comac. We shut down a lot of the westbound Baywood in the service road. Nasty collision that close between exits 53 and 52. That earlier they had unfortunately really done that across the region, so it's never a good sign. Contact 27 came down with traffic as well, up into Vegas here that found exit 22 and another collision. That is George Washington Bridge and Round, they started that construction.
construction. They'll start to look at delays on cross-country. Last time, Lincoln's up 50 for 20 in there right now. Now coming in over 19 for trailing. That's going to take a while to the air out of the tire. And also 20 minutes at the Hunting Tunnel. On the east side, delays are in Chicago, 53 bridges, 150 down south. On the drive, will be off on the things up from 30s, 70s, 30s, 15s, and more time slow from the bridge. At the 73 Central Park, cloudy rain, 5 today, but we do have chances of showers with a high of 60. Sunshine tomorrow, 50, 55, and we cloudy on Thursday, night day showers, and a high of 55. With this round, the city avenues continues.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York, Bloomberg 803 to Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston, Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco, Bloomberg 160 in the country, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
In New York City, this is Bloomberg Surveillance from audience worldwide live on Bloomberg Radio. Equity futures climbing after closing at record highs on the S&P 500 down, and then Nasdaq yesterday we had some weight to that today, up 0.2% on the S&P 500, higher by another 6 points. Your economic indicators brought to you as always through the Commonwealth Financial Network for the 6th straight time. J.D. Power ranks Commonwealth #1 in independent advisor satisfaction on financial investment firms. Visit wealth.com, commonwealth.com to learn more. Let's get some economic data, shall we? Do this really dangerous.
Okay, Jonathan, trade deficit looking services September average $52.5 billion and then $55 billion in October. I'm sorry, in August. What happened though? Trade with China nosedived in September, and that contributed to this narrower September trade deficit. $2.5 billion. Still on the agenda, 10 o'clock Wall Street time, job openings, and the ISM services non-manufacturing index. I was looking for that to work a couple of bit. I'm going to get a trade use of radio. Let's go back.
Hey, Eddie, great to catch up with you as always. And Tom, that is the next data point to watch, I think. Around about 90 minutes time, 10 a.m. Eastern, the ISM non-manufacturing index expected to pick up. And if we get one, that's just more fuel to the optimism of the last week or so.
It's just basically a good economy. It's just basically a good economy. There's trade. Because everything else it's creating coming out it's a huge performance. Looking at some seven numbers we all played the 1.9% GDP.
The balance of risk has shifted. The balance of risk around the outlook arguably really quite tilted to the downside earlier on in the year. They've shifted as the year has grown older off the back of a trade story that improves just a little bit. Our latest reporting today, the Chinese asking for tariffs to be rolled back before Xi signs a phase one deal. If this was 6 months ago, let me tell you that one request alone would have sent this market the other way on the belief that this administration wouldn't fold. The FT's reporting the White House is considering it, and that is helping the cause of the equity boost today. But this here in New York City, Damien Saxon, Bloomberg Intelligence fixed income strategist. Damien, does the world look a little bit better in the last couple of months, or is it just the market speaking and nothing else?
Well, I'm on the record as having said with respect to emerging markets, you really hate to see the weakness in manufacturing bottom out in order for the outlook again things for the economic to improve. And quite frankly, we just haven't seen that yet. I mean, we had a lot of data this week, obviously Brazil, Russia, the Philippines, PMIs coming out from all those countries. But despite the fact we'll probably get a little bit of an uptick on positive base effects, I mean, it's still quite weak. Going to the end of the year, I can understand people trying to play a little bit of a game here, but it's still suspect.
Right now, emerging markets on a tear. Right now, emerging markets credit up 2.3% at the end of September. That compares to 0.6% in U.S. high-yield bonds. So much more than double, triple. How much further can this go?
Well, John Morgan was on the Tom earlier today, and made an excellent point. Reaching for that yield in this environment, makes sense, right? I mean, going into year right for sure, but I think it's going to be short-term in nature. I definitely can see his point in there. This is kind of a sort of a seasonal thing, right? Again, positive base effects coming through the fact that October's not behind us, and so like that seasonal strength of emerging markets. Yeah, I can see people trying to put risk on here until the end of the year, but we do have
some issues going on in plumbing globally in terms of retail and GC and Fed. And I'd be mindful of that as we kind of head into December, and I'd be probably looking to kind of keep somewhat risk neutral here.
How much is the market about this story dictated by China at this point, and how much is dictated by what the Fed does and the U.S. is doing?
Keeping that out is the question, right? I mean, I've been on the record as having said it's definitely central bank stimulus is driving the bulk of total return unity. I mean, that we can decompose returns and see that quite clearly. But you're right, the markets are really reacting to this China-U.S. trade talk, and I mean, it's the headline list that I guess matters today.
The Fed government commented, even if they have ceased to cut interest rates, the trade story improved just a little bit. What was that? From one constant to another, do I want that in out as things are blowing up before in Asia at the moment? Where do I want to take the opportunities right now?
Well, I think that's a really good question. I think it speaks to Lisa's point. If you're really looking, if you believe that it's going to be the trade that's going to drive returns, you're going to take it in Asia. If you think it's just a reach for you, you're going to want to take it in that area because the yields are so much higher.
For me, really, Argentina, Ecuador right now,
I'm not just talking Brazil, Mexico, more than I'm talking about the higher risk ones. But from my perspective, look, you want to be in local currency right today, but you want to be in other residential cases. What that means is take your hedges down a little bit, kind of play with the currency, look through the dollar weakness to persist. But now we keep going through 7 handle on dollar yuan. I mean, if you just look at all the metrics, carry all ratios, riskies, I mean, all of this points to the fact that dollar complexity is relatively high relative to where we've been. That's a concern for me. Riskies, 25 bills of risk versus tough. What is the risk? It tells me it's a sentiment indicator. It's a difference between call and implied call. And what it tells me is demand, relative demand for dollar protection. What's the risk in the Argentina? They started their black market price just after normal, and their stock price just set up a rock at 60. Is it? How does that get away? How does that clear? Well, I don't think that riskies are trading in Archie today, Tom. But I mean, just look at some of like you look at, really, I mean, if you want to focus on Argentina, let's do that. I mean, the fact of the matter is, right now, we're looking for color as to what the Fernandez cabinet's going to look like. It's absolutely critical in getting that country, sort of in the right direction. A lot of the alarm bells that have been going off with respect to Argentina, I think they'd be a little bit overblown if he doesn't make some of the big calls there. Thank you so much, David. That's great. Thanks very much for Argentina. That point here. Futures up 7, down futures up 85, the VIX 12.98. Please stay with us. With yields up substantially today. This is brutal.
Enough of the news in New York City. Here is Long about.
Jonathan, Lisa, thank you very much. More transcripts are set to be released by the House impeachment inquiry into President Trump. Today, transcripts of depositions expected to be made public come from former Special Envoy of Ukraine, Kurt Volker, and U.S. Ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland. Yesterday, 4 White House officials declined subpoenas on orders from the White House that would show up and question it. Voters in New York and New Jersey are heading to the polls today. New Jersey voters are electing assembly members in Jersey City. Voters are deciding whether to approve restrictions on short-term rental companies like Airbnb. New York City Police Commissioner James O'Neill is stepping down at the end of the month to work in the private sector. Bill de Blasio presents Jimmy's never seen what play out in the lives of James O'Neill is stepping down at the end of the month to work in the private sector. Bill de Blasio presents Jimmy's never seen what play out in the lives that have changed. People alive today, living with families intact, folks who know safety, what we should expect from police community needs because they experienced it because of the police that Aaron Shea will take over as the new NYC Police Commissioner. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and at TikTok on Twitter. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts from more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Lerner. This is Bloomberg Talk.
Mike, thanks so much. Send up the reporter and NBC Sports Report. Here's John Essential.
Now the losses keep piling up for the Giants. Fifth in a row, 6-3 versus Dallas. Their record over the last 3 seasons now 10-31, 5-16 at home. Did some good things last night. Daniel Jones, 54 yards rushing. He hooked up with Saquon Barkley, a 65-yard pass play. Golden Tate made a sensational one-handed catch. The Giants had a 12-3 lead. Got outscored 34-6 after that.
3 turnovers from Bucky penalties, too many times hitting for a field goal. Dallas pulled away from 37 to 18. That should was Giants.
Those one thing that we didn't improve on, we never go good in the red zone, we did not clear enough room. And, after, they got back to some, it's not from the last time because we missed the last ball. Come out, keep playing, put your team in the game. All that you can do is going to be, hurt us.
Giants went 31 to 6 after a flat. So here we go now this Sunday with the Giants against the Jets. Nets gave up 48 points third quarter with a 39 the entire year. They beat the Pelicans and broke them 135-125. They lost to Ottawa 6-2. College hoops in the Garden tonight. Double header involving the top 419 in the nation. Aaron Miller named the finalist for American League Manager of the Year. Jacob DeGrano won the sign-up a finalist in the heavy favorite to the NL top rookie. Bloomberg NBC Sports Update. I'm John Scotia.
Jim, thanks so much. So the day check that we haven't really wanted to the whole thing. Let me check that as we go. Equity's up 18 days straight or whatever it is. Futures up 7 now. Futures up 85. We're at 3100 watch. On SPX 3083 is what futures are on SPX right now. Yields are an extraordinary story this morning. I'm going to call it trade reduced the entire code list. Two year by 3 day now. Yields are an extraordinary story this morning. I'm going to call it trade reduced the entire code list. Two year by 3 basis points and 5 basis points, 30 year by 6 basis points as well. Oil, yes, risk on 57 on West Texas. Brent crude rounded up $63 a barrel. Dollar stronger. That's fabulous. This is Bloomberg.
2019 and the year that corporate profitability started to matter. Coming up, we'll talk about WeWork, we'll talk about other unicorns, and how to place a value on them at any time when they are still burning through cash. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Today on Balance of Power with David Weston, former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Martin the only special who's stepping in as the U.S. withdraws from Syria. And Policy Director for Mitt Romney, Lonnie Jeffs. Speaker Pelosi says she's not a fan of Medicare for all. What is a better alternative? Balance of Power with David Weston. Today at noon on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Hey, New York and New Jersey, when it comes to local banking, we've got you covered. With over 160 branches throughout New York and New Jersey, the NYCB family of banks, comprised of New York Community Bank and its divisional banking leaders, Queens County Savings Bank, Roslyn Savings Bank, Richmond County Savings Bank, Roosevelt Savings Bank, Atlantic Bank, and Garden State Community Bank have been serving the financial needs of our community for 160 years. That's a tradition of strength, stability, and service. So no matter where you live, work, or play, now you can bank anywhere you see NYCB. We've got you covered. New York Community Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The lead advisory firms rely on BNY Mellon's version to meet the needs of their most complex clients. Karen Miller, Chief Operating Officer at Version Advisor Solutions, explains how. At BNY Mellon's version, we bring customized insights and strategies to help you grow your advisory business and stay on the leading edge. We can support the needs of your most sophisticated clients with a full range of investment and wealth management solutions, from access to private banking to consolidated banking brokerage custody. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength and high-touch service that BNY Mellon's version can provide. Are you in a position to stand out from your competition? Learn more at Version.com or call 800-445-4467. Brokerage custody provided by Version LLC and other services provided by Version Advisor Solutions LLC. Both members of FINRA and SIPC. Private banking and bank custody provided by BNY Mellon, a member of FDIC.
Your city's old adventure just finished field cover and helps you navigate all the legal burden. Field compromising to Raincoat Review. Designed to bring you the best driving experience yet. The above lets you live in the city. Vehicles, hybrids, and experience. Just 20 Raincoat Review.
MSRP 32,650. Price excludes administration fees, taxes, license, and other fees. Retail price change vehicle availability may vary. See your tri-state area national retailer or call 1-800-543-8400. The lifeblood of tech startups isn't just money. It's executive and technical skills. The kind of skills that companies need to build real products. And the skills that venture capitalists Chris Sutton of Edison Partners sees in the graduates that are coming out of New Jersey Institute of Technology. The amazing thing about NJIT is their graduates. They have multiple offers on international. They're coming out with real skill sets that are immediately hireable and available to them. I think we see an understanding by the faculty and administration at NJIT that we gotta train and educate the whole student, not just their, what's on the brain. And I do think that's sort of part of the DNA today. There's a practical and there's academia and merging those two together and understanding that we're gonna have our young people go get great jobs and have very successful careers. They've got to have both sides of the brain activated, and I think we see that for NJIT. NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
It is 8:45. This Wall Street time check is brought to you by Tourneau. Visit Tourneau for the widest selection of luxury watches. For a limited time, 30-month special financing available. Some restrictions apply. Visit your nearest Tourneau store or Tourneau.com. It is 8:45 on Wall Street. Time for Land Rover Drive Time traffic every 15 minutes is your tri-state area Land Rover retail specialties and finance offers Land Rover above and beyond. Peter Van, let's check out the roads.
Currently, some drop off in County have an accident on Palisade Interstate Parkway south of exit 10. Still at Mason Comac. LIE shut down the west out which makes it 5352. Was the nasty crash. Working on an accident being side northbound 17. George Washington Bridge on the camera shot looking good. The ladies that needs to down is very outbound. Construction concentrates without cross starting on the Post Roxas Expressway. 20 minutes in, 30 minutes out to the Lincoln Tunnel, and 20 to the Houghton Tunnel. Coming into town on the east side, 50 RC Travel, 59 from the 40s for Bridges and Queensland downtown is pretty fast. Report being sponsored by Narrow Bread, by Beach Holding Chicken, Scrambled Egg, avocado breakfast, wrap that there, and Narrowly freshly ground coffee breakfast that's fast, not fast food, now it's as it should. 57 degrees, Central Park, cloudy day, watch out some showers, but the high of 60. Sunshine back tomorrow, 55, cloudy day on Thursday, and late for showers, and a high of 55. As for I can have a city, Bloomberg 1130, Bloomberg 1152.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Business app, and TikTok on Twitter. It's the Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm Karen Moscow. U.S. trade with China nosediving in September after President Trump escalated a trade war with fresh tariffs on consumer items, deepening a slump for exporters on both sides of the Pacific. Merchandise imports from the Asian country fell 4.9% from the prior month to $37 billion, the lowest in more than 3 years, while U.S. exports to China dropped 10% to a 5-month low. That narrowed the deficit to a seasonally adjusted $28 billion, and the overall U.S. trade deficit in goods and services shrank to a 5-month low of $52.5 billion. U.S. stock index futures though higher this morning along with European and Asian shares as investors take confidence from signs that the U.S. and China are inching toward a trade deal. S&P futures up 7 points, Dow futures up 87, NASDAQ futures up 22, the DAX in Germany is up 0.1%. 10-year Treasury down 17, 30 seconds yield 1.83%, yield on the 2-year 1.62%. NYMEX crude oil up 0.8% or 34 cents at 56.96 a barrel. And COMEX gold is down 1% or $14.30 at 14.96.80 an ounce. The euro 1.11 against the dollar began 108.88. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. It is 8:48 on Wall Street.
The following commentary is from Bloomberg Opinion.
I'm going to add a Thomas Goodwin opinion. Around this time last year, Scott Meyer, the David Meyer partners, made headlines that tweeted the slide collapse in investment-grade debt has begun, starting with General Electric. No one seems to want to own commons rated BBB, or just a step or two above shock. Fast forward to today, and the rapid change in sentiment has been nothing short of astounding. BBB bonds have returned 14.4%, better than any other rating category. If the gains hold to the end of the year, it will be the BBB market's strongest performance since 2009. The thing is, nothing much has changed fundamentally between now and then. Sites, for instance, sent 70 billion people projected the risk of volumes to jump in the next 12 months, including household names like Kraft Heinz, Macy's, and Ford. Investors have either made peace with the risk of mass downgrades during credit cycle terms, or have just decided to ignore it and wait for a deal when the Fed is cutting interest rates. Neither seems to be sustainable. I'm Brian Chappell. For more opinion, please visit Bloomberg.com/opinion or the PI Bill on the Bloomberg Terminal.
This has been Bloomberg Opinion.
And Bloomberg Opinion editorials can be heard every weekday at this time, and terminal customers can reward OPIN Go. S&P futures up 7 points, Dow futures up 87, and NASDAQ futures up 22.
Thanks so much. This is great. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Cameron. Greatly appreciate that. So I look at the data it's a pretty excellent to it. I want to talk about Brian Chappell today from Bloomberg Opinion. Just to shooting random as a fabulous article about the quiet environment of retail campus challenges. There's something with you. Forget about triple C, double B, triple F, whatever the ratings are. I thought we cleared the energy debris 6-7 years ago would be basic needs. Yeah. Why is that? Why am I so wrong that I thought we cleared that market out? And the answer is they rebuilt the market in the last couple of years.
And also, I think that there were a number of companies that thought we are going to get a rebound of prices. And we had a little bit, but still where the sort of break-even point is for a lot of these highly indebted companies is higher than where we are right now. So this is what you're seeing, and that pain is continuing, and underperformance is dramatic relative.
And John, this goes back to the calculation on Canada oil. Which was the same thing, getting back to break even was a lot higher approval rate than anybody expected.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, I don't think on the spot, but it was 15 and 16%, I think, of the index, the actual component of high yield going back to 2014, 2015. How much has that changed over the last 5 years or so?
Well, I will find out right now, actually. But it's come down because you have seen a number of companies file for bankruptcy and have pulled out of the index, and they haven't seen that much issuance because there isn't that much appetite by investors. So you have seen it come down. I believe the last I checked was about $140 billion of about $1 trillion market. So it's a little bit less, still a significant portion. And I will just double check this.
Yeah, I just think that that's the important conversation more broadly at the moment for so many people. You see cracks in fixed income, in leverage loans, is that reversion to floating rate? You see it in high yield, triple C's, is that just an energy story? Or is there something more happening?
Switching over to equity, remember I said bonds, we have in the room here, there's so much brain power going on here tonight. Mike loves to see this on the radio, Jim Fairmont, and then Paul Sweeney, and Lisa Brown was all together. And I want to take this bond and equity space. The idea of extrapolating out 3 years, I feel so late and I can't see it. Paul, Uber's looking out to 2021 as a model. Does that mean in 6 months I'm looking out to 2022?
It's interesting, they're pushing the portfolio and profitability a year ahead is the good news, but there's still some underlying concerns there about, some of the growth measures that they're relying on.
1 year. I just don't. How
I think that it's interesting. There's only two ways to do it. One is you and I and Lisa are going to pay more for our Uber rides. That's number one. And number two, the drivers are going to make less. And some combination of those two things over time are going to converge and give you some profitability at the unit level.
Are other companies like this running up to 2021?
Absolutely. Yeah, everybody's got their 3-year, 5-year business plan, and they refresh it every year. But I think it's what Uber's done to the marketplace, and I really think it was Uber and the ride-sharing companies that just brought into focus the fact that investors need a path of profitability to see how you get profitability. With Amazon, go back 10, 15 years, everybody knew that as soon as Jeff Bezos pulled back on some of the growth expenditures, this is going to judge profits, and but you just don't necessarily have that comfort level with some of these ride-sharing companies.
And Lisa, looking at Apple Computer, this is a small profit company. I heard of it. If you did a 3-year look forward at EBITDA years ago, they're up, considerably 8-9% dollar for dollar. That's
I think so. I think so. But again, it's a business model for an Uber, a Lyft, and some of these other big economy companies. There's a lot of variable expenses there, and so as you grow your top line, your expenses right along with you.
I think it's interesting what DJ Saul said today to our own managing member of Bloomberg Television. David Solomon, Chief Executive Officer of Goldman. He said it's important for people to grow, but there's got to be clear and articulated path to profitability. I think there's a little more market split coming into play. This to us speaking directly to the Ubers of the world, the WeWorks of the world, companies that have growth as their primary model and don't make money. And I feel like 2019 is the year when people start to say, I actually want to make money again.
Can I just say, in terms of marking the solid model, that Uber was 29, it was breaking down pre-open 28, 28, just
Yeah, exactly. And so it's a wonderful movie. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's interesting because again, the actual results are okay, but I think some of those growth metrics that investors look at in terms of the number of rides, the yield on those rides, some of those growth metrics that need to be going in the right direction to get you to that round.
It's important, and this is really important. Inflation, variable costs, or actually fixed costs. I really wonder if that's part of it. None of seems brilliant on this story. He is a very optimistic tone. If you take variable costs, it says analytics, they have greater cities,
So in other words, the idea being that there's just a saturation point, they don't have to spend much. That theoretically, once they get to a certain size, it will become self-fulfilling, sort of like the Amazon effect on retail, which you experienced.
It's not 1999, it's something original.
This is, I think, 1999 was a thing in of itself, having participated in that, but these are real companies, real disruptors. I mean, you can't do without Uber today. I mean, just think about what they've done to the marketplace. They are true disruptors. They just got to get their costs in line with their revenues.
And there's a question here, and this is sort of an existential question facing the entire market, which is at what point do you become non-disruptible yourself? Right? I mean, Lyft, how much can Lyft get into Uber's business model without Uber spending on advertising, etc.? And how much of a monopoly can they get?
The average ride is $10. The average ride is $10. And they raise prices tomorrow by 40 cents, and they're going to have a tantrum because something else.
Perhaps, because you actually saw that. Well, let's see what they can start.
And what do you do now? I just kind of go Lyft. Uber just take the lower price. And so they're all the same drivers, they're all roughly the same distance from me. You just take the lower price. It's a competitive marketplace. And I think what's concerning for the Uber investors as well is the eats business, the delivery of food. That is the economics there even more challenging.
Well, actually, we're speaking about that today on Money Undercover because because actually some Grubhub and a number of the other companies try to raise money, fail. You see them really struggling because that food delivery model. Yeah. I just spoiled that bill to such a degree.
I challenge you to find one transaction like a huge tech business. Celebrity types.
The profit margins for you, Tom, pretty slim there.
We'll talk more about this. This is fascinating. Good morning, Boston, New York, Washington, San Francisco. We're Sirius XM channel. This is Bloomberg Studios.
It is 8:15 on Wall Street, time for Land Rover Drive Time Traffic. We do it every 15 minutes. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for special lease and finance offers. Land Rover above and beyond. Good morning, Paul. All right, good morning, Paul. Actually, we got 43 videos in Comac, Apple, the LRT. That's about this close. It makes it shipping free and 52 the Costco. Price and Hackensack, northbound 17 by Route 80. Jersey City, northbound Company 29. That's close to the accident location over by Sixth Avenue. And now we're including northbound 27 ways. Competitive through northbound 22. And another accident. Looking pretty good. Inbound with George Washington Bridge, outbound Upper Level, disruption 15 to 25.
coming in with the Lincoln Tunnel, 30 at 20 in John Holland Tunnel, 30 Wednesday on the east side of the town over the Charlotte, and range for the bridges along the Queens down Tunnel. Boston's traffic, West Side Highway, from Boston Bridge into the 80s, heavy with the Harlem Drive to the Arkansas Tunnel, 30s into the 70s, northbound Coastal Raincoat Bridge and up towards the RFK Triplex. 57 degrees, Central Park, cloudy day, today, mild today, and we have a chance of some showers, with a high near 60. Sunshine tomorrow, 50 to 55, and becoming cloudy on Thursday, late day showers on near 55. With Best Rock in the city, Lord 130, Lord for that as it continues.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at TikTok on Twitter. This is the BBDR New York, Bloomberg 1130. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
That the U.S. is going in for a couple of years of very, very strong growth.
By early the next decade, we'll start to become a real problem for the markets.
The consumer is really strong right now. They realize how good times are now. The biggest problem that people have in investing in stocks is that they get out of the market. It's easy and it's easy.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom Key and Paul Sweet on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Bruce Unions, thank you for being with us. Bloomberg Surveillance Worldwide Futures green, trees grow to the sky. Futures are paid for 3,083, 3,100 watts here. I'm not going to tell 28,000 watts. I mean, Paul, when was the last time market went down?
Yeah.
You still,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's got to go back almost this time last year, fourth quarter, December. Remember, that was kind of ugly, but what a year in 2019 has been on that rebound coming after that ugly fourth quarter last year.
NASDAQ composite, you have NASDAQ 100, which is NDX, but it also got the all-in composite. And we're getting up here at 30, about 27%.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice stocks. It's a better stocks.
Yeah, stocks. Dow up 18%, SPX up 23%. Year to date, as they say, yields up to date as well. Here's one chart. 30-year bond 2.33%, really migrating away to that 2 level of 7 basis points. 10-year yield 1.84%, up 6 basis points. As you do it last week, you lost 7 pounds. You're so busy working on the areas of run around these series. This takes more competitions this week. It's kind of crazy. David, a few less to go through, and less is there. Gotta look at Uber. I'm not doing the NASDAQ any favors for today's gains in U.S. stocks, because the Raincoat company shares are down 7%, and we turned the last up. Right. Monthly active users, gross bookings, and food delivery revenue for the third quarter all trail analyst estimates. And those results came out just before as many as 1.7 billion Uber shares for free trade. So a lot of leverage this morning to trade attention. Are they marking orders and they go, that's 1.3?
I don't know. They're very careful here.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the end of lockup restrictions on those shares. That doesn't mean they're all going to come flooding at the market at once, but at the very least, the supply of Uber stock may go up. We got following shares up 1%. Chairman Dave Calhoun told CNBC the U.S. regulator schedule suggests the 737 MAX jet will fly again this year. He also said CEO Dennis Muhlenberg waived his 2019 bonus for declined stock grants until the 737 MAX is back in the air. We got some earnings forecasts for next year that are going over well. One of them is from Adobe. That stock at 5.5%. Design software maker talking about profit for the fiscal year beginning next month. And their forecast beat was that Justin at the Bloomberg survey. Kroger's up 2%. The supermarket chain made a profit forecast for next year that was higher than estimates. We got a couple of deal developments. Xerox Holdings up 6.5%. The document company will sell its 25% stake in Fuji Xerox for $2.3 billion to the joint venture's partner, Fujifilm Holdings. You see Xerox, they jointly own some 19 sales. Do we know if that's a gain or a loss for publishers? That was a huge deal in the 60s. Those are really great deals. Yeah, absolutely. And for it to last as long as it has, it's really something too. The Crown Holdings is up 4%. The acting company said will review its capital allocation and return to bolster its share price. And we got so many areas related to this. Let me just give it to you real fast. The Insure Prudential Financial is down 3.5%. The hotel operator Marriott International is down 2.5%. Medical supplier Becton Dickinson down 2%. Fertilizer maker Mosaic down 5%. Oh, and your favorite Tom Tapestry, the owner of Coach handbags, down just great. Yeah. Wow, and Coach, yeah. That's the Tapestry businesses. Yeah, 16% decline sales at Kate Spade right now. On the plus side, so earnings beat their oh, goodness. And all the internet and there's some information, so paper process up 2.5%. Medical device makers are Biomet up 3.5%. Drug maker Regeneron Pharmaceuticals up 4.5%. And absolutely, the lockup ends tomorrow.
So you still have time to
You still got a day, but timing is everything.
Well, we're excited for Naples, and thank you so much. You still have time to get your order in. If you are a seller here, let's talk opioid litigation. I'm surprised at this Bloomberg story. 2,700 cases brought by municipalities from across the nation against the entire opioid supply chain. So this thing continues to grow. One of the big issues is that the judge presiding over the nation's litigation is under scrutiny recently due to the high level of secrecy brought to the proceedings. So not a lot of disclosure there for the public. To get some more color on that, we welcome Valerie Bowman. Valerie's a Bloomberg Law healthcare reporter joining us from Washington, D.C. Valerie, thanks so much for joining us. So give us an idea of what's going on here in this litigation and any lack of disclosure that may be coming into the market.
Well, from the beginning, Judge Foster has managed to create most of the database of all opioid drugs distributed across the United States from 2006 to 2012. That database is released after the Sixth Circuit basically called his decision to keep that secret bizarre and said it was his discretion by doing so. So, as a result, we now have lots of information there about that window of time and where the opiates were purchased, where they were sent, who the players were bringing these to some of the most hard-hit parts of the country. However, there's much more information there than what years ago, for instance, as well as information about what memos and emails are being exchanged to what marketing materials these companies recently promoted opioids across the country. So there's a lot of years of people question case I'm speaking of who are concerned. And what's at stake really is whether the public can ever find out who's really responsible for the opioid crisis, what role the company played, and how to prevent it from happening again.
What is being kept secret? I can understand what kept secret nations names or privacy and all that. But when you say, let's be direct with the industry, etc., wants things to be secret and other people don't want to be secret, get that. But what's the what that's being kept secret?
Well, many sources say it's hard to know. I think what they really want to see and what came out during the trial in Oklahoma, and the state's trial against James Johnson Johnson, were internal memos of marketing materials that seemed to implicate the company in trying to get these opioids out with any awareness that may have been out there about the addictive nature, that kind of thing. And what it's been likened to, folks I've been talking to, is big tobacco. When that trial settlement was reached, millions of pages of internal documents were released as part of that settlement, created in a public database that has led to massive changes in regulations and how we deal with tobacco. And a number of historians and others who are watching the case say this needs to be repeated. We need to prevent this from happening again. Not just to hold the companies accountable, but also the federal government, the DEA, potentially fail to adequately regulate the distribution of the drugs. And we need to know who does the switch and how.
But that's kind of where I was going, Valerie. It seems like this is such a highly regulated industry that, there's probably ample examples here where maybe the government doesn't look across as well as it would like. Is that a valid concern?
Absolutely. There's a lot of interest for the companies and for the government to keep this information secret, which is why some reason journalists pursue so aggressively. The information is now public in a database like Washington Post reveals without millions upon millions, hundreds of millions of drugs just what's been called spill dumped into the country, into small communities of hundreds of thousands of hundreds or just a few thousand people, tens or hundreds of thousands of pills in a small span of time. And the DEA the whole time had this information and was able to track it, but apparently nobody raised the alarm flag. It's allowed this to go on for years and years into the crisis we're in now.
Valerie Bauman, thank you so much for joining us and sharing this reporting on the opioid crisis. Just a brutal story. Valerie Bauman, criminal law healthcare reporter. So this litigation with the opioid issue is just a huge issue, and the litigation seems like it's going to be a very long tail type of litigation, similar to the as Valerie said, the back of Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know whether, we as a country and the communities argue. I think it doesn't feel like we have a handle on this epidemic, much less litigation tied to it. So again, unfortunately, it's going to be a long tail story.
Very dense material, very healthy material. Futures up 8 earlier, now up 5 down. Futures up 74. Really, the clarity quality here is a risk on field seen up higher yield curve lifting up. Let me go 210, 30, 2-year yield up 4 basis points, 10-year up 7 basis points, 30-year bond up 7 basis points. Is a nice risk on field. Regards to take confirm as well. Sterling 128.80. This is Bloomberg.
Let's get nice headlines right now with Michael Barr. Michael,
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you, Tom. On this election day, governors being chosen in Kentucky and Mississippi, and state lawmakers are being elected in New Jersey and Virginia. Both major political parties see today's voting as a test of voter enthusiasm and party organization ahead of next year's contests. President Trump lags behind 5 potential Democratic rivals in one-on-one matchups. According to a Washington Post ABC News poll, former Vice President Joe Biden and Senators Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders performed best nationally against Trump, with Biden ahead by 17 points, Warren by 15, Sanders at 14. Buttigieg is also ahead in polls at 11 points, and Senator Kamala Harris up by 9. Global News 24 hours a day on air and TikTok and Twitter. Now we've got more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg Time.
Dave Clifton over strategists writing up on trade. They are happening piece by piece. I like what he says here. August damage nearly reversed. This is Bloomberg.
Rocket Drivers is brought to you by Audi. Get exceptional offers on the Audi you've always wanted during the season of Audi sales event. Visit your local tri-state area.
Commerce Secretary Glenn Ross expressing some optimism about the U.S.-China trade process.
President Trump said that the deal will be signed somewhere in the U.S. Optimism on trade. Trump said that the deal will be signed somewhere in the U.S. Optimism on trade helped give a boost to stocks in Asia today.
Rachel and Chief.
Get exceptional offers on the Audi you've always wanted during the season of Audi sales event. Visit your local tri-state Audi dealer today or AudiOffers.com for more information.
Complex. A word that is used to describe the business world often. Do you have the resources you need to simplify the complex? Join Eisner Amper during our annual summit series this fall in New York City, Long Island, New Jersey, Philadelphia, and South Florida. We have leading-edge speakers and networking with your city's top business leaders. Each summit is tailored to dig deeper into emerging trends and reform guidelines. National network, local impact. Go to EisnerAmper.com/summits to look at agendas and request registration.
Portfolio Analyst, powered by interactive brokers, helps sophisticated investors understand the health of their complete financial portfolio. Portfolio Analyst is free and easy to use personal finance software that creates a consolidated view of banking, brokerage, and credit card accounts. Compare your consolidated portfolio against more than 200 benchmarks or create customized benchmarks for analyzing performance. Calculate time and likely rates of return and use Portfolio Analyst for forecasting. Learn more and download Portfolio Analyst free at idkr.com/PA.
GEP, AI-powered cloud-native digital transformation. Hundreds of Fortune 500 and Global 2000 companies work with GEP to transform their procurement and supply chain operations. One, GEP's unified digital platforms, smart intuitive software that business users love, drive up adoption, user satisfaction, and productivity. GEP helps CIOs drive real digital transformation and achieve amazing results. GEP, helping the world's best companies do better.
There's a big upside surprise.
Anytime, anywhere, on radio.com. Favorite movement radio for breaking news. Favorite movement radio for breaking news. Sports and more.
My career, I was really